Chapter 1 Marrying into the wife's family and becoming a nanny. Chihang Kindergarten is the highest-end aristocratic school for young children in the island city. The tuition alone is more than 7,000 yuan per month, and with miscellaneous expenses, the monthly fee is at least 10,000 yuan. The kindergarten is extremely large, and its decoration and landscaping are extremely exquisite. The kindergarten is fully equipped with all kinds of recreational facilities, just like a small amusement park. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, the parking lot outside the kindergarten was like a luxury car show, with Range Rover, Mercedes-Benz, BMW, Audi, and even Bentley and Rolls-Royce. In addition to luxury cars, those fashionable moms who dress beautifully are also very attractive. Next to a Lamborghini Urus, Lang Feng was discussing parenting experiences with three tall and beautiful young women. Just as they were talking happily, a handsome man came over and smiled at the three beautiful young women. "Three beauties, we have something to talk about. Can you give us some space?" After the three mothers left, the handsome man smiled at Lang Feng and said, "Boss, your life is very comfortable. Look at these three young women, wow, so charming. If you have something to say, come on. I still need to ask others for advice on how to get along with children." Lang Feng's eyes were full of happiness when he talked about his children. When the handsome man saw Lang Feng's happy expression, he secretly sighed in his heart that the power of fatherly love is indeed great. A man who is feared by the world can be so tender and affectionate towards his children. "The princess of the Ying royal family is coming to see you. Would you like to find time to meet her?" When Lang Feng heard this, an extremely hot body and the tenderness of that night came to his mind. But then, Lang Feng glared at the handsome man fiercely. "Don't you know that married men should keep their distance from other opposite sexes? If you dare to reveal my whereabouts, I will cut off your roots." Upon hearing this, the handsome man quickly covered his crotch and laughed. "No, my Kyoto Long family is counting on me to expand. Boss, please forgive me. At worst, I won't say anything. Go away. As long as there is no trouble in the underground world, don't disturb me. I just want to be with the mother and daughter now." Lang Feng heard the school bell ringing in the kindergarten, walked towards the kindergarten gate, and no longer paid attention to the handsome man. It's really interesting that a god who aspires to be at the top of the world returns to the city to be a nanny. The handsome man smiled, then drove away in a Bentley sports car that money couldn't buy. Lang Feng, a world-renowned military expert, has created many legends in the international military community and is known as the #1 soldier king. 5 years ago, Lang Feng took advantage of a rare vacation to enjoy the sun and beach in Hawaii. At that time, he saved a girl who was nearly drowned. The two hit it off and soon fell in love and had a relationship. Lang Feng bought a diamond ring and prepared to propose to the girl, but at that moment, a terrorist incident that shocked the world occurred. Lang Feng was urgently recalled to the army and didn't even have the chance to say goodbye to the girl. He then participated in the life-threatening mission. For 5 years, Lang Feng missed the girl all the time. It was because of this love that he survived the brink of death time and time again with his tenacious vitality. After 5 years, everything calmed down temporarily and Lang Feng was finally able to return to the city. He found the girl through his own connections. Only then did he know that the girl had given birth to a daughter for him, and that she was still single to this day. After learning the news, Lang Feng returned regardless of everything. But due to some special circumstances, he had to change his appearance and face the girl again with another identity. The girl that Lang Feng loves is called Duan Jai. Now she has returned to the family business and become the executive president of the pharmaceutical field of Kaiyun Group. After Lang Feng returned to the city, he used some tricks to become the son-in-law of the Duan family. However, Duan Jai didn't know that Lang Feng was the person she was dreaming about. Walking into the kindergarten classroom, Lang Feng's eyes fell on an extremely beautiful little girl. This little girl is Duan Qingxian, the daughter of Lang Feng and Duan Jai. Duan Qingxian has a chubby little face, and her delicate skin makes people want to pinch it. She has a pair of big eyes with long eyelashes, and when she blinks, she is smart and cute. Seeing Lang Feng, Duan Qingxian showed a happy smile on her face, and she ran over quickly. "Uncle Feng, are you here to pick me up? Well, let's go home and prepare a birthday dinner for Mom, okay?" Lang Feng touched Duan Qingxian's hair lovingly and said with a smile. "Okay." Duan Qingxian said happily. Lang Feng has been in the Duan family for more than a week. During this time, he has been trying to get closer to Duan Qingxian every day. Duan Qingxian lacked fatherly love since childhood. After Lang Feng came to the Duan family, he loved her very much. In addition, Lung Feng and Duan Qingxian were related by blood, so she quickly established a good relationship with Lung Feng. Holding Duan Qingxuan's little hand and listening to her happy words, Lung Feng's face was filled with a happy smile. In the luxurious villa, Duan Qingxian was sitting on the sofa watching Super Wings while Lung Feng was busy in the kitchen. At 6:30, the roar of a Ferrari engine was heard outside the villa. Duan Qingxian jumped off the sofa and ran out happily shouting Mom. Lung Feng walked out of the kitchen and through the floor-to-ceiling window, he saw his wife. Duan Jiayi is 1.7 meters tall, with a curvy figure. Her skin is so soft and delicate, and her facial features are as if they were carefully carved, perfect without any flaws. Seeing her is like seeing a goddess in a dream. No one would have thought that such a beautiful lady already has a 5-year-old daughter. Seeing Duan Qingxian, Duan Jiayi's face was full of doting smile, and Lung Feng's eyes were also full of doting when he saw her smiling face. Seeing Duan Jiayi coming in, Lung Feng greeted her with a smile, and even personally brought her slippers to the door. Jiayi, you're back. Go wash your hands, you can eat later. Seeing Lung Feng's smiling face and actions, Duan Jiayi was not moved at all. Her face, which was happy just now, became somewhat distant when facing Lung Feng. The man in front of her had the same name as the one she loved, but he was not the one she loved after all. In Duan Jiayi's eyes, Lung Feng was just an actor she invited back with the purpose of giving Duan Qingxian a complete family and allowing her to feel the father's love in Lung Feng. Nodding slightly, Duan Jiayi changed into slippers and took Duan Qingxian to the bathroom to wash their hands. Lung Feng then placed dinner and the exquisite cake he had made on the table. She will definitely be very touched. Lung Feng looked forward to it. Chapter 2 A bucket of cold water. Seeing the cake on the table, Duan Qingxian ran over happily first, her cute face full of surprise. Wow, what a beautiful cake! Happy birthday! Lung Feng was happy to see Duan Qingxian so happy. He said to Duan Jiayi with a smile. Duan Jiayi was not only not moved, but even showed disgust in her eyes. However, she did not say much, but just said lightly, let's eat. After dinner, the mother and daughter sat on the sofa and watched cartoons together. Duan Jiayi loved Duan Qingxian very much and would always take time to accompany her no matter how busy she was. As for Lung Feng, he was washing dishes and cleaning in the open kitchen on one side. At this moment, Duan Jiayi's cell phone rang. She walked aside to answer the call. Her expression was instantly filled with anger. Lung Feng could hear her cursing, Chen Xiaopeng, you bastard. You stole our results and sued me. After a while, Duan Jiayi came back with an angry face. Lung Feng wiped his hands and went to ask, Jiayi, what's wrong? Who made you angry? It has nothing to do with you. I reiterate again, you just have to do what you are supposed to do in the agreement, and the rest has nothing to do with you. Don't try to do those useless things to impress me, I will never have any other feelings for you. After talking to Lung Feng, Duan Jiayi suppressed the anger in her heart and continued to play with Duan Qingxian. At 9 o'clock, the mother and daughter went upstairs on time. Lung Feng felt a little sad about Duan Jiayi's attitude. He really wanted to tell Duan Jiayi that he was the person she had been thinking about day and night. But Lung Feng was involved in too many things at the moment. Once he exposed himself, it would definitely bring unnecessary trouble to Duan Jiayi. Lung Feng felt guilty towards Duan Jiayi. He left without saying goodbye, which caused great harm to Duan Jiayi. Lung Feng tidied up the sofa that the two of them had messed up, then turned off the lights and went into his room. Taking out his cell phone and plugging in headphones, Lung Feng clicked on a recording, which was the recording of Duan Jiayi's call just now. Mr. Duan, I have poached your pharmacist. I have also applied for a patent for the formula of the anti-hypertensive drug before you. If you produce this drug, we will sue Kaiyun Group for infringement. You will have to pay me tens of millions in compensation. Kaiyun Group is a diversified group integrating medicine, catering, supermarkets, real estate, etc., and Duan Jiayi is currently in charge of the pharmaceutical field. This call came from Kaiyun Group's rival in the pharmaceutical field. Through the conversation between the two parties, Lung Feng already knew what had happened. The other party had poached the talents of Kaiyun Group and also stolen the medical research results of Kaiyun Group. Now he was showing off to Duan Jiayi and threatening her. You bullied Jiayi without asking me if I agreed? Lung Feng was furious. Duan Jiayi was not only his legal wife but also the woman he loved most. If anyone dared to bully Duan Jiayi, Lung Feng would make them sad. He tapped his fingers on the notebook a few times and quickly found the other party's address and other information. In the Supreme Hall of the Rich Man nightclub, Chen Xiaopeng was drinking and singing with a few men while hugging a girl. Mr. Chen, Duan Jia must be so angry with you that she is hiding in her bed crying. Ha ha. A bald man opposite Chen Xiaopeng laughed. A woman still wants to fight with me? This anti-hypertensive drug is their company's flagship product this year. Now I have gotten there first. Let's see how she explains this to the board of directors. Chen Xiaopeng is 35 or 36 years old. He is not tall and as chubby as a ball. Mr. Chen, I think it's not fair for you to do this. I think you should get Duan Jia, and then Kaiyun Group will be yours. Ha, you're right, Duan Jia is so beautiful, but it's a pity that this woman doesn't like men, and she even became a mother through in vitro fertilization. No one knew about Duan Jia's situation in Hawaii, and Duan Jia herself announced to the public that she had undergone in vitro fertilization. When Chen Xiaopeng heard what they said, Duan Jia's beautiful figure appeared in his mind. With greed in his eyes, he snorted, artificial insemination? Maybe she was abandoned after getting pregnant. But I don't mind being the scapegoat, huh? Bang! The door of the private room was suddenly kicked open. Lang Feng walked in and locked the door. Who are you? Who let you in? Get out! One of Chen Xiaopeng's followers stood up and cursed at Lang Feng. Lang Feng was unmoved. He walked up to Chen Xiaopeng and said with a smile, "Are you Mr. Chen Xiaopeng from Opal Pharmaceuticals?" "Yes, what's the matter?" Chen Xiaopeng leaned on the sofa, put his hands on the girl's waist, and looked at Lang Feng with contempt. "It's no big deal. Come over here and offer you a bottle of wine." Lang Feng's face suddenly turned cold. He grabbed a bottle of whiskey on the table and smashed it hard on Chen Xiaopeng's head. Ah! Chen Xiaopeng screamed immediately, and bright red blood mixed with liquor flowed down, and the girl next to him screamed in fright. "You are looking for death." Several men on the other side immediately rushed towards Lang Feng, but they were no match for Lang Feng at all, and in a blink of an eye they all lay on the ground screaming. "Shut up and squat in the corner," Lang Feng shouted at the screaming girls. Several girls were frightened and squatted in the corner, not daring to speak. Alcohol stimulated the wound, and Chen Xiaopeng felt so much pain that he wanted to die. After a while, the wound was numb. He looked at Lang Feng in horror and said fearfully, "Little brother, I have no grudge against you. Let's talk it out. You want money, right? Tell me the amount and I'll give it to you." "I don't want money. I want you to go to Kaiyun Group in person tomorrow morning to ask Duan Jia to forgive you. If Duan Jia doesn't forgive you, then you should quit Chenlong Group and wait for bankruptcy," Lang Feng said coldly. As soon as Lang Feng finished speaking, a trace of resentment flashed across Chen Xiaopeng's eyes. "Duan Jia, you bitch, you actually hired someone to beat me up. Just bear with it for now, and see how I deal with you tomorrow." "You still want revenge? It seems you don't know what kind of existence you have provoked." Although Chen Xiaopeng hid his resentful eyes well, Lang Feng still noticed it. Lang Feng picked up a wine bottle again and smashed it hard on Chen Xiaopeng's head, causing him to scream in pain. When Chen Xiaopeng stopped screaming, Lang Feng took out his phone, tapped the screen a few times, and then placed the phone in front of Chen Xiaopeng. "Take a look for yourself." Chen Xiaopeng looked at Lang Feng with fear in his eyes. He took the phone with doubt. When he saw the content in the phone, his body couldn't help but tremble, and the fear in his eyes reached its extreme. The contents of the phone actually contained evidence of the crimes of the entire Chenlong Group. Once leaked, their Chenlong Group would be completely ruined, and he would not only lose his current glory, but also go to jail. Where did you get it from?" Chen Xiaopeng couldn't figure out how Lang Feng got these evidences. They were very careful and destroyed all the evidences, so how could they be left behind? Is it important? Just remember, Duan Jia is someone you can't afford to offend. If you dare to offend her, I will make you very sad. If you don't listen to me and go to provoke Duan Jia again, I promise that you won't be able to save your life. Lang Feng put away his phone and left calmly, but his cold voice made Chen Xiaopeng shiver. Chapter 3 Asking for Forgiveness. Lang Feng returned to the villa cautiously. As soon as he entered the room, he heard someone coming down from upstairs. Pushing open the door, Lang Feng saw Duan Jia leaning on the sofa, pressing her head with her hands, as if she had a headache. It seems that what Chen Xiaopeng did made Duan Jia very angry. "Do you have a headache?" Lang Feng walked over from behind Duan Jia and asked softly. "With you?" Duan Jia was about to say, "It has nothing to do with you," but Lang Feng interrupted her. "I can give you a massage, which can relieve your headache." "No need." Duan Jia refused coldly. She didn't want to have unnecessary physical contact with any man. If you continue like this, how are you going to work tomorrow? Just think of me as a barber in a barber shop. I'm just rubbing your head. Lung Feng looked at Duan Jia, who had a headache and felt very sad. How much pain has she endured over the years? Duan Jia was silent. She really needed enough rest. After a moment she nodded. Lang Feng walked behind her, put his hands on her head, and then squeezed gently. Lang Feng's technique and strength are extremely appropriate, even better than those of professional masseurs. Duan Jia felt very comfortable, as if a warm current was flowing through her head and throughout her body. She closed her eyes involuntarily and leaned slightly on the sofa. Lung Feng continued to massage, and after a few minutes, Duan Jia fell asleep peacefully. Lang Feng stopped what he was doing, gently picked up Duan Jia, and walked upstairs. Lung Feng, where are you? Are you still alive? Why did you abandon me? Suddenly, Duan Jia in his arms murmured in a low voice, tears rolling down her eyes. Looking at the beauty in his arms, Lung Feng's heart was filled with guilt, and her murmured words almost made Lang Feng burst into tears. After putting Duan Jia on the bed, Lang Feng covered her with a quilt and then tiptoed out of the room. The next morning, when Duan Jia opened her eyes, she felt that she had never slept so comfortably and she felt refreshed. No, wasn't I in the living room? How come? Duan Jia was feeling full of energy, when suddenly her body shook. She lowered her head quickly, and when she saw that her clothes were intact and there was nothing wrong with her body, she breathed a sigh of relief. When she went downstairs, she saw that Lang Feng had already prepared breakfast and was even braiding Duan Qing's hair. Sometimes, Duan Jia couldn't help but admire Lang Feng. This man seemed to be able to do everything. Even his technique in braiding pigtails was better than hers. Mom! Duan Qingxian shouted happily when she saw Duan Jia. After breakfast, Lang Feng drove his Lamborghini to take Duan Qingxian to kindergarten, while Duan Jia also rushed to the company. Things have already happened, now is not the time to be sad, she must find a new plan to make up for the losses. As for the employee who betrayed the company, she also has to find a way to bring him to justice. Outside the Kaiyun Group building, Chen Xiaopeng paced back and forth anxiously, and next to him, an old man in his 60s was also nervous. This old man is the founder of Chenlong Group, Chen Xiaopeng's father, Chenlong. Chen Xiaopeng authorized the theft of Kaiyun Group's business secrets, but he did not expect Duan Jia to have such powerful means. All the criminal evidence of their Chenlong Group was in her hands, which was equivalent to grasping Chenlong's lifeline. Once this evidence was exposed, he would be left with nothing, so he dared not treat it carelessly and even came to apologize in person. Buzz. The sound of a Ferrari sports car engine was heard, and Duan Jia finally arrived at the company. The first thing she noticed was Chenlong and his son. Seeing this father and son appear in front of her company, her eyes were immediately filled with anger. What were they doing? Are they here to show off? After she stopped the car and got out, she saw Chenlong and his son walking towards her with smiles that made her feel sick. The gauze on Chen Xiaopeng's head made Duan Jia confused. Was this retribution? Boss Duan, you are here. Chenlong's old face was full of smiles. Behind Chenlong, Chen Xiaopeng was also bowing his waist, acting like a servant. What are you and your son up to? Why? Do you want to see me get furious? Duan Jia gritted her teeth in anger. The appearance of the father and son made her feel sick. Seeing Duan Jia like this, Chenlong and his son were also confused, because Duan Jia seemed to be unaware of what happened last night. Could it be that the man was not sent by Duan Jia? Mr. Duan, we were wrong this time. It was all because of this brat. He actually did such a stupid thing. Please forgive us. After Chenlong finished speaking, he turned around and kicked Chen Xiaopeng hard. Chen Xiaopeng had a sad face. He said to Duan Jia, Boss Duan, it's all my fault. I have sent someone to cancel the patent for the blood pressure medicine. I also sent the employee who leaked your company's secrets to the police station. Please forgive me. What? Duan Jia was completely confused by the actions of Chenlong and his son. What was going on? Why were they so afraid of her? They even cancelled their patents. Mr. Duan, this is 5% of the shares of our Chenlong Group. Please accept it as compensation from our Chenlong Group for this incident. If you have any instructions in the future, just tell me. I will do my best to help you as long as I can. Just ask you to give our Chenlong Group a way out. Chenlong tried his best to save the Chenlong Group. 5% of the shares is equivalent to hundreds of millions of RMB, and as long as Duan Jia is willing, she can even attend the board meeting and interfere in the operation of the Qianlong Group. Qianlong will only feel relieved if Duan Jia takes over the shares, because only a fool would kill the duck that lays golden eggs. Duan Jia was just confused before, but now she was shocked. What on earth happened? Are Qianlong and his son crazy? They actually gave her 5% of Qianlong Group's shares? What's going on? Why are you like this? Duan Jia asked puzzledly. Mr. Duan, please don't ask anymore. We dare not say. Please forgive us. Qianlong pleaded. Duan Jia is also a smart person. She has already guessed that someone is helping her to teach Qianlong and his son a lesson, but who is helping her? The patent has been cancelled and the employee has been sent to the police station. Let's just forget about this matter. I don't want these shares. You can take them back. Although this 5% share is very valuable, Duan Jia doesn't want to accept something that does not belong to her. Hearing Duan Jia's refusal, Qianlong actually knelt down and said, Boss Duan, please pity me and take over the shares. Otherwise, I won't be able to eat or sleep. Don't worry, you just need to wait for the money to be divided, and you don't need to bear any other responsibilities. Duan Jia was shocked by Qianlong's behavior. She was shocked. What on earth did these people do to Qianlong and his son? After receiving the contract, Duan Jia confirmed that there were no traps in the contract, and then said, Okay, I accept it, you can leave. Thank you, Mr. Duan, thank you, Mr. Duan. Please feel free to give me any instructions in the future. And please tell that person to let us go. Qianlong and his son breathed a sigh of relief when they saw Duan Jia accepted the shares. They thanked her and left. Chapter 4 got tricked. In the president's office, Duan Jia stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, looking at the vehicles passing by with a frown on her face. Although Qianlong Group is not the strongest conglomerate in the island city, it, like Kaiyun Group, is a large group in the second tier. Although they are not as powerful as the top consortiums, they do not need to be afraid of the top consortiums, so Duan Jia really cannot imagine who could make Qianlong and his son so afraid. Moreover, why would such a capable person help her? Duan Jia asked herself, she didn't know such a big shot. Just then, a beautiful lady in a white professional suit walked in. Her name was Miling. She was Duan Jia's personal assistant and graduated from a prestigious university. President, I have checked and the patent has indeed been cancelled, and the police station has also contacted us to file a record. As for the share transfer contract, there is no problem. As long as you sign it, you will be a shareholder of Qianlong Group and own 5% of the dry shares. Miling said. After thinking about it, Duan Jia put the share contract into the safe and did not sign it immediately. At this moment, her cell phone rang. It was her mother calling. Mom, is there something wrong? Duan Jia asked. Chu Phone Group has a real estate project with us, and I hope you will be in charge of it. Duan Jia's mother is named Li Yun. She is now the chairman of the board of directors of Kaiyun Group and is in charge of the overall situation of the group. Why? Duan Jia is currently only in charge of the medical field and has never taken over the real estate aspect. She doesn't understand why she is suddenly asked to take over this project. Chu Phone Group is responsible for this project, Chu Tao. You two are old classmates, I think it will be more convenient. Mom, you should know that my relationship with my male classmates has always been bad. Duan Jia said. The real estate project will be handed over to you in the future. Just treat it as a practice this time. I'll ask my assistant to send the information over later. First Love Cafe is located on University Street opposite the Island City University. This is where many college couples go on dates. At 9:30 in the morning, there were not many customers here because many college students had classes in the morning. Lang Feng pushed the door open and walked in. A short-haired beauty wearing a t-shirt and light blue jeans was wiping the table. When he saw this girl, Lang Feng's eyes were filled with deep guilt. Brother Feng, you're here. The girl's name is Gongsun Ziyu. She is one of the partners of First Love Coffee, and she is also the sister of Lang Feng's comrade in arms. In a mission 5 years ago, her brother died in order to save Lang Feng, and Gongsun Ziyu is his only relative. After returning from the mission, Lang Feng found Gongsun Ziyu and wanted to help her brother take care of her. Because of the special nature of his identity, Lang Feng did not tell Gongsun Ziyu about her brother. In Gongsun Ziyu's eyes, Lang Feng was just a regular customer who came to drink coffee frequently. Well, give me 2 servings of double skim milk, 2 cheesecakes, and 2 cups of cappuccino. Lang Feng walked to his old seat and said with a smile. No problem, wait a moment, I'll wash my hands first. Gong Sun Ziyu is an outgoing girl, and when she smiles she looks like the girl next door. Lang Feng looked at Gong Sun Ziyu's figure, and the heartbreaking scene involuntarily emerged in his mind. If it weren't for Gong Sun Ziyu's brother, Lang Feng would have died in that horrible place long ago. It was Gong Sun Ziyu's brother who gave Lang Feng a new life and created a guardian god in this world. Tian Lang, I will help you take good care of Ziyu. No one can hurt her. Lang Feng's eyes were a little moist. He raised his head slightly, as if he was making a vow to someone in heaven. After a while, Gong Sun Ziyu put down the dessert and coffee with a smile. Gong Sun Ziyu knew Lang Feng very well. She placed one portion of food in front of Lang Feng and another portion opposite him. Although she never asked Lang Feng why he did this, she guessed that there must be someone in Lang Feng's heart that he could not forget. But she couldn't guess that the person Lang Feng couldn't forget in his heart was his brother. Brother Feng, you eat first. I'll get you a portion of coconut shredded jelly. Gong Sun Ziyu smiled sweetly, turned and left. Your sister is really nice. I would have agreed to be your brother-in-law earlier. But now it's not possible because I'm married. Lang Feng took a sip of cappuccino and said to the empty seat in front of him. While eating cheesecake, Gong Sun Ziyu brought over some coconut milk jelly. Ping pong. The shop door was suddenly pushed open with force, and the wind chimes at the door made pleasant and chaotic sounds. 4 men with murderous looks walked in and headed straight towards Gong Sun Ziyu. Gong Sun Ziyu had a puzzled look on her face. She said to the 4 people, Who are you? What do you want to do? Where is Jiang Simeng? Let her come out. The tattooed man who led the group asked Gong Sun Ziyu viciously. Jiang Simeng is a good friend of Gong Sun Ziyu and also a partner of First Love Coffee. Gong Sun Ziyu saw that this group of people came for Jiang Simeng, and her eyes were full of worry. She said, she didn't come today. Who are you? What do you want to see her for? Jiang Simeng owes my boss 1 million, and we are here to collect the debt. You'd better call Jiang Simeng and ask her to come over, otherwise this First Love Coffee will be ours. The tattooed man slammed a contract on the table. It turned out that Jiang Simeng actually used this coffee shop as collateral. Why? This coffee shop is a partnership between the 2 of us. Even if she owes you money, you have no right to rob this coffee shop. Gong Sun Ziyu was furious when she saw the contract. She didn't expect Jiang Simeng to secretly mortgage the coffee shop to a loan shark. Ha ha. We are not unkind. We will give you tens of thousands of dollars when the time comes, just as if we were buying your share. The tattooed man laughed contemptuously. Gong Sun Ziyu angrily took out his cell phone and immediately called Jiang Simeng. But only then did she realize that Jiang Simeng had blocked her. Only now did she realize that Jiang Simeng was not traveling abroad, but had run away with the loan. When this coffee shop was first opened, Gong Sun Ziyu invested 700,000 yuan, making her the major shareholder, while Jiang Simeng only invested 200,000 yuan. But Jiang Simeng actually used this coffee shop as collateral for a loan, which was clearly a scam against Gong Sun Ziyu. How's it going? Did you get through? The tattooed man snorted and laughed. We'll give you 3 days. If you can't find Jiang Simeng, we'll take over the store. You'd better prepare all the information, otherwise don't blame us for being rude. After the 4 of them finished speaking, they turned and left. Gong Sun Ziyu was angry and extremely anxious at the same time. This store was her hard work and she could not hand it over to these people. Don't worry, there will be a solution. Lang Feng's eyes were full of coldness. This group of people actually dared to bully Gong Sun Ziyu. He would never allow this. I'm sorry, Brother Feng. I need to go find Simeng to get things cleared up. Gong Sun Ziyu said to Lang Feng apologetically. Chapter 5 Are you worthy? Sitting in the car, Lang Feng watched Gong Sun Ziyu leave in a hurry. He picked up his phone and dialed a special number. Soon the call was connected and a girl's excited voice came. Boss, you finally remembered me? Did you miss me? I have a wife, why would I miss you? Lang Feng joked. Humph, that's too heartbreaking. The girl said coquettishly. Okay, check for me the location of Jiang Simeng, the partner of First Love Coffee. Lang Feng said seriously. Okay. The girl responded, and the sound of rapid keyboard tapping came from the phone. In just 10 seconds, the girl said, at Jinding Investment, the address is number 10 Zhangjiang Road. Well, I'm hanging up. Lang Feng hung up the phone, his eyes flashed coldly. Jinding Investment? This Jiang Simeng is really good at playing. Although Jinding Investment is an investment company, it is just a cover for private lending. They raise funds illegally and then oppress borrowers with high interest rates and unpredictable tricks. In Jinding Investment, a fashionably dressed girl was sitting on the sofa in the lobby. She was Jiang Simeng. Opposite Jiang Simeng, there were several men. One of the bald men was the boss of Jinding Investment, and the others were his subordinates, helping him collect debts. The few tattooed men who went to First Love Coffee before were the bald man's men. Girl, you played this skill beautifully, the bald man said to Jiang Simeng with appreciation. Jiang Simeng said happily, First Love Coffee's business is getting better and better. The daily net profit has reached more than 3,000. This month's profit is 100,000. I don't want to share such a piece of fat meat with others. If you are ambitious, I like women like you. What do you think? Otherwise, we can live together. The bald man glanced at Jiang Simeng's body and said with a chuckle. Jiang Simeng was not angry at all when she heard this. Instead, she said with a seductive look, brother who is very famous in this generation, and he has tens of millions of wealth. I would love to follow brother who. Haha, okay. Upon hearing that, brother who came directly to Jiang Simeng and sat down next to her. He stretched out his hand and hugged Jiang Simeng in his arms, with his other hand already on Jiang Simeng's leg. Congratulations, big brother and sister-in-law. Seeing this, several younger brothers hurriedly congratulated them. Brother who laughed out loud when he heard it, and was very happy. Buzz. The sound of a Lamborghini's engine sounded outside the door. Brother who and others were attracted by the sound and looked out. When a younger brother saw the Lamborghini parked at their door, he said with a smile, Boss, not only is your love luck good today, but your financial luck is also good. This is a big business coming. Why are you still standing there? Open the door and welcome the god of wealth. Brother who was also excited. Anyone who can drive a Lamborghini Urus must have assets of at least tens of millions. Those who come to him either want to invest, that is, give money to brother who, let him lend it out, and then share profits from it. Or maybe you need capital turnover. No matter which one it is, brother who can make huge profits from it. Lang Feng had just walked to the door when two of his younger brothers had already opened it. One of them even smiled and said, Brother, how can I help you? Lang Feng was a little confused by such enthusiastic service. Are the qualities of today's gangsters so high? Jiang Simeng saw Lang Feng and felt that he looked familiar, but she couldn't remember where she had seen him. Although she was a partner of First Love Coffee, she was not often in the store, so she had only seen Lang Feng a few times and didn't pay much attention to him. Brother, what can I do for you? Brother who stood up and said with a chuckle. Jiang Simeng, you are really good at playing. You used this method to kick Ziyu out. Lang Feng said coldly as he looked at Jiang Simeng lying on the sofa. When Brother Hu and the others heard this, the smiles on their faces froze immediately. They realized then that this was not the god of wealth, but someone who came to avenge Gongsun Ziyu. Who are you? Does it have anything to do with you? Jiang Simeng was a little nervous, but when she thought of people like Brother Hu around her, she was not so scared anymore. Gongsun Ziyu's affairs are my affairs. If you want to cheat her, I don't agree. Lang Feng took out a cigarette, lit it and said, Call Gongsun Ziyu now and tell her that your loan is settled and tell her not to worry. Handsome guy, you like Gongsun Ziyu? If so, why bother to meddle in other people's business? You can give Gongsun Ziyu money to open another coffee shop. Gongsun Ziyu might be so touched that she will go to bed with you. Jiang Simeng snorted and laughed, but suddenly she became terrified. A palm expanded in her pupils, and then with a crisp sound, 5 finger marks were left on her face. If you insult Ziyu, I can kill you. Do you believe it? Lang Feng's eyes were like a venomous snake. Jiang Simeng retreated in fear. She cried to Brother Hu, I am your girlfriend. If he hits me, do you care? Brother, can you give me an explanation for beating my woman? Brother Hu was still somewhat rational. Lang Feng drove a Lamborghini, which was a symbol of financial strength. Financial resources are often closely related to power. Brother Hu is not sure about Lang Feng's background. He does not want to break up with Lang Feng rashly, lest he hit a wall. You want to be my brother? Are you worthy? Get out of the way now, otherwise you will bear the consequences. Brother who is just a small leader, like an ant in Ling Feng's eyes. Fuck, I, Qianhu, am also a well-known figure in the island city. I give you face, do you think I, brother who, am easy to bully? Beat him up. Brother who also has dignity. How can he not be angry when Lung Feng humiliates him like this? If he honestly moves aside, how can he survive in the future? Following Brother who's order, several younger brothers around him immediately rushed towards Lang Feng, but soon they fell down and couldn't even get up. When Brother who saw the scene, his forehead was covered with cold sweat. He swallowed hard, reached out and took out a knife, roared, and stabbed towards Ling Feng. However, before he could get close to Ling Feng, he was knocked to the ground by an ashtray that Ling Feng picked up casually. You're so weak, what a waste of energy. Ling Feng said disdainfully, then looked at Jiang Siming who was trembling beside him. Call Ziyu now and tell her not to worry. How could Jiang Siming dare to say no? She quickly took out her cell phone and called Gongsun Ziyu, telling her that the matter had been settled and asked her not to worry. After finishing the call, Jiang Siming looked at Lung Feng fearfully and said, Is it okay? This is the transfer letter. From now on, First Love Coffee will have nothing to do with you. Lang Feng placed a transfer letter in front of Jiang Siming and said calmly. Jiang Siming read the contents of the transfer letter and said angrily, You are robbing. Robbery? Isn't that what you did to Ziyu? I have been very generous and gave you 20,000 yuan. If you don't agree, you can forget about getting the 20,000 yuan. Lung Feng's voice was icy, making people feel cold. Chapter 6 Despicable Means. At the First Love Cafe, Gongsun Ziyu had already returned to the store. After receiving Jiang Siming's reply, her worries finally dissipated. Just as she was sitting at the bar watching TV, Jiang Siming opened the door and walked in. When Gongsun Ziyu saw her, he quickly stood up and asked, Siming, are you okay? It's okay. I'm sorry for mortgaging the store without your consent. Jiang Siming looked full of guilt, but there was fear deep in her eyes. I'm glad you're okay. Gongsun Ziyu was indeed angry before, but when he heard Jiang Siming's apology, his anger dissipated. Here is the transfer letter for you. From now on, First Love Coffee belongs to you alone. Goodbye. Jiang Siming put the transfer letter on the bar and turned to leave. Gongsun Ziyu couldn't understand why Jiang Siming did this, so she quickly stopped Jiang Siming and said, What are you doing? You invested hundreds of thousands in this cafe, and you're just going to transfer it to me? Even if you want to transfer it to me, I still have to give you the money. No, this is what you deserve. Goodbye. How dare Jiang Siming ask for money? After she finished speaking, she passed by Gongsun Ziyu and walked out. Gongsun Ziyu was confused. She couldn't understand why Jiang Siming did this. Jiang Siming invested hundreds of thousands of dollars, how could he transfer it to her unconditionally? Even if they were best friends, it was impossible for them to take hundreds of thousands of dollars lightly, right? After all, Jiang Siming's family wasn't wealthy. Gongsun Ziyu called Jiang Siming again, but found that she was blacklisted again. Jiang Siming's behavior made Gongsun Ziyu even more puzzled. What on earth was going on? Not far from First Love Coffee, Jiang Siming walked to Lung Feng's Lamborghini and said fearfully through the car window, I have done what you said, can I go now? Remember, don't use such despicable means in the future. Lung Feng took out 20,000 yuan and threw it in Jiang Siming's face. The latter took the 20,000 yuan and walked away in fear. Jiang Siming never thought that Gongsun Ziyu actually knew such a powerful young master. If she had known this, she would never have dared to use this trick on Gongsun Ziyu. After Jiang Siming left, Lung Feng stretched his hand out of the car window and waved his hand gently. Soon a man in a black robe appeared beside the car. Protect Ziyu well. Unless it's an emergency, don't expose yourself. Notify me if anything happens. Lung Feng said this and flicked his fingers. Then the man in black robe disappeared, as if he had never appeared. After starting the car, Lung Feng returned to the villa and started today's housework. The villa is so big that it is not easy to clean it. He took a rag and cleaned every corner carefully. If those big shots saw the scene, they would definitely be shocked. In the bathroom, Lung Feng was washing his daughter's school uniform when his cell phone rang. After the call was connected, an expressionless voice sounded, Master, Chu Tao from Chu Phone Group took the initiative to ask to hand over the business to the mistress. According to our analysis, Chu Tao may have ulterior motives. Well, notify me if anything happens. As I said, as long as it's not an emergency, you don't need to take action. Lung Feng didn't want some people to find him, so it was better for these confidants around him to hide in the dark. Yes. After hanging up the phone, Lung Feng smiled and muttered to himself, beautiful women are always easy to attract prying eyes. Even if she is married, some people still want to interfere. But no one can touch my woman, Lung Feng. At 4:30, Duan Jia called Lung Feng and told him that she had to discuss business with Chu Tao tonight and could not come back for dinner, so she informed Lung Feng. In the Michelin restaurant, Duan Jia walked in wearing a professional suit. She glanced around and saw Chu Tao, who was wearing a well-tailored suit, standing up and said, Jia, this way. Duan Jia and Chu Tao are classmates, so she has some understanding of Chu Tao's character. When Chu Tao was in school, he was a playboy. Relying on his family's wealth, he did many infuriating things. But later he went abroad to study and the two lost contact. Duan Jia walked over, and Chu Tao stood up to pull out a chair for her, but Duan Jia stopped him and said, no, I can do it myself. Chu Tao was unmoved when he heard this. He still walked over and pulled the chair away, and said with a smile, give me a chance to be a gentleman. Duan Jia was a little unhappy with Chu Tao's behavior, but after all, she was here to discuss business with Chu Tao, so she didn't want to make things awkward. Chu Tao waited until Duan Jia sat down before returning to his seat and calling the waiter to take the order. After ordering, Chu Tao smiled and said, Jai, we haven't seen each other for many years, and you are still as beautiful as ever. I heard that you had IVF and became a mother? Duan Jia looked normal and nodded, yes, I have a daughter. I really admire you for having such courage. In fact, I have liked you since we were in school. Chu Tao looked at Duan Jia lovingly and confessed his feelings directly. Duan Jia knew that business talks with Chu Tao would not be smooth. This guy specifically asked her to be the contact person, which clearly showed that he had other intentions. She quickly interrupted Chu Tao and said, Chu Tao, let's talk about cooperation. Isn't cooperation just a matter of words? To be honest, women still need men to rely on. As long as you are willing, I don't care that you have a daughter. I am willing to form a family with you. Our two groups will join forces, and this island city will be our world. As Chu Tao spoke, he reached out to grab Duan Jia's wrist, but Duan Jia moved his hand away in time with an angry look on her face. You probably don't know yet? I'm already married. So, thank you for your kindness. I came to see you today just for work cooperation. If you don't want to talk about work today, we can make an appointment later. Duan Jia said. What? You are married? Why haven't I heard of it? Are you lying to me? Chu Tao couldn't believe it. He had checked about Duan Jia, and no one told him that Duan Jia was married. Do I need to lie to you? Duan Jia stood up, picked up the backpack beside her, and said apologetically, I still have to go back to help my child with crafts. Since Mr. Chu is not in the mood to discuss business, let's make an appointment another day. Wait. Chu Tao saw Duan Jia was about to leave, his eyes turned, and he laughed. I didn't understand it clearly before, it was presumptuous. Since you are already married, I can only give up. I'm going to the toilet, and when I come back, we will talk about business. Although Duan Jia didn't have a good impression of Chu Tao, this cooperation involved more than 1 billion yuan in funds, so Duan Jia also took it seriously. Before, Chu Tao had no intention of discussing cooperation, so she could refuse to leave. Now that Chu Tao agreed to discuss cooperation, Duan Jia had no choice but to sit down temporarily. Excuse me. Chu Tao smiled and stood up, leaving the restaurant lobby. When he was out of Duan Jia's sight, he made a phone call. Check for me, is there a man in Duan Jia's family? Chapter 7 Get out of here. 5 or 6 minutes later, Chu Tao returned to the restaurant. He said with an apologetic look on his face, I'm sorry I didn't know you were married before. Jia, don't take it to heart. Let's discuss the details of the cooperation now. Seeing that Chu Tao stopped pestering her, Duan Jia took out the contract and discussed the details of the cooperation with Chu Tao. Soon, the waiters started serving the food. Chu Tao smiled and said, let's eat something first and continue chatting later. Upon hearing this, Duan Jia had no choice but to nod. After all, this cooperation was mainly based on the Chufeng group, so their Kaiyun group had to lower its stance. At this time, the waiter was about to pour red wine for Duan Jia, but Duan Jia stopped him and said, I drink juice, not alcohol. To celebrate our pleasant cooperation, we must drink this glass of wine. Just this one glass, as a token of our appreciation. Chu Tao said with a laugh. When Duan Jia heard Chu Tao agree to cooperate, she nodded slightly and said, okay, just one cup. Shu Tao raised his glass with a cold smile in his eyes. He said softly, "Cheers to the future of our two groups." Duan Jia also raised her glass, and just as the two of them clinked their glasses, a childish voice was heard. "Mom, you're here too, what a coincidence." Duan Jia turned around in surprise, only to see Duan Qingxian looking at her with a lovely smile. "Why are you here?" Duan Jia put down her wineglass and looked at Long Feng, who was behind Duan Chang. "Bring Qingxian here to eat steak and pudding," Long Feng said with a smile. "Is this your daughter? So cute." Shu Tao's eyes flashed with anger, but he quickly hid it. He praised Duan Qingxian, and then his eyes fell on Lang Feng. "Is this your husband?" "Yes." Although Duan Jia didn't want to admit it, Lang Feng was a good shield now. "Hello, my name is Lang Feng." Lang Feng smiled and extended his hand to Shu Tao. Shu Tao glanced at Lang Feng's outstretched hand and sneered, "Our Jia is the most beautiful girl in the island city. It's too shabby for you to marry her without making any noise. As long as I feel happy, what do other people's opinions matter?" Although Duan Jia had no feelings for Lang Feng at this time. But as Lang Feng was her nominal husband, she naturally had to protect him when he was away and would not allow others to mock him. Duan Jia defended Lang Feng, which made Shu Tao even more furious. "Jia, you are so considerate. If I can find a woman like you as my wife, I will die without regrets." Shu Tao looked at Duan Jia and said something with a hint of meaning. "Then I wish you success soon." Duan Jia ignored the hidden meaning in Shu Tao's words. "Do you still want to talk about work? Do you want us to leave for a while?" Lang Feng glanced at Shu Tao with a cold look, then spoke tenderly to Duan Jia. "You go eat first. I'll come to you after you sign the contract." Duan Jia smiled. Even though she was just pretending for Shu Tao, Lang Feng felt so sweet in his heart when he saw this smile. "Since you're here, let's eat together. Waiter, take the wine away and bring up the drinks instead." When Lang Feng and Duan Qingxian appeared, Shu Tao knew that his plan had to be stopped. He had tampered with the wine. If Duan Jia drank it, something would definitely go wrong. Not only would he not be able to get her, but he would also get into a lot of trouble. Since it's already opened, let's not waste it. "Jia and Qingxian have their drinks, and I'll drink with you." "Thank you, Mr. Chu, for taking care of Kaiyun Group." Lang Feng picked up the wineglass in front of Duan Jia and raised it to Shu Tao. Shu Tao's eyes suddenly changed. If Lang Feng drank this glass of wine, he would be exposed, and he would never be able to trick Duan Jia again. "I'm sorry, I only give my wine to friends. And you are not my friend." Shu Tao took the wine from Lang Feng's hand and poured it on the ground. "Although you are married to Jia, remember that I will continue to pursue Jia." After hearing this, Duan Jia looked at Shu Tao with even more disgust. Lang Feng was not angry. He smiled and said, "Jia has many suitors, but I believe that she only loves me. If you can pursue her, you are capable." "Okay." Shu Tao was so angry at Lang Feng that he said to Duan Jia, "Jia, come to my company tomorrow and we'll sign the contract. I won't disturb your family from having dinner tonight." After saying that, Shu Tao turned around and left with the red wine. Lang Feng looked at his back with a cold light in his eyes. "Sorry to disturb you at work," Lang Feng said to Duan Jia apologetically. "It's okay, Qingxian, let's order something to eat." Duan Jia already disliked Shu Tao, and now she didn't have to eat in front of him, which was just what she wanted. Lang Feng and his family changed to another table, ordered new food, and went home together after dinner. Number 33 Fuping Manor is Shu Tao's villa. In a room on the second floor, Shu Tao was venting his anger on a model girl. Originally, he could have captured Duan Jia tonight, but he didn't expect Lang Feng to show up with Duan Jia's daughter, disrupting all his plans. More than 10 minutes later, the girl came out with an unsatisfied expression and drove away. Shu Tao came to the living room, holding a glass of red wine in his hand, with a sinister look in his eyes. "Duan Jia, you can't escape from my grasp. Tomorrow, as long as you walk into my office, I will catch you anyway. It's boring to drink alone, how about I have a drink with you?" Suddenly, a voice sounded behind Shu Tao, which startled Shu Tao. He turned around suddenly and saw Lang Feng walking towards him. "It's you!" Shu Tao looked at Lang Feng in astonishment. "It's me. Are you surprised? Unexpected?" Lang Feng had a faint smile on his lips, but his smile made people feel depressed. "Get out of here. Believe it or not, I'm going to sue you for burglary and put you in jail. There's a saying that goes, he who comes has bad intentions. Lang Feng showing up in his villa in the middle of the night must be no good, which made Chu Tao look nervous. Do you think I will give you a chance to call the police? Long Feng's smile gradually disappeared. His eyes were like a venomous snake, which made people shudder. Duan Jia is the person I love the most. I will make anyone who harms her suffer. And you actually drugged her wine and used such a despicable method to deal with her. How do you think I should punish you? How did you know? Chu Tao was shocked. He was the only one who knew that drugs were put in the wine. How could Lang Feng know that? You should accept the punishment tonight and sign the contract with Jia honestly tomorrow. If Jia is happy, your punishment will end. If Jia is unhappy, your punishment will continue. By the way, don't tell Jia that I have been here. If you mention me, you will die. Lang Feng said as he walked out of the villa. Chu Tao was confused. Where was the punishment Lang Feng mentioned? Could it be that Lang Feng was just trying to scare him? Chapter 8 Who is it? Hiss. Just when Chu Tao was wondering, he suddenly heard a hissing sound. He looked down and saw a bamboo green snake appear at his feet. Ah! Seeing the green snake, Chu Tao's hair stood up and he screamed in fear. At the same time, the green snake bit Chu Tao's ankle as fast as thunder and then disappeared quickly. Chu Tao only felt a sharp pain in his ankle, and then a feeling of numbness spread throughout his body. He wanted to call an ambulance, but found that his hands and feet were completely out of control. Soon, Chu Tao fell to the ground, and then it felt like thousands of ants were gnawing at his body. Chu Tao was in so much pain that he wanted to scream, but no sound came out. His expression became hideous and terrifying because of the pain. Soon, Chu Tao's clothes were soaked with sweat, and his eyes were filled with fear and despair. If possible, he would rather die than endure such torture. Chu Tao was extremely afraid of Lang Feng. Only now did he realize that he had provoked a terrifying guy. At 4 o'clock in the morning, the pain finally faded away and Chu Tao resumed his movements. At this time, his face was pale and his eyes were dull, like a zombie. No. I don't want to endure this kind of torture anymore. I have to please Duan Jia. Only when she is happy can I get rid of the torture. Chu Tao muttered to himself. When he recalled the pain just now, he felt extremely terrified. Chu Feng Group is one of the top financial groups in the island city, and its headquarters is located in the most prosperous area of the island city. Chu Tao arrived at the company early and arranged for someone to customize the latest contract. At 9 o'clock, the receptionist of Chu Feng Group led Duan Jia and her employees into Chu Tao's office. Seeing Duan Jia, Chu Tao hurriedly came over and said, "Mr. Duan, you are finally here. Come and sit down." Duan Jia was startled by Chu Tao's enthusiastic behavior. Thinking of what Chu Tao said last night, she thought Chu Tao was going to pursue her again. I'm afraid this contract will be difficult to sign. Duan Jia was helpless. She shouldn't be the one to negotiate this business. But since she had accepted the project, Duan Jia had to find a way to complete it. She sat down and took out the contract. "Boss Chu, this is the contract. Please take a look. If there is no problem, we can sign it now. Mr. Duan, I think there are some inappropriate aspects in the terms we discussed yesterday. This is the contract I redrafted, take a look." Chu Tao took out the contract he had prepared and placed it in front of Duan Jia. Duan Jia's expression darkened. She thought Chu Tao wanted to squeeze the interests of Kaiyun Group. But when she read the contract, her eyes widened in surprise. This contract not only did not squeeze the interests of Kaiyun Group, but it maximized the interests of Kaiyun Group. In the previous distribution plan, Kaiyun Group's profit was about 30%, but the plan proposed by Chu Tao allowed Kaiyun Group to gain 45%. In this project, Chu Feng Group is the major investor. According to Kaiyun Group's estimate, 30% of the profit is already very considerable. Now Chu Tao has given up 15% of his profits, which makes the profits of Kaiyun Group almost equal to those of Chu Feng Group. Chu Tao, are you sure this is the final version? Duan Jia handed the document to her colleagues from the legal department behind her and asked them to check whether there were any hidden traps in it. That's right. If you're not satisfied, we can split the profits between our two groups. Chu Tao said anxiously, if you have any requests, you can raise them again. As long as I can do it, there's no problem. Chu Tao, what is your purpose? The business world is profit-oriented. Could it be that the Chu Feng Group has been transformed into a charity organization? Duan Jia has been in the Kaiyun Group for a long time and has seen a lot of intrigues in the business world. This move by the Chu Feng group was so abnormal that Duan Jia had to be on guard to avoid falling into a trap. Xu Tao also knew that his behavior was too abnormal, but apart from giving Duan Jia greater benefits, he really didn't know how to make Duan Jia happy. Now Duan Jia misunderstands that there is a trap, and Xu Tao himself doesn't know how to explain it. Mr. Duan, there is no problem with the contract. A colleague from the legal department whispered to Duan Jia. Duan Jia became even more confused after hearing this. There was no problem with the contract, so why did Chu Feng group do this? Seeing Xu Tao's anxious expression and haggard appearance, Duan Jia had a guess in her mind. She looked at Xu Tao and asked, "Did someone ask you to do this?" "Mr. Duan, please stop asking. We at Chu Feng group definitely didn't set any traps for you. If you don't sign this contract, I will be in trouble. Just sign it as a favor to me." Xu Tao pleaded bitterly. When Duan Jia saw Xu Tao's expression, she already knew that this matter was definitely related to the affairs of Chunlong Group. Who is helping her? After thinking about it, Duan Jia finally thought of a possibility. Taking out a pen, Duan Jia signed the contract and then left Chu Feng Group with her own guesses. At the Kaiyun Group headquarters, Duan Jia walked into the chairman's office with the contract. Behind the desk, a beautiful middle-aged woman who looked somewhat like Duan Jia was sitting on a chair. She was Duan Jia's mother, Li Yun. Seeing Duan Jia come in, Li Yun put down the work in his hands and said with a smile, "How is the cooperation with Chu Feng Group going?" Duan Jia didn't reply, but handed the contract to Li Yun. The latter took the contract and took a look, then said in surprise, "Jia, how did you do it? You actually let Chu Feng Group give us 45% of the profit." "This was not negotiated by me, but someone secretly put pressure on Xu Tao." Duan Jia told the story of Chen Xiaopeng and Xu Tao. Li Yun listened to Duan Jia's story and fell silent. After a long while, she said with a straight face, "You suspected was him? In the island city, there should be no force that can scare Xu Tao. Only a top 100 domestic financial group like the Duan family can make them afraid." Duan Jia thought about it and felt that the person most likely to help her was his father. Duan Jia's father is the eldest son of the Magic City Duan family, and the Magic City Duan family is one of the top 100 companies in China. Both its financial resources and family influence far exceed those of the Chu Feng Group and the Chunlong Group. Even if the Duan family is willing, they can destroy the Chu Feng Group and Chunlong Group in a short period of time. It has been 23 years since we left the Magic City. In these 23 years, he has never even come to see us mother and daughter. How could he come to help you now? There must be other hidden secrets. Li Yun sneered, his eyes full of resentment. She was originally the daughter-in-law of the Duan family, but Duan Jia's father cheated on her during the marriage. In anger, she took Duan Jia away from the Duan family and came to the island city to establish the Kaiyun Group. The mother and daughter would never have thought that the person helping Duan Jia behind the scenes would be Lang Feng. Chapter 9. How is it possible? Youth Square is one of the landmark buildings of the island city. Many tourists and local residents come here to play and enjoy the magnificent sea. Lang Feng went to the First Love Coffee. Gong Sun Ziyu was a little out of shape today because he was worried about Jiang Simeng. In Lang Feng's opinion, this ending was already very good. At least Gong Sun Ziyu was not hurt by the betrayal of his friends. After a period of time, Gong Sun Ziyu will naturally forget Jiang Simeng and start a carefree life again. After leaving First Love Coffee, Lang Feng came to Youth Square. He stood by the guardrail and looked at the sea in front of him, feeling particularly happy. Tomorrow is Saturday. You can bring Qing Xin to the beach to build castles. Lang Feng looked into the distance, where there were many people playing on the beach. Duan Qing Xin has to go to school from Monday to Friday, and Lang Feng only spends a few dozen minutes with her on her way to and from school. Duan Qing Xin is on holiday on weekends, so Lang Feng can play with her all day. If Duan Jia has time, the three of them will be together, which is the happiest time for Lang Feng. Grandpa, the scenery in the island city is really nice. After the academic conference is over, let's play for a while before returning to the Magic City, okay? Next to Lang Feng, a beautiful woman in a white dress and a ponytail said to the old man next to her. The old man had white hair and a youthful face, and he had a very kind temperament. When he heard his granddaughter's words, he smiled and said, "I brought you here this time to broaden your horizons, not to take you on a trip. You can travel and broaden your horizons at the same time. Besides, this is called an academic seminar, but in fact these people just want you to give them lectures? As your granddaughter, do I need to learn from them?" the beauty said proudly. Ching, how many times have I told you? You should be humble and not look down on others. Only by being open-minded can you continue to grow. When the old man heard the words of his granddaughter Hua Qingqing, the smiling expression on his face turned serious. Okay. I understand. Hua Qingqing saw that her grandfather had a stern face and realized that she had said something wrong, so she quickly admitted her mistake. When Lang Feng heard the old man teaching his granddaughter, there was admiration in his eyes. The old man's attitude towards life was quite good. What are you looking at? Have you never seen a beautiful woman? Hua Qingqing was scolded by the old man and was feeling depressed. She saw Lang Feng looking at her with a smile on his face and thought Lang Feng was laughing at her, which made her very angry. I've seen many beauties, but I've never seen one as beautiful as you. Lang Feng was not angry, he laughed. Hua Qingqing was in a bad mood and was about to argue with Lang Feng, but after hearing what Lang Feng said, she felt that there was no reason to get angry with Lang Feng. You have good taste. Hua Qingqing snorted. Don't mind, little brother. My granddaughter is a little spoiled. Old Hua said to Lang Feng apologetically. Lang Feng smiled. It's okay, it's cute for girls to be a little spoiled. What does being cute or not have to do with you? Hua Qingqing said unhappily when she heard Lang Feng's elder tone. Help! Is there a doctor? Come and save my husband. Suddenly, an anxious voice came from not far away. Lang Feng and the other two turned around and saw a middle-aged man lying on the ground with a painful expression on his face. Seeing this, Mr. Hua quickly walked towards the patient, and Lang Feng and Hua Qingqing also walked over. Everyone, make way and give the patient enough space to ensure smooth airflow. Although Hua Qingqing is a little spoiled, she is still very serious about her work. While Mr. Hua squatted down to observe the patient's condition, she was already evacuating the onlookers. Are you a doctor? The middle-aged woman asked anxiously when she saw Mr. Hua checking her husband's condition. My grandfather is a professor at the Magic City Medical College and a national authority on traditional Chinese medicine. Provincial leaders all come to see my grandfather for treatment. Hua Qingqing said on the side. He is actually a professor from the Magic City Medical College. I heard that many of the experts at the provincial hospital are students of this hospital. All provincial leaders seek his advice. It seems he is an incredible master of traditional Chinese medicine. Ordinary people rarely know the name of Mr. Hua, but the title of professor of the Magic City Medical College and the 3 words provincial leader are enough for everyone to imagine Mr. Hua's status in the medical field. After hearing Hua Qingqing's introduction, the middle-aged woman was immediately surprised and said, Old man, please save my husband. Don't worry, he's suffering from yang qi deficiency. I'll give him acupuncture now and he'll be well soon. Old Hua reached into his pocket and took out the needle bag he carried with him. Hua Qingqing stepped forward and helped the middle-aged man up, and rolled up his shirt and shorts to expose his acupuncture points. I saw that Mr. Hua used a lighter to disinfect the needle, and then inserted the needles into the Rinzhong, Baihui, Guanyuan, Qihai, Shuihui, Gishu and other acupoints in turn. Old Hua's technique was very skillful. He chased, poked, or stabbed, and soon the middle-aged man stopped struggling, his breathing became steady, and his face became rosy. As expected of a professor at the Magic City Medical College, he is really amazing. This is truly a miracle doctor. He healed me with just a few injections. When the onlookers saw the middle-aged man being rescued, they looked at Mr. Hua with admiration and praised him. The middle-aged woman also excitedly thanked Mr. Hua repeatedly. Hua Qingqing was very happy and proud to hear everyone's praise and admiration. On the other hand, Elder Hua was very calm and did not seem complacent at all. For him, the best outcome was that the patient was out of danger, and the rest was not important. Veteran General Hua removed the needles one by one, but at this moment, Lang Feng suddenly stepped forward and pinched the middle-aged man's pulse with his fingers. What are you doing? Don't you believe in my grandfather's medical skills? Besides, do you know how to take a pulse? Hua Qingqing was very displeased when she saw Lang Feng's actions. The person was cured, but Lang Feng went up to take his pulse. Why was he doing that? Blood stasis blocks the heart meridian, and qi and blood flow backwards. Hurry up and disinfect the needle again. Lang Feng was speaking when the middle-aged man lying on the ground screamed in pain. His face was no longer the normal rosy color, but became red and was even turning purple. How so? Hua Qingqing was startled, and even old Hua was stunned for 2 seconds, then he quickly disinfected the needle. Lang Feng saw Elder Hua's actions, and his admiration grew stronger. If it were anyone else, they would be as confused as Hua Qingqing, not knowing what to do. However, Mr. Hua chose to believe Lang Feng's diagnosis at the first opportunity, even though Lang Feng was so young. The people around were also confused. Wasn't he cured? Why did it suddenly become more serious? Lang Feng took the needle from old Hua. He inserted the needle quickly and accurately. Most importantly, when Lang Feng's hand left the needle began to tremble. Seeing this scene, Elder Hua's eyes widened and he exclaimed in disbelief, "Vibrating needle, this is the legendary vibrating needle, how is it possible?" Chapter 10 Big Mouth Slaps Her. Lang Feng didn't have time to pay attention to old Hua's shock. He protected the middle-aged man's heart meridian and began to massage along his heart meridian. In just a few dozen seconds, Lang Feng was sweating profusely. At this moment, the middle-aged man started coughing violently and even spat out a mouthful of bloody phlegm. As the blood and phlegm were spit out, the middle-aged man finally breathed smoothly, and his face, which was about to turn purple, returned to normal. Lang Feng took out the needle and placed it on Mr. Hua's needle bag. The patient has high blood lipids and some malformations in his heart vessels. In addition, the blood stasis just now flowed to the malformed position, which caused the heart vessels to be blocked. Your medical skills are not bad, but this matter is beyond your ability. You don't need to blame yourself. After Lang Feng finished speaking, he walked through the crowd and headed off into the distance. "Little miracle doctor, please stay." When old Hua reacted, Lang Feng had already walked away, which made him extremely regretful. He knew very well that Lang Feng was right. He really had no idea what to do about the sudden situation just now. But Lang Feng saved the man. It was obvious that Lang Feng's medical skills were better than his. Apart from anything else, the trembling needle technique alone is what all traditional Chinese medicine practitioners dream of. Unexpectedly, I saw it on a young man today. What's his attitude? Does he think he is better than you? Hua Qingqing said angrily towards Lang Feng's back. He is indeed better than me. Elder Hua sighed, if he hadn't taken action just now, your grandfather's reputation would have been ruined for the rest of his life. Ah? Hua Qingqing was surprised when she heard what Mr. Hua said. You mean you can't cure the incident just now? It can't be cured. Elder Hua recalled Lang Feng's actions just now and said with admiration, he used vibrating needles to continuously stimulate the heart veins to maintain the heart vein function, and then used massage techniques to expel the blood stasis from the patient's body. I can't do these two methods, and even in the whole of China, I'm afraid there are not many people who can do it. He is so powerful. Hua Qingqing also studied medicine, and her qualifications were pretty good. She knew the legend of the trembling needle. Just now she just didn't want to admit that Lang Feng was better than her grandfather. Now her grandfather himself is ashamed of himself, so she can only accept this fact. There's actually a little miracle doctor hidden in our island city. I wonder which hospital he works for. The audience around began to marvel and talk. After returning to the villa, Lang Feng made himself a bowl of fried noodles. After eating, he started cleaning. When everything was over, it was almost 4 o'clock. He took a shower, changed into clean clothes, and prepared to pick up the children from school. While driving to the kindergarten, Lang Feng's cell phone rang. It was Duan Qingxuan's teacher. After answering the phone, Lang Feng asked, "Teacher Wang, what's the matter?" "Qingxian Dad, have you arrived at the kindergarten? It'll be there in 5 minutes. Well, come directly to the office when you arrive." After hanging up the phone, Lang Feng felt a little puzzled. Did Qingxian get into trouble at school? The pace quickened a bit, and a few minutes later Lang Feng walked into the kindergarten and went straight to the office. When I walked into the office, I saw Duan Qingxian sitting aside and teacher Wang was talking to the parents of another child. Lang Feng glanced around and saw that the other child had scratches on his face and his parents had very gloomy expressions. Uncle Feng. Seeing Lang Feng come in, Duan Qingxian immediately ran over with tears in his eyes. "It's okay, don't cry." Lang Feng picked up Duan Qingxian and walked towards teacher Wang. When teacher Wang saw Lang Feng coming, she said, "Qingxuan's father, Duan Qingxian had a fight with Wang Rui today, and even scratched Wang Rui's face." After hearing what teacher Wang said, Duan Qingxian buried her head in Lang Feng's shoulder, as if she was afraid that Lang Feng would blame her. "Look, my son's face is scratched like this. What do you think we should do?" Wang Rui's mother said angrily. Lang Feng gently patted Duan Qingxuan's shoulder and said softly, "Qingxian, tell Uncle Feng why you fought with the kid?" Duan Qingxian lowered her head, tears streaming down her eyes. She choked up and said, "He said I don't have a father and am a wild child." Hearing these words, the most sensitive area of Lang Feng's heart was touched. If I hadn't left at the beginning, how could Duan Qingxian have endured such ridicule? It's okay, you did nothing wrong. If someone tramples on your dignity, you must make him pay the price and let him know that your dignity cannot be insulted. Lang Feng patted Duan Qingxuan's shoulder and said softly. Hearing that Lang Feng not only did not scold him, but also praised him, Duan Qingxian straightened up. "Aren't you going to talk about me? Why should I talk about you? If he insults you and you don't fight back, then he should educate you. Lang Feng's principle in life is very simple: I won't offend others if they don't offend me. This is also the principle he uses to educate his children." For Duan Qingxian, her father was the missing piece of her childhood. Although the other party was just a child, he attacked Duan Qingxian with such words, so Duan Qingxian had to tickle him. "Well, thank you, Uncle Feng." Duan Qingxian hugged Lang Feng's neck. At this moment, she felt supported by Lang Feng. "Remember, you have a father, and I am your father. No one can bully you, okay?" Lang Feng said firmly. Although Duan Qingxian was a child, she could also feel Lang Feng's care. She hugged Lang Feng more tightly, as if she was afraid that Lang Feng would leave. "What did you say? Not only did you not educate her, but you also encouraged her to do the right thing? Look at my son's face, it's bleeding." Wang Rui's mother roared angrily. "Brother, is this how you educate your children? You don't even say sorry after hitting someone?" Wang Rui's father was a tall and strong man, with a famous watch on his hand and a briefcase beside him, looking like a big boss. Lang Feng patted Duan Qingxian, put her down, and then took Duan Qingxuan's hand. "Excuse me, both of you, how do you plan to let me educate my daughter? Should you tell her that she should swallow her anger when others insult her? You can ask my daughter to apologize, but shouldn't you first teach your son to respect others?" Lang Feng said calmly. "Did my son say anything wrong? He is just telling the truth. She just has no father, she is just a wild child." Wang Rui's mother looked at Lang Feng sarcastically and said with a smile, "You are just a cheap father. Qingxian, you have to remember that you have to have backbone. For those who don't respect you, you can just slap them." As Lang Feng was speaking, he suddenly slapped Wang Rui's mother in the face. The loud slap shocked everyone, even Wang Rui's father was stunned. No one expected that Lang Feng would start fighting as soon as he said so, and the one he beat was a woman. Chapter 11 Thank you, Mr. Duan. "Husband, why are you still standing there? He hit me," Wang Rui's mother said angrily, covering half of her face. "Parents, don't be impulsive." Teacher Wang reacted and quickly stood in the middle to stop Lang Feng and the other two from fighting. "Boy, you dare to hit my wife. Do you know what I do? Believe it or not, I can destroy you with just one phone call." Wang Rui's father pointed at Lang Feng angrily. "You can try." Lang Feng's eyes turned cold. When Wang Rui's father saw Lang Feng's eyes, fear rose in his heart. He felt as if he was being stared at by a hungry wolf. "What are you still standing there for? Call someone." Wang Rui's mother said angrily when she saw that her husband was actually frightened. "What happened?" At this moment, Duan Jiayi pushed the door open, and she immediately felt the strong smell of gunpowder between the two sides. "Mom!" Duan Qingxian saw Duan Jiayi and hurried over. "Mr. Duan." Wang Rui's father opened his eyes wide in surprise when he saw Duan Qingxian. He felt that something was not going well. "Who are you?" Duan Qingxian looked at Wang Rui's father and frowned. It was obvious that she didn't know this person. "I'm Wang Guan from Ziguang Pharmacy." Ziguang Pharmacy is the largest chain pharmacy in the island city, and they are also responsible for distributing drugs to Kaiyun Group. "What, Mr. Duan or not? I've been beaten, and you're still trying to get in touch with her? What? Are you attracted to her?" Wang Rui's mother was so angry that she almost went crazy. She was slapped in the face, and her husband actually got in touch with the other party. "Stop making trouble. This is the president of Kaiyun Group in charge of the pharmaceutical industry. If we anger her, several of our best-selling drugs will be out of stock. Will you make up for the loss then?" Wang pulled his wife and whispered. Wang Rui's mother was furious before, but after hearing her husband's explanation, she immediately wilted and stopped talking. "What's going on? Duan Jiayi asked Teacher Wang. Seeing that Duan Jiayi had the situation under control, Teacher Wang recounted what had happened. Hearing that Long Feng had actually hit someone, Duan Jiayi's eyes were full of anger. However, she also knew that Lang Feng did this to protect his daughter, so despite her anger, she did not make a scene with Lang Feng in public. It was wrong for us to hit people, but you are also responsible for this matter. We are willing to pay for the child's medical expenses. Duan Jiayi said to Wang Wang. No need. My son was the one who talked too much first. I will teach him a lesson when I return. Although Wang Guang was selling products to Kaiyun Group, the drugs of Kaiyun Group were too easy to sell. If Kaiyun Group cancelled his share, he would lose millions. Lang Feng apologized to Wang Rui's mother. You are a man after all, how can you hit a woman? Do you want to hit me just because I made you angry? Duan Jiayi said to Lang Feng with a stern face. Lang Feng knew that Duan Jiayi was just pretending for the other party. Anyway, he has already taught the other party a lesson, so it doesn't matter if Lang Feng lowers his posture. After all, Duan Jiayi is the person he loves the most. I'm sorry, I was a little impulsive just now. However, you should be careful with your words to avoid getting into trouble. After hearing Lang Feng's apology, Duan Jiayi almost cursed. Is this an apology? Why does it sound so threatening? I said the wrong thing, this is all a misunderstanding. How could Wang Rui's mother dare to pursue the matter? Just now she scolded Lang Feng for being a cheap father. What would happen if Duan Jiayi knew about this? With Duan Jiayi's intervention, the two sides shook hands and made peace. The two children apologized to each other and went to play together happily. After Duan Qingxian finished school, Lang Feng drove the mother and daughter back to the villa. Although you are protecting Qingxian, your actions are too extreme. How can you hit someone in kindergarten? When there were no outsiders around, Duan Jiayi said to Lang Feng. I was a little excited, but I won't be like that next time. Lang Feng said with a smile. Looking at Lang Feng like this, Duan Jiayi was a little angry, but also somewhat grateful. If Lang Feng ignored Duan Qingxuan's feelings, it would undoubtedly cause great harm to Duan Qingxian. Lang Feng's actions were a bit extreme, but they made Duan Qingxian know that she should protect her dignity and that someone was backing her up. Mom, don't talk about Uncle Feng. Duan Qingxian pouted, as if she was very dissatisfied with Duan Jiayi's teaching a lesson to Lang Feng. What? Were you bribed? Duan Jiayi felt a little jealous when she heard this. Has Duan Qingxian started to like this man? Duan Jiayi's heart was conflicted. On the one hand, she hoped that Duan Qingxian could feel the warmth of fatherly love, but on the other hand, she was afraid that Lang Feng would snatch Duan Qingxian away from her. When Lang Feng heard Duan Qingxian defending him, his heart was filled with sweetness. In the car, Lang Feng enjoyed the warm time with his family of 3. Back at the villa, the mother and daughter watched cartoons and played games in the living room while Lang Feng was busy preparing dinner in the kitchen. When the food was served, Lang Feng said to Duan Jiayi, I plan to take Qingxian to the beach to play in the sand tomorrow. Do you want to come with us? Playing with sand, that's great. Mom, can you come with me? Duan Qingxian became excited when she heard Lang Feng wanted to take her to play with sand. Duan Jiayi thought about it and nodded, okay, but it has to be after 9 o'clock. I need to go to the company to deal with some things. Then let's meet at the beach at 9:30 and have a buffet together at noon. Lang Feng was very happy when he heard that Duan Jiayi also wanted to play together. That's great, Mom and Uncle Feng are playing with me. Duan Qingxian clapped happily. Seeing her daughter so happy, Duan Jiayi was also very happy, but this happiness was filled with regret. Lang Feng, are you still alive? I really miss you. Duan Jiayi's eyes widened, her expression full of longing. Lang Feng sat opposite Duan Jiayi and saw the longing. Jiayi, forgive me for not being able to recognize you. If I expose myself, this peaceful life will no longer exist. Lang Feng's heart was filled with guilt. This feeling of being unable to recognize someone right in front of him drove him crazy. At 9 o'clock, Duan Jiayi coaxed Duan Qingxian to sleep. When she went downstairs, she saw Lang Feng cleaning up the messed up living room. Duan Jiayi had to admit that Lang Feng now seemed like a perfect house husband. After a brief panic, Duan Jiayi looked at Lang Feng with extreme disgust, and a voice in her heart was warning her. For money, he can be a son-in-law in name only, and he can also pretend to be a perfect man for money. Once you let your guard down, he may cheat you out of everything. These 20,000 are your salary last month, and these 5,000 are your bonus for protecting Qingxian today. Duan Jia placed the two envelopes on the coffee table in front of Lang Feng. Her voice made people feel a real sense of distance. Looking at the envelope on the table, Lang Feng felt mixed emotions, but in order to avoid Duan Jia's suspicion, he still took the money and said happily, "Thank you, Mr. Duan." Chapter 12 Other People's Wife. The next day, Duan Jia's assistant drove a Ferrari sports car to pick her up and take her to the company early in the morning. At 8 o'clock, Duan Xingxian came out dressed by herself and asked Lang Feng to braid her hair. "Uncle Feng, hurry up, I want to go to the beach early," Duan Xingxian said anxiously. "Okay, it will be done soon." Lang Feng smiled and quickened his pace. Soon he had braided two small braids for Duan Xingxian. After having breakfast with Duan Xingxian, Lang Feng drove Duan Xingxian to the beach. On weekends, there are more tourists on the beach, and some beauties in bikinis are very pleasing to the eyes. However, Lang Feng turned a blind eye to all this. He concentrated on accompanying Duan Qing in making sand piles. "Fuck, here comes the goddess. This is so beautiful. It's worth coming here today." Not far from Lang Feng, several single men looked behind Lang Feng with astonished eyes. Turning around, Lang Feng saw Duan Jia walking towards him in a sleeveless white dress. The sea breeze blew Duan Jia's long skirt, making her walk towards her like a fairy. "Mom!" Duan Xingxian saw Duan Jia and rushed over happily. "What? You all have kids? Are you sure? The child is this big now? Another wife from another family." When those single men saw Duan Xingxian calling Duan Jia mom, they all looked as if they were killed. Lang Feng could even feel that the eyes these men looked at him were full of envy, jealousy, and hatred. No matter how wary she was of Lang Feng, Duan Jia's attitude towards Lang Feng was still acceptable in front of Duan Xingxian. To outsiders, they are a happy family. Lang Feng enjoyed the peaceful time of the family of three. The happiest one among them was Duan Xingxian, whose smile was so innocent and lovely. As it approached noon, the sun began to get scorching. Duan Jia took Duan Xingxian to take a shower, then changed their clothes and came back. "Going to a buffet?" Lang Feng asked Duan Jia. "You decide." Duan Jia knew that Lang Feng knew Duan Xingxian very well. Since he chose to go to the buffet, it must be what Duan Xingxian liked. Sure enough, when Duan Xingxian heard that they were going to a buffet restaurant, he was very happy and kept saying that he wanted to eat Haagen-Dazs on the way. After parking the car in the parking lot of the North Shopping Mall, Duan Xingxian held Lang Feng's right hand in Duan Jia's left hand, and skipped into the elevator. The three of them were in a good mood, but at this moment, four young men dressed in different styles walked into the elevator, and their eyes kept scanning Duan Jia with extremely greedy expressions. Duan Jia was quite annoyed by being stared at by these four people. At this moment, Lang Feng stepped forward and blocked Duan Jia behind him, his eyes swept coldly over the four people. When the four saw Lang Feng's terrifying eyes, their original frivolous expressions disappeared and they couldn't help but feel fear. In the narrow space, the four people felt uncomfortable all over. Under Lang Feng's gaze, they felt as if a huge rock was pressing on their hearts. Bite. After the elevator opened, the four of them hurried out, not daring to look at Duan Jia again. "Damn, this guy's eyes are so scary. He must be a figure in the underworld of Island City. I was freaking scared by him and I was sweating all over. His aura was too strong." The four young men breathed a sigh of relief when they saw the elevator door close, and said with fear, "Thank you." Duan Jia knew that Lang Feng had just helped her out. Although she felt that Lang Feng was trying to please her, she still thanked him politely. "It's my duty," Lang Feng replied with a faint smile. After entering the buffet restaurant, Duan Jia and her daughter found a seat and sat down. Lang Feng then began to busily serve them various foods. During the 2-hour buffet, Lang Feng only ate a small amount. Most of the time, he was running errands for Duan Xingxian. The little girl actually ate 2 Haagen-Dazs. If Duan Jia hadn't strongly opposed it, she would have wanted to eat a third one. "Baby is full, Uncle Feng, hold me." Duan Xingxian patted her bulging belly, looking so cute. Of course Lang Feng was willing to hold his daughter in his arms. He really enjoyed the good time with Duan Xingxian. Seeing Lang Feng and Duan Xingxian being intimate, Duan Jia began to feel conflicted again. What if Duan Xingxian liked Lang Feng more than her? My daughter wouldn't be taken away by outsiders, right? When they walked into the elevator and it opened to the 3rd floor, it turned out to be the 4 young men dressed in different styles. When they saw Lang Feng, they lowered their heads involuntarily, and this time they didn't dare to be disrespectful to Duan Jia. Duan Jia was curious, is Lung Feng so scary? These four young men were frivolous and arrogant before, but Lung Feng just glared at them, and these four people still dare not look Lung Feng in the eye. Uncle Feng, I want to go to the amusement park. Duan Qingxian hugged Lung Feng's neck and said with a smile. Okay. Lung Feng's face was full of smiles. How could he look fierce at all at this moment? At 7 o'clock in the evening, when Duan Qingxian returned home, she had fallen asleep because she was too tired from playing. Duan Jia carried the child upstairs and felt sore all over after returning to the living room. Playing with the child for a whole day was more tiring than working. As soon as I sat on the sofa, Lung Feng came over with a basin of warm water. He smiled and said, "Soak your feet, otherwise you will be very tired when walking tomorrow. You don't have to be so considerate to me. No matter how much you care about me, you can never be my real husband." Duan Jia was not moved by Lung Feng's considerateness. Instead, the string of vigilance in her heart was tightened again. Lung Feng knew that Duan Jia was resisting his kindness to him, which proved that Duan Jia still loved him so deeply. He was trying to steal his woman and make him a cuckold. How about this? You give me 100 yuan and I'll give you a foot massage. I think my massage skills should be pretty good. Lung Feng placed the basin under Duan Jia's feet and said with a smile. Duan Jia couldn't deny that she felt very relaxed and comfortable after Lung Feng gave her a massage last time. Okay. Duan Jia took out her mobile phone and directly sent a red envelope of 100 yuan to Lung Feng. Lung Feng squatted down and put Duan Jia's perfect jade feet into the basin. After gently kneading, Duan Jia felt as if her whole body was electrified. At that moment, she recalled the scene of Lung Feng washing her feet. The former Lung Feng actually resembles the man in front of him. Duan Jia closed her eyes, enjoying the memories in her mind. Gradually, she was immersed in them and fell asleep unknowingly. In the dream, the beauty of the past reappeared in her mind. The man she loved deeply seemed to have become her obsession, which she could never forget. Duan Jia knew that she enjoyed the thoughtfulness that Lung Feng gave her because it could comfort her empty heart. Xu Tao said something right, women still need men to rely on. Duan Jia looks so strong, but how many people can understand her inner fragility? Chapter 13 I'll help you with it. When Duan Jia woke up, she found that it was already daybreak. She was full of energy and did not feel tired at all. No way. I slept from 7:30 in the evening to 7:30 in the morning. Did I sleep that long? No, I must not fall asleep next time. He may not touch me once or twice, but if he gets mad once, I'll be finished. Duan Jia was scared. She couldn't understand why she slept so soundly. Lung Feng carried her upstairs, but she didn't even notice it. Even if Lung Feng touches her, she won't wake up? Will this guy put drugs in the food? No, I have to be more careful next time. Thinking of this possibility, Duan Jia felt it was too horrible. Maybe her decision to find Lung Feng was a wrong one. After washing up, she changed into a professional suit and went downstairs, while Lung Feng had already started playing the nurse and patient game with Duan Qingxian. Seeing Duan Jia coming down, Lung Feng stood up and walked into the kitchen, taking out 3 bowls of millet porridge, fried eggs and bread. Where are you planning to take Qingxian today? Duan Jia asked casually while eating bread. We'll go to the cafe to eat coconut milk jelly later, then go to the ocean park, and then have pizza. Lung Feng looked at Duan Qingxian with a smile and told her his plans one by one. When Duan Qingxian heard such an arrangement, she was dancing with joy and couldn't wait. Duan Jia saw Duan Qingxian's happy expression and felt that her status had been lowered again. Duan Jia couldn't help but accept Ling Feng's method of coaxing the child. Eat less sweets. I don't want to see my daughter become a little fat girl. Duan Jia said to Lung Feng seriously. Qingxian will never become a little fat boy. Qingxian will be beautiful. Duan Qingxian pouted cutely. Since you want to look beautiful, why don't you eat the coconut milk jelly? Duan Jia negotiated with a smile. Duan Qingxian heard this and simply lowered her head to drink millet porridge, as if she hadn't heard anything. Seeing Duan Qingxian like this, Duan Jia looked helpless. After dinner, Duan Jia drove her Ferrari to work, while Lung Feng dressed Duan Qingxian up beautifully and then drove to First Love Coffee. When Lung Feng brought Duan Qingxian into the coffee shop, Gongsun Ziyu looked at Duan Qingxian in surprise. She asked Lung Feng, "Brother Feng, what is this?" "My daughter." Lung Feng said with a smile, "Give me 2 coconut milk jellies." Okay. I'll treat you today. Gongsun Ziyu looked at Duan Qingxian with fondness. Thank you, sister. You are so beautiful. Duan Qingxuan's eyes turned into crescent shapes when she smiled, which was very cute. Soon, Gongsun Ziyu brought up 2 coconut milk jellies. Come, eat. If you want to eat milk jellies in the future, come to my place, and I'll treat you. Yeah. Okay. Duan Qingxian nodded with a smile. At this moment, the door of the store was pushed open, and 2 men walked in. Gongsun Ziyu turned around and walked over with a smile on his face. What would you like to drink, both of you? Oh, what a beauty. One of the men was wearing a gold chain. When he saw Gongsun Ziyu, his eyes lit up and a wicked smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Beauty, where is your boss? Call him out. Another man also said to Gongsun Ziyu with a smile. Gongsun Ziyu had already seen that the 2 men had bad intentions, so she put away her smile and said, I am the boss, what can I do for you? Oh, and a beautiful boss. The man with the gold chain became more excited. He took out a piece of paper and handed it to Gongsun Ziyu. This is for you. Remember to prepare the money. Our boss will come to collect it tomorrow. Of course, if you are willing to sacrifice your looks, our boss will not only waive your security fee, but also protect you. Either pay money or become the boss's woman. If you don't want to pay money and don't want to sell your body, then don't hang around University Street. After saying this, the other man waved and took the other man out. Gongsun Ziyu's pretty face flushed with anger. She glanced at the notice in her hand and slammed the table in anger. Asshole, is there any law left? You are so blatantly collecting insurance premiums. What's wrong? Lang Feng walked over and asked curiously. A few hooligans want to collect insurance premiums. Gongsun Ziyu said angrily. Lang Feng took the notice and glanced at it, then chuckled. Ha, they did it very formally, they actually set up a security company. In this way, as long as they don't do anything excessive, the police station will have no reason to care about them. 2,000 a month, why don't you just rob them? Gongsun Ziyu said angrily, I'll report it to the police later. I'm afraid you've been stopped before you even got to the police station. Lang Feng said with a smile, I'll come over tomorrow to help you with this matter. Brother Feng, do you know anyone? Gongsun Ziyu asked curiously. Lang Feng smiled and said, I guess so. That's great. I'll get you another cheesecake. Gongsun Ziyu and his brother depend on each other for survival, so he has a more thorough understanding of the ways of the world. Calling the police is the only solution. Even if we can stop these people tomorrow, what about the future? If we can resolve this matter peacefully, that would be the best. After eating coconut milk jelly and cheesecake, Duan Qingxian clamored to go to Ocean Park. It was already 9:30, and because it was the weekend, many college students came here, and Gongsun Ziyu began to get busy. After saying hello to Gongsun Ziyu, Lang Feng took Duan Qingxian to the Ocean Park. Today, there were only Lang Feng and Duan Qingxian. Although they had a lot of fun, they always lacked the family happiness that comes with being a family. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Lang Feng brought Duan Qingxian, who was tired from playing, back home. Not long after, the little princess fell asleep on the sofa in the living room, with the TV remote control in her hand. Lang Feng carefully took out the remote control and then covered Duan Cheng with a small quilt. After doing all this, Lang Feng walked aside, took out his cell phone and made a call. Check the background of peak security. Yes. After hanging up the phone, Lang Feng looked at the garden outside the villa and thought, this is a good opportunity to get closer to Ziyu. Although Lang Feng and Gongsun Ziyu are very familiar with each other now, the relationship between them is just that of a shop owner and a regular customer. Lang Feng hopes that Gongsun Ziyu can treat him as an elder brother and think of him when anything happens. Last time, Lang Feng secretly helped Jiang Siming to settle the matter. This time, Lang Feng wants to make use of peak security. Not long after, the phone vibrated twice. Lang Feng took a look at the phone and saw all the news about peak security in the message. The boss of peak security is Lu Chang, who once followed Boss Nia from the southern district of the island city to conquer the world. Public security is getting stricter and stricter now, so these people are trying to find ways to transform and make money. Lu Chang bought off some connections, registered a security company, and took control of the streets near Daocheng University with the intention of collecting insurance premiums in disguised form. Lang Feng wouldn't care if this guy collected money from others. After all, cats have their own ways and mice have their own ways. But he can forget about collecting money from Gongsun Ziyu. Chapter 14 confused about the situation. In the villa, Duan Qingxian was sleeping soundly while Long Feng was wiping the floor back and forth with his butt sticking up. Living in a big villa has its own troubles. If you don't hire a cleaner, just cleaning will be exhausting. However, Long Feng really enjoyed the feeling of cleaning, because to him, this villa was his home, and the two most important women in his life lived in it. I took Duan Qingxian out to play for so long today, so I didn't have much time to clean the house. It's time to order the ingredients. Qingxian ate a lot of irritating foods today, so he should eat vegetables at night. As for Jai, she seems to have lost weight recently, which is not good. She will lose the feel for her hands in the future. Let's make another braised pork. Long Feng took out his mobile phone and started ordering fresh ingredients online. In just half an hour, the ingredients were delivered and Lang Feng had almost finished cleaning. Walking into the kitchen, there was another busy day. At 6 o'clock, the sound of the Ferrari engine was heard, and Duan Qingxian rolled over and got up. Mama's back. Lang Feng wiped his hands and handed the slippers to Duan Qingxian. Wash your hands, we'll be eating soon. Tonight we'll have your favorite braised pork and sweet and sour spare ribs. Long Feng's eyes were filled with doting. That's great. I want to eat it too. Duan Qingxian looked like he was about to drool. You can only eat a little meat, and eat more vegetables. Lang Feng bent down and smiled at Duan Qingxian. No. I want to eat meat. Duan Qingxian protested. Eat your vegetables. Eat meat. If you don't let me eat meat, I won't play with you. Watching Lang Feng and Duan Qingxian arguing, Duan Jia actually had an illusion that Lang Feng was really Duan Qingxuan's biological father. Okay, come with me to wash your hands. Eat more vegetables and less meat later. Duan Jia picked up Duan Qingxian and walked towards the bathroom. Lang Feng heard Duan Jia muttering softly, I have to eat less too. Since this guy started cooking, I have gained 5 pounds. Duan Jia said she wanted to eat less, but she didn't eat less at all. The braised pork and sweet and sour spare ribs were all eaten, but only half of the vegetables were eaten. Not only is the daughter a carnivore, but the wife is too. Fortunately, Duan Jia is the type of person who can eat a lot without gaining weight. Although she has gained 5 kilograms, her figure has not changed at all. After dinner, Lang Feng was washing dishes in the kitchen. At this time, Duan Jia came over and said, Ask Qingxian's teacher for leave. I will take her to her grandmother's house tomorrow. You can also take a break. Lang Feng felt a little disappointed when he heard this. At this moment, he felt like an outsider. If Duan Jia knew that he was the man she loved, she would definitely invite him to meet the elders together. Okay. Lang Feng nodded, and then continued, by the way, I'm going to go out for a while. Yeah. Duan Jia nodded, and went to play with Duan Qingxian. At 8 o'clock in the evening, Lang Feng said hello to the mother and daughter, and then drove away from the villa in a Lamborghini Urus. Flying Disco is located in a prosperous area in the South District. It is Lu Chang's most profitable industry, so it has become his base camp. Every night, Lu Chang would drink and pick up girls in the place. Brother Chang. The noisy electronic music vibrated the eardrums. Lu Chang was sitting with a few of his younger brothers in an imperial booth on the second floor of the disco. Just then, 2 men who went to First Love Coffee today came over. Sit down. How's the matter going? Lu Chang was nearly 40 years old. He was smoking a cigar and leaning lazily on the sofa. Everyone has been notified. Brother Chang will go and collect the money tomorrow. Brother Chang, there is a First Love Coffee in University Street. The owner of this coffee shop is a very beautiful girl. I have already asked around and she is still single. The man with the gold chain chuckled. Hearing this, Lu Chang sat up straight, his eyes brightened. There is such a thing? It's really beautiful? This is true. Although the girl has short hair, her figure and looks are first class. Another person laughed. Ha ha. Now that you say that, I feel a little excited. Lu Chang laughed, and the other brothers also laughed. Brother Chang, right? At this moment, a voice interrupted the laughter of several people. Lu Chang looked up and frowned at the person who was speaking. Yes, who are you? I have something to talk to you about. The person who came was none other than Lang Feng. Talk to me? Do you have the qualifications? Who do I know you to be? Lu Chang looked at Lang Feng with disdain and sarcastically said mercilessly. Lang Feng smiled when he heard this. He said, "It doesn't matter if you don't recognize me now. You will remember my name soon, and you will be afraid of this name. Boy, you are here to cause trouble." Hearing Lang Feng's words, the 6 younger brothers around Lu Chang stood up and made a gesture to surround Lang Feng. "Boy, who the hell asked you to come here? Do you know whose territory this flying discotheque belongs to?" Lu Chang took a puff of his cigar, exhaled the smoke leisurely, and sneered. "Boss, why waste time talking to him? Take him to the small dark room and beat him up first," said the man with the gold chain. "Well, take him away." Lu Chang didn't want to take action here, so as not to cause a commotion and affect his ability to make money. "Kid, you'd better not move, otherwise my knife will be sharp." Behind Lang Feng, a young man held a dagger against Lang Feng's waist and threatened. Lang Feng chuckled, then followed everyone up to the 3rd floor. "Go in." The young man behind him pushed Lang Feng into a room. The room was spacious and there were only a few sofas inside. After Lang Feng stood firm, Lu Chang walked in. He sat on the sofa and smiled at Lang Feng, telling, "Who sent you here? It's impossible that you were the only one sent here to cause trouble, right? Where are the others? Don't think too much. No one ordered me to do this. I came to you on my own." Lang Feng glanced at the younger brother beside him and said, "Forget it. I'll get rid of your people first, and then have a good talk with you. Otherwise, you won't understand the situation and your position." Arrogant. Several younger brothers became furious upon hearing this and rushed towards Lang Feng. "I haven't seen such a crazy boy for a long time. Unfortunately, he is brave but not wise. He thinks my men are vegetarians." Lu Chang is very confident in the 6 people around him. These 6 people are all good at fighting, and one of them is even the 3rd place winner of the provincial Sanda competition. Bang bang. Just when Lu Chang was full of confidence, he opened his eyes wide in shock. His 6 men didn't even last 3 seconds before they were knocked to the ground, and they even lost the ability to get up and fight again. Damn it! Lu Chang was horrified and quickly ran to the door, intending to call his men outside to protect him. Chapter 15 Xiaoqiang is really nice. But before he could open the door, Lang Feng grabbed his collar, and then he felt his body flying up. Before he could react, he groaned in pain. Lu Chang's body hit the wall directly and then fell to the ground. He was so dizzy that his body was about to fall apart. Damn! Do you know who I am? In Island City. If you mess with me, you're looking for death. Lu Chang curled up in pain, speaking arrogant words intermittently. Lang Feng walked step by step to Lu Chang's side, then he stepped on the back of Lu Chang's hand and exerted great force. Ah! Lu Chang screamed like a pig being slaughtered, but unfortunately the music downstairs was too loud and no one could hear the scream. My eldest brother is Boss Nia. The entire South District belongs to us. You are courting death. Lu Chang gritted his teeth and roared, still using his background to scare Lang Feng. Lang Feng's expression remained unchanged. Who was Boss Nia? Did he take him seriously? The force on his feet increased, and Lu Chang was in so much pain that he cried in snot. He finally realized that Lang Feng didn't care about his identity at all, and didn't take Boss Nia seriously. Ah, it hurts. I was wrong, I won't do it again, please let me go. Lu Chang finally couldn't help it and cried for mercy. He really couldn't imagine that in this island city, there was a young man who dared not give face to Boss Nia. I've already realized this, so why should I suffer like this? Lang Feng moved his feet away and sat down on the sofa. Lu Chang's hands soon became numb and he could no longer feel the pain. He looked at Lang Feng fearfully and lowered his posture and asked, "Brother, how did I provoke you? The owner of First Love Coffee is my sister. You collected insurance premiums from her and made fun of her, which makes me even more unhappy." Lang Feng said coldly with a fierce look in his eyes. Upon hearing this, Lu Chang secretly groaned. He never expected that a small owner of a coffee shop would have such a cruel brother. Don't worry, brother. We won't charge her the insurance premium. We apologize for the verbal offense before. Lu Chang said quickly with a very good attitude. Lang Feng snorted, staring at Lu Chang and said, "I know you are not convinced and want to put me off so that you can gather people to beat me up. But it doesn't matter. I'll give you this chance. I'll wait for you at First Love Coffee tomorrow morning. But don't blame me for not reminding you. As long as you have the idea of taking action, you will be in trouble." No. Absolutely not. Lu Chang shook his head like a rattle. He was secretly surprised. Where did Long Feng get his confidence from? Since he saw through his intentions, he was still so confident. Tomorrow I hope someone will cooperate with me in a play, the content of which is that we are brothers, and for my sake, I won't charge you for the insurance premium for First Love Coffee. Okay, I will definitely cooperate with you with all my strength. Lu Chang nodded. Lang Feng smiled, turned around and walked out, disappearing from Lu Chang's sight. Brother Chang, are you really going to listen to him? The man with the gold chain asked, climbing up despite the pain. Humph. You want to scare me? Did I grow up to be scared? Call me, gather all the brothers, and wait at University Street tomorrow. Lu Chang said angrily, I want to see how capable he is. He actually doesn't take me, Lu Chang, seriously. Yes. Several confidants immediately took out their mobile phones and started looking for someone. But at this moment, Lu Chang suddenly screamed like a pig being slaughtered. Everyone looked over in shock, only to see that one of Lu Chang's fingers was missing, and only blood was constantly flowing out. What happened? Who did it? Everyone looked around in horror, but the room was filled with their own people, no outsiders. Lu Chang covered his fingers in pain, his eyes full of horror. Only then did he remember Lang Feng's warning. As long as he had such thoughts, he would be in dire straits. The most terrifying thing is that none of them knew what happened. They didn't even know where the severed finger was. If it wasn't the finger that was cut off, but the throat. Thinking of this possibility, Lu Chang became truly frightened and dared not disobey Lang Feng's arrangements. The next morning, Duan Jia took Duan Qingxian to visit Duan Jia's grandmother. Lang Feng cleaned up the house and drove to First Love Coffee. Brother Feng, you're here. Gongsun Ziyu breathed a sigh of relief when she saw Lang Feng. She was afraid that Lang Feng would brag and not come to help today. If Lang Feng doesn't dare to come, she can only choose to call the police. I checked yesterday and found out that I know the boss of Peak Security. Don't worry. Lang Feng said with a smile. Really? That's great. I'll treat you to lunch today. Gongsun Ziyu said happily. Okay, then I won't be polite. Lang Feng laughed. Just then, Lu Chang pushed the door open with his 4 younger brothers. When they saw Lang Feng, they all looked afraid. Brother, why are you here? Lu Chang suppressed his inner fear and walked towards Lang Feng with a smile on his face. Xiao Chang, long time no see. I heard that you opened a security company? Lang Feng also pretended. When Lu Chang heard Lang Feng's name, he felt very depressed. In the past, only Boss Nia dared to call him that. Just to make a living. Lu Chang said with an awkward smile. This is my sister's store. Are you here to collect insurance premiums? How is that possible? Your sister is my sister, why would she need any insurance premium? Lu Chang said quickly. Xiao Chang is very kind. Lang Feng patted Lu Chang's shoulder, then looked at Lu Chang's hand and said, What's wrong? Why is there still one finger missing? Accident, I accidentally chopped off a bone while cutting it. Lu Chang shuddered and laughed dryly in fear. Lang Feng's eyes were slightly cold, be careful next time. Cutting off a finger this time is a minor injury, but cutting off the neck is the end. Yes, yes. Lu Chang was sweating all over, and his clothes were soaked in an instant. He said quickly, I have something else to do, so I'll take my leave first. Please rest assured that no one will dare to disturb your sister here. Seeing Lang Feng nod, Lu Chang fled with his men. Gongsun Ziyu looked at Lang Feng in amazement. She said admiringly, Brother Feng, this guy seems to be very afraid of you. I'm just a house husband. What do I have to be afraid of? Lang Feng laughed. I don't believe that you are just a house husband. But it doesn't matter. You helped me a lot today and saved me a lot of insurance premiums, so tell me, what kind of meal do you want to eat? Gongsun Ziyu knew that people need to keep a distance when getting along with each other, so she didn't ask too much about Lang Feng's background information. Lang Feng helped her solve the insurance premium problem, which not only saved her trouble, but also saved her 20,000 to 30,000 yuan a year, so it was a must to invite Lang Feng to dinner. The guest follows the host's wishes. I will eat whatever you offer me. Okay, let's eat seafood. By the way, do you want to report to your sister-in-law? To avoid misunderstanding? Gongsun Ziyu joked. Chapter 16 Comparing Wealth. Mingyue's Seafood City is not a star-rated restaurant, but it is very famous in the island city. Every day at mealtime, People need to queue up to get a number. Lang Feng and his partner arrived here at 11 o'clock, only to see that the parking lot was almost full. Fortunately, there were still a few empty tables inside, so the two of them didn't have to queue outside. Stir-fried crab roe with green onions, stir-fried clams with spicy sauce, abalone with sauce. Gong Sun Ziyu ordered 6 or 7 dishes in a blink of an eye, and then said to Lang Feng, "Brother Feng, order a few more." "More order? I'm afraid you can't finish all of this," Lang Feng said in surprise. Gong Sun Ziyu said, "Can seafood fill you up?" "Of course we have to order 2 main dishes." Lang Feng was speechless. Gong Sun Ziyu's words seemed to be correct. "Gong Sun Ziyu, it's really you." Just as Lang Feng took the menu and prepared to order, a surprised voice rang out. Gong Sun Ziyu looked up and saw a pretty girl holding the arm of a young man. It was this girl who had spoken just now. "Mei Qian. It's you," Gong Sun Ziyu said with a smile. "Long time no see. Is this your boyfriend?" Yi Meiqian looked at Lang Feng and asked Gong Sun Ziyu. "This is Brother Feng, my friend but not my boyfriend." Gong Sun Ziyu explained with a smile, and then introduced Lang Feng. "This is Yi Meiqian, my college classmate." Lang Feng and the other person greeted each other, and Yi Meiqian said, "There are no seats left now, do you mind sharing a table?" "Brother Feng." Gong Sun Ziyu felt a little embarrassed. After all, he was inviting Lang Feng to dinner, and it would be impolite if Yi Meiqian and the other two joined in. "It doesn't matter, let's do it together," Lang Feng said. Seeing Lang Feng agreed, Yi Meiqian and her boyfriend sat down, and her boyfriend said, "I'm Meiqian's boyfriend, Xu Xiaojie. I'm very happy to meet you two today, why don't I be the host today?" "No need. Today I want to thank Brother Feng for helping me. If I ask you to treat me, I won't be able to repay the favor." Gong Sun Ziyu didn't want to take advantage of others, so he refused. "Suyu, don't be polite to him," Yi Meiqian said with a smug smile on her face. "My boyfriend is a manager at Shufeng Group. He earns more than 30,000 yuan a month, and a meal doesn't cost much. By the way, Suyu, what are you doing now?" Gong Sun Ziyu is not stupid. How could she not hear the bragging in Yi Meiqian's words? "I was very happy to see my old classmates just now, but now I feel disgusted. A coffee shop opened on University Street, across from our alma mater." Gong Sun Ziyu chuckled. "You're your own boss now. How's the business? Can you make 10,000 a month?" Yi Meiqian looked a little embarrassed when she heard that Gong Sun Ziyu opened his own coffee shop. "The performance is okay. I make only 50,000 to 60,000 yuan a month. I'm alone now and it's a bit tiring. I'll find a few employees in a few days so that I can be more relaxed." Gong Sun Ziyu is not someone who will suffer a loss. "You show off in front of me and make me uncomfortable, so I will make you even more embarrassed." Sure enough, Yi Meiqian's expression turned pale. She didn't expect Gong Sun Ziyu to be doing so well. Xu Xiaojie was just feeling complacent. After all, a monthly salary of 30,000 was already pretty good. But now, Gong Sun Ziyu made him feel ashamed. The benefits are indeed very good. "I will be promoted next month, and my monthly salary will be almost the same as yours." Xu Xiaojie tried to save some face for himself. Upon hearing this, Yi Qianmei quickly helped. Shufeng Group is the property of Uncle Xiaojie. As long as he does well, it is possible for him to earn a monthly salary of 100,000 in the future. "I really envy you for finding a boyfriend like this." Gong Sun Ziyu had already won back a point, so she didn't bother to argue with Yi Qianmei anymore. After ordering the dishes, Yi Qianmei looked at Lang Feng and asked curiously, "Brother Feng, do you want to pursue Ziyu?" "I have a wife and children," Lang Feng replied with a smile. "It seems like Brother Feng must be very successful in his career," Yi Qianmei said. Lang Feng shook his head. "I don't have a career, I'm just a house husband." "Ah?" Yi Qianmei said in disbelief. "No way? Could it be that your wife makes money for you to spend?" Lang Feng didn't have a good impression of Yi Qianmei. She was too money-minded. Lang Feng didn't want to give a proper answer to his question, so his words sounded more like teasing Yi Qianmei. "That's why I understand it." Lang Feng took a sip of his drink and nodded. "Brother, I'm not saying anything bad about you. But a man should have his own career. How can he rely on a woman for support?" Xu Xiaojie finally found an opportunity to show off his superiority. He said with contempt in his eyes, Lung Feng sighed upon hearing this, and seemed very depressed. I also want to make a living by my ability, but the conditions do not allow it. My wife makes too much money, I really can't make more than her, so I can only rely on my looks to make a living. Really? I'm curious, how much money does your wife make? 100,000 a month? Yi Qianmei didn't expect a man to be so self-righteous about living off his wife, and said sarcastically. Gongsun Ziyu felt sad when he looked at Yi Qianmei and her husband. These two people always wanted to rely on money to show their status, but they chose the wrong person. Apart from anything else, the Lamborghini Urus that Lung Feng drives is enough to make them struggle for the rest of their lives. Lung Feng shook his head. 100,000? My wife earns 100,000 in an hour. What? Yi Qianmei and Chu Xiaojie thought they had heard it wrong. Earning 100,000 yuan an hour? What does that mean? Even if we calculate it based on 8 hours, that's 800,000 yuan a day, more than 24 million yuan a month, and 300 million yuan a year? Ha ha! Brother Feng, you are so humorous. Could it be that your wife is the president of a listed company? Chu Xiaojie said sarcastically, there should be a limit to bragging. Oh, I knew you wouldn't believe it. Forget it, let's not talk about money, it's boring. Lang Feng saw the waiter starting to serve the dishes, and he didn't bother to pay attention to the couple and started eating. Gongsun Ziyu gave Lang Feng an apologetic look. She didn't expect her classmate to become so snobbish. All they talk about is comparing wealth. It was supposed to be a happy day, but it was ruined by these two people and became extremely depressing. After the meal, Gongsun Ziyu insisted on going Dutch with Chu Xiaojie, as she didn't want to take advantage of Chu Xiaojie. Ziyu, do you want to go out and play together? Yi Qianmei and the other two asked behind Lung Feng and Gongsun Ziyu. Gongsun Ziyu didn't have a good impression of Yi Qianmei, and immediately refused. No, I have to go back to open the store, let's make an appointment later. As they talked, the four of them walked out of the hotel. Chu Xiaojie pressed the car key, and an Audi A4 lit up. He smiled and asked, where are you going? Do you want me to take you there? Lung Feng took out the key of the Lamborghini and pressed it, and the Lamborghini Urus next to the Audi A4 lit up. Suddenly, Chu Xiaojie and Yi Qianmei's faces turned green. No need, we'll drive ourselves. Lung Feng smiled. He took Gongsun Ziyu into the Lamborghini and drove away. Chapter 17 Simple Task. Gongsun Ziyu must be kept by this guy, otherwise how could she have the money to open a coffee shop? Yi Qianmei felt extremely unbalanced. Why did Gongsun Ziyu live better than her? Damn! Chu Xiaojie was also extremely unhappy. Today was really embarrassing. Change the car quickly, at least get a Range Rover. Yi Qianmei turned and said to Chu Xiaojie. Chu Xiaojie looked sad when he heard this. Dear, this Audi was bought with a loan. How can I afford a Range Rover? Go find your cousin. If you want to borrow a few 100,000 from him, how could he not lend it to you? I tell you, if you don't change to a Land Rover Range Rover, I will find someone else. Yi Qianmei got into the Audi angrily. In terms of wealth, Sanchur Group is not the top consortium in the island city, and it is not even as good as Kaiyun Group. But because of its ability to cover both black and white, it has an extraordinary influence in the island city. The chairman of Sanchur Group is none other than the boss that Lu Chang used to follow, Boss Nia. Although Boss Nia has cleaned up his name, he still controls the gray area in the southern part of the island city. By utilizing the means in the gray area, his business empire has expanded rapidly. Especially real estate projects, which are getting bigger and bigger. Boss Nia is in his 40s and looks very ordinary, but there is a fierce temperament between his eyebrows that makes people afraid. Bang bang. There was a knock on Boss Nia's door, and then Lu Chang walked in. Boss Nia, who was sitting in the boss chair, saw Lu Chang and laughed. Xiao Chang is here. As soon as he finished speaking, Boss Nia's eyes were attracted by Lu Chang's hand wrapped in gauze. What's wrong with your hand? A finger was cut off, Lu Chang said bitterly. What? Who did it? You dare to touch my brother, Boss Nia? You want to die. Boss Nia is very loyal. The brothers who conquered the world with him are now worth tens of millions and live a comfortable life. Brother, I came here today to remind you that there is a person in this island city who you must not mess with. Lu Chang was really scared by Long Feng. He came to see Boss Nia today, not because he wanted Boss Nia to help him, but because he was afraid that Boss Nia would come into conflict with Ling Feng one day. Is there anyone in this island city that I can't mess with? Boss Nia said with great displeasure when he heard this. Lu Chang knew that Boss Nia would not accept this. After all, 1/4 of the gray area in the island city is now in Boss Nia's hands. Lu Chang held up his severed finger and recounted what happened last night. There was absolutely no one else in the room at the time. I still don't know how my finger got broken. So weird? Boss Nia frowned, somewhat unconvinced. While the two were chatting, Boss Nia's secretary came in and said softly, "Chairman, a man named Bloodknife wants to see you." Upon hearing this, Boss Nia said, "Let him in." Not long after, a young man in a leather jacket walked into the office. Standing there, he gave people an extremely cold feeling. "Are you Bloodknife?" Boss Nia stood up and looked at the young man in front of him curiously. "Tell me, what's the mission?" Shui Dao did not answer Boss Nia's question, he went straight to the point. "Kill this woman." Boss Nia took out a photo from the drawer and placed it on the table. "Duan Jai?" Lu Chang asked in surprise when he saw the photo. Boss Nia glanced at Lu Chang, who shut up and said no more. Bloodknife picked up the photo and smiled evilly. "I didn't expect she was a beauty. It's a pity to kill her so easily. I just want to see her die. As for how she dies, you have the final say." Old Master Nia said. "I'll give you the results within 3 days." Shui Dao said, and left with the photos. After Bloodknife left, Lu Chang asked Boss Nia, "Boss, why did you suddenly attack this woman?" "That's what the higher-ups meant. Don't ask too many questions. Just pretend you don't know about this matter," Boss Nia said seriously. After returning to the villa from First Love Coffee, Lung Feng started today's housework. He was busy until 3:30 in the afternoon, when he finally took some time to sleep. At 5:30, the sound of a Ferrari engine was heard outside. Lung Feng sat up from the sofa and saw Duan Jia and Duan Qing getting out of the car. As soon as Duan Qingshan got off the car, he ran in happily and shouted, "Uncle Feng, we are back." Duan Qingshan threw herself into Lang Feng's arms, and Lang Feng picked her up. "Are you having fun?" Duan Qingshan shook his head and said, "It's boring. The adults are talking and no one is playing with me." "Hasn't the meal been cooked yet?" Duan Jia asked in confusion as she didn't smell any food. "I thought you wouldn't come back to eat, so I didn't cook. But it doesn't matter, the meal is quick." Lang Feng turned on the TV for Duan Cheng and took out the reserved ingredients from the refrigerator. In just half an hour, 4 dishes and a soup were served on the table. Duan Jia and Duan Qingshan seemed to have not eaten for a day. They finished the 4 dishes and 1 soup in no time. "Didn't you have lunch?" Lung Feng asked puzzledly. "I'm so angry that I'm full of energy. How can I eat?" Duan Jia said depressedly. Lang Feng was about to ask what was going on, but he knew that if he asked, Duan Jia would retort to him, "It has nothing to do with you." Anyway, this is a family conflict, so Lung Feng didn't ask any more questions. After dinner, the mother and daughter watched cartoons and played games in the living room. Lung Feng was washing dishes when the phone rang. When I answered the phone, a cold voice came from inside. "Boss, there is a killer watching outside the villa. He may be targeting the mistress." "Killer?" Lung Feng's expression turned cold. He said, "I know. I'll go meet him later." "Boss, you don't have to do this little thing yourself. I will personally eliminate anyone who threatens the safety of them and their daughter." After hanging up the phone, Lung Feng pretended nothing had happened and continued to wash the dishes. After that, he played with Duan Qingshan for a while, and then the mother and daughter went upstairs to wash up. Lang Feng then stepped out of the villa. "I didn't expect it to be a young hot mom. Such women are more attractive." After receiving the task, Shui Dao rented the villa opposite Duan Jia. At this time, he was watching the movements in Duan Jia's villa with a telescope. He naturally saw Lang Feng leaving the villa, but he didn't take Lang Feng seriously. He thought Lang Feng was just out for a walk and didn't expect that his presence had been discovered. "There's not even a bodyguard. This mission is too easy. I will take action tonight, capture this woman in this villa, and then kill her." A cold-blooded smile appeared at the corner of Shui Dao's mouth. To him, this assassination was just a game. "Is it really okay to spy on our family here?" "Who?" Shui Dao's body suddenly tensed up, and a bloody dagger immediately appeared in his hand. When he turned around, he saw Lang Feng sitting on the rattan chair behind him. Chapter 18 I'll give you a pleasure. Cold sweat streamed down Shui Dao's forehead. He stared at Lang Feng with eyes like a poisonous snake, and his heart was extremely shocked. As a killer, it is a terrifying thing to be attacked silently. If Lung Feng hadn't spoken, his throat might have been slit. Just now he watched Lung Feng leave the villa, but he didn't expect Lung Feng to appear behind him. He couldn't figure out when he was exposed. He had previously thought that this was an extremely simple task because there was not a single bodyguard in the villa. Now he realized that the best bodyguard was actually the target woman's husband. This man was able to sense his presence and even came behind him silently, which was enough to show how terrifying Lung Feng was. "You can't escape anyway, and you can't beat me, so why are you so nervous?" Lung Feng said with a smile. Hearing this, Xue Dao almost spat out a mouthful of blood. He angrily said, "I admit that you are dangerous, but if I want to leave, no one can stop me. Besides, if I fight to the death, it is not certain who will win." "Really? Then you can start. We'll talk after I've crippled you." Lung Feng lazily lay on the rattan chair, looking at Blood Knife teasingly. Xue Dao is also a very powerful figure in the killer world. He tried to calm himself down, and then suddenly rushed out, attacking Lung Feng like a cheetah hunting its prey. Ha! The bloody dagger in Xue Dao's hand drew a bloody mark, and he actually threw the dagger towards Lung Feng as a hidden weapon. Facing the dagger that was as fast as lightning, Lung Feng remained calm. Just when the dagger was about to pierce his throat, it was suddenly clamped by Lung Feng's 2 fingers. How could it be? Xue Dao's eyes narrowed, and at this moment, he saw Lung Feng's wrist tremble, and then his dagger suddenly came towards him. The speed of the dagger was so fast that before Xue Dao could react, he felt a sharp pain in his shoulder. Ah! Xue Dao screamed. He felt as if his shoulder was pierced directly. He stopped and saw blood everywhere. On the wall behind him, only the handle of a bloody dagger was left shaking violently. "Devil! You are a devil!" Xue Dao retreated in horror, having completely lost the will to fight. How can one person have such strong wrist strength? The dagger actually pierced his shoulder bone, and the blade sank into the concrete wall. "Bloody dagger, are you from the bloody mercenaries?" Lung Feng stood up with a faint smile on his face. "Since you know my identity, you should also know that I would never betray my employer's information even if I die." Xue Dao covered his shoulder with his hands, blood flowing out from between his fingers. "No, you will tell it." Lung Feng reached into his pocket and took out a golden plate with the word holy on it. "Holy, holy order." Xue Dao's voice trembled and his eyes were full of disbelief. He was so lucky as to see the legendary Holy Order. "Can you tell me now?" Lung Feng said. "Boss Nya from the Sanshur group." Xue Dao knew very well what the Holy Order represented. If he didn't tell them, their bloody mercenaries would no longer exist. He never thought that a seemingly simple mission would provoke the most terrifying existence in the world. If the leader of the bloody mercenaries knew that this matter was related to that organization, he would kill Boss Nya directly. "Well, I'll give you a quick death." Lung Feng turned and left, with despair in his eyes, but Xue Dao still said to Lung Feng's back, "Thank you." When Lung Feng's figure disappeared, a black figure appeared silently behind Xue Dao. With a puff, Xue Dao's temple was pierced and he lost consciousness in an instant. Back at the villa, Lung Feng saw Duan Jia sitting on the sofa. When she saw Lung Feng coming back, she asked, "Did you go out?" "Well, let's go out for a walk." Lung Feng nodded. "Come with me to my grandma's house in a few days. This is not within the scope of the agreement. I will give you extra money," Duan Jia said. "No need, just consider it a free service." Lung Feng smiled. Duan Jia smiled when she heard this. "Are you sure?" "I plan to give you 10,000 yuan. 10,000. Although Lung Feng didn't care about this little money, he entered Duan Jia's life for the purpose of making money. If he showed indifference even for 10,000 yuan, Duan Jia would probably be more wary of Lung Feng. So Lung Feng pretended to be embarrassed. "It seems that this trip will be very heartwarming. In this case, I won't be polite." "Yeah." Duan Jia stood up and went upstairs. Lung Feng said at this time, "Do you want me to massage your feet?" Duan Jia paused after hearing this. He really wanted to continue to experience that comfort and reminisce about the past, but he was afraid that Lung Feng would take advantage of him if he fell asleep, so he refused and said, "No." "Oh, he's too wary. It's hard to do anything." Lung Feng sat on the sofa depressed. He took out his cell phone and asked his men to send him Lu Chang's phone number. In the morning, Lung Feng watched Duan Jia leave the villa. His men secretly protected Duan Jia, and he was very relieved. Uncle Feng, come here and apply perfume on me. I'm going to be late for school. Duan Qingxian shouted anxiously as she watched Lung Feng watch Duan Jia leave. There's still time. Lung Feng walked over, picked up the skin care cream and applied it to Duan Qingxian. Uncle Feng, my mother is beautiful, right? Do you want me to plead for you so that you can sleep with my mother? Duan Qingxian said with a grin. You are so young, what a mess you are thinking about. Lung Feng flicked Duan Qingxian's head, and Duan Qingxian laughed even more happily. After sending Duan Qingxian to kindergarten, Lung Feng called Lu Chang. Hello, who is that? Lu Chang was still sleeping soundly. His sweet dream was disturbed. He was in a bad mood and his tone was angry. I'll give you half an hour. I'll wait for you downstairs of Sancher Group. Lang Feng said and hung up the phone. When Lu Chang heard the voice on the phone, he sat up straight abruptly. His action startled the beautiful woman beside him. Brother Chang, what's wrong? Go to sleep. Lu Chang jumped out of bed in a hurry and put on his clothes in a panic. Although Lang Feng did not mention his name, his voice was like a curse, which made Lu Chang feel cold in his heart. What is this evil star going to do? I didn't provoke him. Sancher Group is the headquarters of Bosnia, and the security work here is very good. The security guards in the hall are all veterans in fighting and are extremely ruthless. Lang Feng could have just charged in directly, but he didn't want to attract too much attention, so he found Lu Chang. He knew that Lu Chang was Bosnia's brother, and with his leadership, they could reach Bosnia directly. Lang Feng had just gotten out of the car when he saw a Range Rover parked. Lu Chang ran to Lang Feng in a panic and said, Master, did I do something to upset you again? Yesterday, you came to see Bosnia? Lang Feng lit a cigarette, took a light puff, and spoke calmly. Chapter 19 Peace is the most valuable. Ah! Lu Chang couldn't help but tremble when he heard this. He was afraid that Lang Feng would misunderstand him, so he quickly said, Master, I didn't complain to Bosnia. I just reminded him that there is someone in the island city that he must not provoke. I didn't even reveal your information. Unfortunately, your reminder didn't help him. Take me in to see him. Lung Feng said. Master, did Bosnia offend you? This must be a misunderstanding. Seeing that Lang Feng was going to cause trouble for Bosnia, Lu Chang hurriedly spoke up for Bosnia. Lung Feng didn't say anything, but just looked at Lu Chang coldly. The latter was frightened by Lang Feng's eyes and dared not speak anymore. Brother Chang is here. The security guard in the lobby saw Lu Chang and greeted him hurriedly. Lu Chang responded with some embarrassment, then took Lang Feng to the elevator and went upstairs. As soon as he reached the door of Bosnia's office, he heard a woman's giggle coming from the office. Lang Feng didn't care and kicked the door open. On the sofa, Bosnia was lying on top of his secretary. When he heard the door being kicked open, he stood up hastily and yelled, Who the hell is that? Boss. Lu Chang looked anxious and hurried to Bosnia's side, whispering in his ear, He is the one I was talking about yesterday. How did you offend him? If there is any misunderstanding, try to talk it out. His methods are terrible. Upon hearing this, Bosnia frowned. He didn't know how he had offended Lung Feng. In fact, Bosnia didn't really take Lung Feng seriously. He thought Lu Chang's words were a bit exaggerated. However, Lung Feng should be a capable person, so he didn't want to get involved. Little brother, how did I offend you? If I am wrong, I apologize to you. Bosnia said casually. Yes, harmony is the most important thing. Lu Chang bowed and said to Lung Feng in a flattering manner. Apologizing is useless in this matter. You can only die, but you can choose between dying happily and dying a life worse than death. Lang Feng picked up a banana on the table. He was about to eat it when he suddenly thought of a not-so-good picture. Then he threw the banana into the trash can with some disgust. When Lu Chang heard this, he began to tremble, as if he was the one who was going to die. But Bosnia laughed loudly, and then two black men walked out from another door of the office. These two black men were mercenaries hired by Bosnia at a high price, specifically to protect his safety. Let me die? Just because of you? Bosnia hugged his secretary and sat on the sofa. He looked at Lung Feng teasingly. I am very curious, what is the grudge? What made you want to kill me? Lung Feng picked up the apple from the fruit bowl, thinking that it should be clean, right? He washed the apple with water from the tea tray, took a bite, and said vaguely, The assassin who assassinated Duan Jia was sent by you, right? How do you know? Did you tell him? Boss Nia looked at Lu Chang angrily. Lu Chang was present when Blood Knife came yesterday. No. I didn't say that. Lu Chang quickly shook his head. He didn't want to be labeled a traitor. It was the killer who was too stupid and exposed himself. He has paid the price for his stupidity, and now it's your turn. Lang Feng's words not only shocked Boss Nia, but also the two black bodyguards beside him. Their expressions became obviously solemn, and they even took out scimitars in their hands. Although Blood Knife is not a top killer on the killer ranking list, he is also a well-known figure in the international killer world. The fact that he was able to kill Blood Knife shows that the man in front of him is no simple man. He was the one who betrayed me? It seems that the integrity of the Crimson Mercenaries is questionable. Although Boss Nia was surprised by Blood Knife's death, he was not afraid of Lang Feng. He believed that the two black bodyguards behind him could protect him. No organization has any integrity in front of me. Okay, let's not talk about this anymore. Tell me why you want to harm Jai? Lang Feng asked. You'll know before you die. Kill him. Boss Nia waved his hand and two black bodyguards rushed up immediately. The two black bodyguards were both big and strong men, but their speed did not slow down because of their sturdy bodies. The two men rushed over like an armored vehicle, and the scimitars in their hands were like the god of death's sides, reaping Lang Feng. Lang Feng looked at the apple in his hand, seeming a little reluctant, but finally threw it out like a hidden weapon. With Lang Feng's strength, even picking a leaf could hurt someone, let alone an apple the size of a fist. The apple was like a bullet, carrying powerful force and rushing towards the black bodyguard in the front. The black bodyguard wanted to dodge, but it was too late. Bang! The black bodyguard was hit on the head by the apple. He fell to the ground with a bang and fainted. Damn it! The other black man opened his eyes wide in surprise. He was about to step back when he saw Lang Feng appear in front of him. Ah! The black bodyguard screamed, and then his eyes went dark and he also fell to the ground. Lang Feng retracted his palm knife and looked at the stunned Boss Nia with a smile. Can you tell me now? How could this be? Is this the strength of top mercenaries? I pay them millions a year, and this is all they are capable of? Boss Nia collapsed. If he had known earlier, he should have called his own brothers up. At least his brothers were more in number and could give him a chance to escape. Don't say? Lang Feng's eyes were cold, like a poisonous snake. I can tell you, but you have to promise not to kill me. Boss Nia said in horror. The killer of the Scarlet Mercenary betrayed you, but he still died. So you should know that confessing won't save your life. Of course, if you don't confess, you will be worse off than dead. Since I'll die if I tell it, then I won't tell it even if I die. Boss Nia suddenly picked up the fruit knife on the table and wiped it directly towards his throat. But just when the fruit knife was about to cut his throat, a flying knife suddenly stabbed the wrist of Boss Nia where he was holding the knife. Under the force of the flying knife, Boss Nia's fruit knife was thrown aside, and his attempt to commit suicide failed. Ah! Blood was flowing from his wrist and Boss Nia was screaming in pain. At this moment, noisy footsteps were heard outside and Boss Nia's men finally arrived. Ha, my men are here. I don't believe you can beat 100 of them alone. Boss Nia laughed with a vicious look in his eyes. Lang Feng didn't say anything. He walked to the wine cabinet beside him and took out a bottle of high-proof Matai. Just at this moment, sounds of fighting and screaming were heard from the corridor outside the office. In less than 5 minutes, the only sounds in the corridor were screams of pain, and none of Boss Nia's men entered the office. How could this happen? Boss Nia's excitement just now disappeared. Now he was in despair. He finally realized how powerful Lang Feng was. Chapter 20, I'll help you with it. Lang Feng opened the bottle of Mutai, took a sip, and said to himself, although it's genuine, it tastes terrible. As he spoke, Lang Feng had already arrived in front of Boss Nia. As for Boss Nia's secretary, he had fainted from fright. What are you going to do? Boss Nia held his wrist, and a golden flying knife pierced his wrist. You've lost a lot of blood. I need to disinfect you, otherwise you will get infected. Lang Feng stepped on Boss Nia's chest and poured Maotai liquor onto Boss Nia's wrist. The strong alcohol was poured on the wound, and the piercing pain made Boss Nia scream hysterically. When Lu Chang saw Boss Nia's appearance, he felt distressed but did not dare to stand up. This matter has nothing to do with him now, but if he stands up to defend Boss Nia, he will be going against Lang Feng. After pouring 1/3 of the bottle of wine, Boss Nia's face turned pale and his body trembled from the pain. However, his wounds had become numb, and the pain was greatly reduced due to the numbness. Lung Feng squatted down and pulled out the golden flying knife, and Boss Nia screamed again. "You're still not telling me?" Lung Feng looked down at Boss Nia as if he was looking at a dead dog. Boss Nia gritted his teeth and persisted. He was in so much pain that he had lost the ability to think. Lung Feng doesn't care about him. He will not show mercy to anyone who threatens the safety of Duan Jia and her daughter. The golden flying knife in his hand was thrown out again, and this time it hit Boss Nia's thigh. When Boss Nia screamed, Lung Feng poured all the remaining mitai on Boss Nia's pants. There were screams in the office. The other party came to me. Those people gave me 20 million and asked me to kill Duan Jia, but I felt that this matter was not simple, and I didn't want Kaiyun Group to know that it was related to me, so I took out another 3 million to hire people from the bloody mercenaries. I really don't know who the other party is. I only know that they are very powerful and I can't afford to provoke them. They said that if Duan Jia doesn't die, I will die. Boss Nia wailed and screamed. He wanted to commit suicide, but he didn't expect that he didn't even have the qualifications to commit suicide. Lung Feng threw the bottle aside after hearing this. He came to Lu Chang and said, "If he dies, the South District of Sancher Group will be yours, too. It depends on whether you have the courage to do it." Watching Lung Feng leave, Lu Chang's eyes were filled with greed. He picked up the fruit knife on the ground and walked towards Boss Nia. "Lu Chang, you are my brother." Boss Nia crawled back in horror. He didn't expect that this incident would ruin everything he had. "Boss, I reminded you not to provoke him. Maybe this is your fate. Don't worry, I will give you a quick death." Lu Chang rushed to Boss Nia with a fierce look in his eyes. In the corridor, Boss Nia's men were lying on the ground in all directions, each of them was covered in blood. It was a miserable sight. Lung Feng stepped on these people and walked into the elevator, where a man in a black robe was already waiting. Seeing Lung Feng coming in, the man in the black robe stood aside respectfully and said, "Boss, find out for me who wants to touch my wife. Also, strengthen the protection of Jiayi and Xingxian. If you don't have time to notify me, you can execute them first and report later." Lung Feng said seriously. "Yes." The elevator opened, but the man in black robe was gone. Lung Feng walked out of the Sancher Group building. Kaiyun Shopping Mall is one of the largest supermarkets in the island city and is also the iconic industry of Kaiyun Group. After leaving Sancher Group, Lung Feng went to the mall and wanted to buy some clothes and toys for his daughter. Walking in the toy area, Lung Feng was a little dazzled. On the recommendation of the shopping guide, he bought a Barbie doll set, thinking that little girls would like such toys. Just as he was heading to the children's clothing area, he suddenly saw an acquaintance. When Lung Feng saw her, the other party also saw Lung Feng. Qing Xian's father. This acquaintance was one of the mothers that Lung Feng often chatted with in kindergarten. Neither of them knew each other's name, so they addressed each other by their child's name plus identity. This mother is about 26 or 27 years old. She is dressed fashionably and beautifully, and her appearance is also considered a beauty. The most attractive thing is the mature and charming temperament unique to young women. Yao Yao's mom, what a coincidence. Lung Feng walked over and greeted with a smile. The two chatted for a while. Since they both had families, they were very careful about the limits to avoid being misunderstood. After buying a few pretty dresses for Duan Xingxian, Lung Feng went to check out contentedly. As soon as he arrived at the checkout counter, he saw Yao Yao's mother being harassed by a young man outside the counter. Although he was not a particularly good friend of Yao Yao's mom, they got along well enough to chat together. So when he saw that Yao Yao's mom was in trouble, Lung Feng temporarily put down the cart and walked out. "Guo, if you don't give me money, you will bear the consequences." When the young man saw the mall security rushing over, he said something harsh and turned away. "Ma'am, are you okay?" the security guard asked Yao Yao's mother. "It's okay," Yao Yao's mother said in a panic. Seeing that Yao Yao's mother had no intention of pursuing the matter, the security guard left. Lung Feng came over and said, "Yao Yao's mother, if you need help, I can help you. Some things cannot be compromised. Once you compromise for the first time, it will ensue endlessly." Although Lung Feng didn't know what happened, he heard the young man's threat, so he guessed something. "But he has the leverage over me, Yao Yao's mother was about to cry in anxiety. "Wait for me, let's find a place to talk. If I can help you, I will help you. Even if I can't help you, I won't spread it to you," Lung Feng said. Guo was now in a state of confusion. When she heard Lang Feng say this, she nodded. Lang Feng paid the money, and then the two of them put their things in the car. In the KFC store, the two ordered 2 drinks and then sat down. Lang Feng said, "Tell me, what happened?" Guo Shasha took 2 sips of her drink, and after a moment of hesitation, she said, "The man just now was my ex-boyfriend. He committed adultery and was sentenced 5 years ago. After that, I met my current husband and got married to start a family. But I didn't expect that he would be released from prison early, and he also knew that I was marrying a rich man. He just told me that he had a video of us doing that kind of thing in his hand, and if I didn't give him 1 million, he would give the video to my husband and leave me with nothing." Lang Feng's expression turned cold when he heard this. This guy is a scumbag. After being released from prison, he did not do his job properly and even thought of blackmailing. It's a piece of cake. I'll help you with it. This matter was too simple for Lang Feng. It was definitely a piece of cake. Chapter 21 A little effort. Really? You're not going to call the police, are you? If you do, he will spread the video and then I won't be able to face anyone. Guo Shasha has worked hard to get her current good life, and she doesn't want it to be ruined. Don't worry, the video will definitely disappear forever, and no one can see it. Lang Feng smiled confidently. "You ask him to come over, and I'll take care of the rest." Guo Shasha didn't quite believe Lang Feng, but she had no choice now. Seeing Lang Feng's confidence, she took out her cell phone and called the man. About 10 minutes later, the young man came over. He looked at Lang Feng in confusion, then sneered at Guo Shasha. "Why? Looking for someone to support the scene? I know he's not your husband. Sit down." Lang Feng said to the young man, then took out his cell phone, dialed a number and said, "Let's get started. Delete all the source files." The young man was confused by Lang Feng's behavior. Even Guo Shasha was puzzled and didn't know what Lang Feng was doing. The young man sat next to Lang Feng with a sneer. He said to Lang Feng arrogantly, "What? Looking for someone to crack my online account? Do you want me to tell you my ID number?" "No need, your information is not a secret and it's easy to get." Lang Feng picked up the drink, took 2 sips and said. Hearing Lang Feng admit that he was hacking his online account, the young man was fearless. "Huh? I'll see how capable you are. I've put this video on more than 10 online platforms with different accounts, and some of the accounts are not registered with my identity information. Let's see how many of them you can delete. Let's wait and see." Lang Feng chuckled, then asked the waiter to order 2 burgers. "Guo Shasha, being rich is so great that you even hired a hacker to help you. But it's useless if you can't delete all the source files. The price will increase by another 500,000. The young man snorted and laughed. Guo Shasha was very nervous. She didn't know whether Lang Feng could succeed, but there was no way out now and she could only wait for the result. In just 5 minutes, Lang Feng's phone rang. Lang Feng turned on the phone and turned on the speaker. "What's going on?" "Nailed it. Okay, Oklahoma." Lang Feng hung up the phone. He looked at the young man and said, "Okay, it's solved." "Really?" Guo Shasha asked in surprise. Upon hearing this, the young man quickly took out his mobile phone to log into several of his platforms. Soon his face changed color, because the video sources of all platforms had been deleted. Even the account he registered using someone else's identity was not spared. How could this happen? The young man was shocked and a little panicked. This video was the key to his wealth. Seeing the young man's shocked and panicked expression, Guo Shasha was extremely surprised. Did he really delete it? Awesome. Really awesome. Guo Shasha, you're really rich, you can find such a great hacker. The young man sneered viciously after being flustered. But don't be complacent, as long as the DV is still in my hands, what does it matter if the video on the internet disappears? What? You still have a memory card. Guo Shasha's happy expression just now disappeared, and her face looked as pale as death. Boy, aren't you capable? Aren't you awesome? Keep searching. If you have the ability, find my DV player too. The young man glared at Lang Feng fiercely and said provocatively. Lang Feng remained calm. He finished the burger in his hand and smiled at the young man. Don't be too happy too soon. Wait another 20 minutes. Seeing that Lang Feng was still full of confidence, the young man's heart began to beat fast. He said angrily, Okay, let's see how capable you are. Waiter, give me an ice cream sundae. Lang Feng said and asked Guo Shasha, Yao Yao's mother, do you want one? No thanks. Guo Xiaxia was in no mood to eat a sundae. However, Lang Feng's calmness made her feel at ease. The young man was restless. He didn't believe Lang Feng could find his DV. But Lang Feng's confident look made him feel uneasy. Guo Xiaxia, isn't it just 1 million? What does it mean to you? Considering our previous relationship, isn't it worth this 1 million? The young man calmed himself down and said to Guo Xiaxia, "Shut up. I don't have any feelings for you. If you had feelings for me, you wouldn't do such a beastly thing." Guo Xiaxia said angrily. "You'd better shut up, or you might get beaten." Lang Feng looked at the young man coldly, and the latter was frightened by Lang Feng's aura and kept silent. About 10 minutes later, Lang Feng was leisurely eating ice cream when his cell phone rang again. He opened it and took a look, then put the phone in front of the young man. "Okay, the DV has been found and has been burned by my people." The young man and Guo Xiaxia both looked at the screen and saw a DV player burning in flames. The young man naturally recognized it was his DV player. "How is this possible? How do you know where I am hiding?" The young man was surprised. He had hidden the DV in a secret place, but how did Lang Feng find it? A person who doesn't work out has opened a gym locker. What do you think it's used for? Lang Feng took the phone back and said to Guo Xiaxia, who was delighted, "Yao Yao's mom, you have to treat us to this meal." "No problem. I'll take you to Finghua Hotel for another meal." Guo Xiaxia was finally relieved now. She didn't expect Lang Feng to be so capable. Deleting videos from the internet may be done with great computer skills, but finding the DV in such a short time is not just a computer technology issue. "Boy, you ruined my business, I will make you pay the price." The young man gritted his teeth. He thought he could make a fortune from this video, and even used it as a threat to make Guo Xiaxia his ATM. But unexpectedly, all this was ruined by Lang Feng. "Revenge me? If you're not afraid of death, go ahead." How could Lang Feng take a scumbag seriously? He got up and left KFC with Guo Xiaxia, leaving the young man slamming the table angrily. In the basement of the shopping mall, Guo Xiaxia insisted on inviting Lang Feng to dinner at Finghua Hotel, but Lang Feng refused. This was just a piece of cake for Lang Feng, and he didn't want to get too close to Guo Xiaxia to avoid unnecessary misunderstandings. Seeing that Lang Feng insisted on refusing, Guo Xiaxia had to give up. After thanking him, she drove away in her Audi R8. Lang Feng turned his head to glance at the corner not far away. He shook his head and sighed. Some people don't know how to turn back until they suffer a big loss. When Lang Feng drove away, the young man who threatened Guo Xiaxia before came out from the corner. He looked vicious. "Fuck, you are all rich, why do I have no money? Wait, you ruined my good things, I won't let it go." Chapter 22 Let me tear it down. As they were driving back to the villa, Duan Jia called, "Lang Feng, help me pick someone up at the airport." "Oh, who are you picking up? What time?" Lang Feng looked at the road sign and turned towards the airport. "Her name is Su Feishui. She will arrive in the island city at 2 p.m. I will send you her photo later." As soon as he hung up the phone, Lang Feng received a photo on WeChat, but he was driving and it was not convenient for him to look at it. It was only 12:30 when he arrived at the airport. Lang Feng walked into Starbucks and ordered a cup of coffee, then opened WeChat to look at the photos. The photo shows a beautiful woman with long flowing hair and delicate features, but the photo seems to have been processed, so it is hard to say what this beauty is like in real life. I was drinking coffee and playing with my phone in Starbucks, and before I knew it, it was already 1:30. When he arrived at the airport, Lang Feng used his mobile phone to compare the passengers who came out. After a while, a tall and beautiful woman wearing a long floral dress and a round hat came out dragging a suitcase. Lang Feng compared them and finally confirmed that the beauty was Su Feishui, whom he was going to pick up at the airport. She's more beautiful in person than in photos. Lang Feng thought to himself, raised his hand and called to Su Feishui, "Su Feishui, this way." Su Feishui came over when she heard Lang Feng's voice. Then she pushed the suitcase to Lang Feng and said, "Jai has good taste. The driver is actually quite handsome." Lang Feng was embarrassed when he heard this. How did he become a driver? After taking the suitcase, Lang Feng brought Su Feishui to the car. Su Feishui got into the car directly, while Lang Feng put the suitcase into the trunk before sitting in the driver's seat. "Take me to the windmill orphanage first," Su Feishui said with reminiscence in her eyes. "You really think I'm your driver?" Lang Feng was depressed, but did not explain. Maybe Duan Jia didn't want Su Feishui to know their current relationship. Along the way, Su Feishue just played with her phone and didn't have much communication with Leng Feng. Half an hour later, the car stopped at the Windmill Orphanage, and Leng Feng followed behind, carrying the fruits that Su Feishue had just bought, and walked into the orphanage. In the orphanage, many children were playing. Su Feishue looked at these children with a look of nostalgia in her eyes. Leng Feng saw this and knew that this might be where Su Feishue grew up. Director Cui. In front, a woman in her 50s was giving water to several disabled children. Seeing this woman, Su Feishue immediately shouted with tears in her eyes. When Dean Cui heard Su Feishue's voice, he turned around, and when he saw Su Feishue, he smiled happily. Su Feishue ran over quickly and hugged Dean Cui. Dean Cui's face was full of kindness. "Feishue, you're back. I haven't seen you for so long, and you've become even more beautiful. Dean Cui, you have more white hair." Su Feishue said with heartache as she looked at Dean Cui's white hair. The two exchanged pleasantries for a while, and Dean Cui looked at Leng Feng. She asked Su Feishue, "Is this your boyfriend?" "No, he is the driver sent by my friend." Su Feishue explained quickly, took the fruit and handed it to Dean Cui. Su Feishue and Dean Cui hadn't seen each other for a long time and had a lot to talk about. Leng Feng tactfully walked aside and started playing with a group of children. Leng Feng was having fun playing with the children when he suddenly heard the sound of an excavator coming from the door. Then Leng Feng saw the wall of the orphanage begin to shake and was about to collapse. And next to the wall, there were 3 children playing. "Get out of the way." While shouting, Leng Feng quickly rushed towards the 3 children and protected them as they escaped. As soon as they left, they heard a loud bang and the wall collapsed. The sudden sound scared the children in the orphanage and they started crying. Su Feishue and the dean were also drawn out by the sound of the collapsing wall. When they saw the collapsed wall, they were frightened and their faces turned pale. "Are you okay?" Leng Feng asked the 3 children with concern. The 3 children were a little frightened, but fortunately they were not injured. Leng Feng turned around and saw an excavator rumbling, and not far from the excavator, 2 Mercedes-Benz luxury cars were parked there. "Bad guy," a child shouted angrily. "Dean, what's going on?" Su Feishue was extremely angry. This orphanage was where she grew up and it was her home, but now its walls had been torn down. "They are from a construction company. They want to force us to leave and build a residential community here." Director Cui was extremely angry, but she was just the director of an orphanage. How could she stop them? "President Cui, we meet again." At this time, a group of people got out of the Mercedes-Benz car, led by a man wearing gold-rimmed glasses and a suit. "Lawyer Hu, what are you doing? Even if you want to demolish it, don't you have to wait until you build a new orphanage first?" Dean Cui said angrily. Lawyer Hu smiled and said, "The new orphanage has been built for you. You can move in now." "What? It's built? Where?" Director Cui also knew the general trend. With the transformation of the city, it was only a matter of time for the orphanage to move out. She just hoped to give the children a good environment to grow up in. "Nanfeng Town, the new orphanage is much bigger than this one," Lawyer Hu said with a smile. "What? Nanfeng Town?" Dean Cui was shaking with anger. Nanfeng Town was the area with the most serious chemical pollution. Many residents there had moved away because they could not live there. These people actually wanted to move the orphanage there. "Is it done? Why are you wasting time talking to them? The new orphanage has already been located. It's their business whether to move or not. Tear it down." A man wearing sunglasses in the Mercedes-Benz car behind shouted at Lawyer Hu. When Lawyer Hu heard the man scolding, he said to Dean Cui, "Dean Cui, take the child away immediately. I have called a bus for you." "No, I can't let the children go to Nanfeng Town." "Are you still human? Nanfeng Town is full of chemical emissions and even adults can't live there. You let these children live in that kind of place?" Dean Cui said angrily. "Yes, the children absolutely cannot go. If you want the orphanage to move away, you must find an environment suitable for the children to grow up in, otherwise don't move." Su Feishue also understood what happened, and she said angrily, "The instructions given to us by the higher-ups are just to find a place to relocate you, but they don't require anything else. This piece of land is public property. You said you don't want to move, so you don't have to move?" Lawyer Hu snorted, waved his hand at the excavator, and shouted, "Tear it down. If you want to demolish it, do it over me." Seeing that the excavator was about to start again, Su Feishue actually ran in front of the excavator and blocked its direction with her body. Are you trying to cheat me? Pull her aside. Lawyer Hu shouted viciously to his men around him. Chapter 23 You are crazy. The two people beside Lawyer Hu immediately walked towards Su Feishue and reached out to drag Su Feishue away. Su Feishue looked at the two people approaching. She stepped back with fear in her eyes. As a woman, I had no ability to resist in front of these two men. But at this moment, a man stood in front of her. This man was none other than Ling Feng. Boy, you want to meddle in other people's business? Believe it or not, I will kill you. One of them said angrily to Long Feng. It's not too late to get out now. Long Feng said calmly. Damn, you're so arrogant. I think you're looking for a beating. These two men were evildoers who committed crimes. How could they tolerate seeing Long Feng being so arrogant? One of them suddenly rushed towards Ling Feng and punched him in the face. Just when his fist was about to hit Ling Feng in the face, his fist was suddenly firmly grasped. With this strength, you still have the nerve to fight? Long Feng sighed, and his fist slammed into his opponent's face. The man fell to the ground with a bang and was knocked unconscious by Long Feng. This scene scared the man behind and Lawyer Hu. Great! This driver must also be a bodyguard. Su Feishue looked excited. With Lang Feng standing in front of her, she felt much safer. Ah! The man behind him couldn't go forward or back. If he backed off, he would have no chance of enjoying the good life with his boss. After finally mustering up his courage, the man picked up a steel pipe and walked towards Ling Feng. Unfortunately, before this guy could make a move, Ling Feng kicked him in the chest and he lay on the ground curled up like a shrimp. Hey, there's a master here. In the Mercedes-Benz, the man wearing sunglasses snorted and laughed when he saw his men being knocked down by the cold wind. I'll go and deal with him, said a man with a flat head next to the man. This is a good show, I don't want to miss it. Let's go together. The man with sunglasses got out of the car, and then the man with a flat head followed him towards Ling Feng. That's great. Don't worry, I will ask Jia to give you a raise. Su Feishue came behind Ling Feng and said. Thank you then. Long Feng said with a smile. The man with sunglasses and the man with a flat head came over. Lawyer Hu quickly stepped back and stood behind the man with sunglasses, Mr. Li. What a loser. The man in sunglasses is named Li Wei. His father also followed Boss Nia to conquer the world and later started a real estate business. Because of Boss Nia's care, his real estate business is also doing well. Among Boss Nia's older generation of subordinates, he is considered to be doing very well. Being scolded by Li Wei, Lawyer Hu lowered his head and remained silent. Little brother, you have pretty good skills. Why don't you join me? I'll give you 20,000 a month, and you'll have no shortage of beautiful women and fine wine. Li Wei's eyes were first attracted by Su Feishue, and then he said to Long Feng. Get out. Long Feng spat out one word. He is so ignorant. Li Wei shook his head and said with regret, people who are ignorant will always suffer losses. Teach him a lesson. The flat-headed man at the side came out upon hearing that. He stared at Long Feng like a falcon. Just from his temperament, one could tell that this guy was a martial artist. However, such a martial artist is like an ant in front of Lang Feng. Young Master Li has given you a chance. It's not too late for you to surrender now. Otherwise, I will have to cripple one of your arms to let you know the consequences of offending young Master Li. The flat-headed man said coldly. Are you confident? Su Feishue could feel the terrifying power of the flat-headed man. She didn't want to let Duan Jiai's driver die here. Do you think an elephant would care about an ant? Long Feng turned his head and looked at Su Feishue's beautiful face and asked. You are very arrogant. Su Feishue did not expect Long Feng to give her such an answer. She found this guy very charming. You said I was an ant. Congratulations, you succeeded in irritating me. As a reward, I will cripple your hands. As soon as the flat-headed man finished speaking, he rushed out like a tiger out of a cage. He came in front of Lang Feng in an instant, and his right leg lashed towards Lang Feng's face like a whip. Too weak. Lang Feng's voice fell into the ears of the flat-headed man, which made the flat-headed man furious. At this moment, Lang Feng suddenly punched the flat-headed man's leg bone. Using your fist to hit my leg bone? You're looking for death. The flat-headed man almost laughed out loud when he saw Lang Feng's actions. The leg bones are so hard, how can the finger bones compete with them? Crack. Ah. When Lang Feng's fist collided with the flat-headed man's leg bone, there was a sound of bones cracking, and then the flat-headed man screamed. He pulled his legs back in pain and was no longer able to stand steadily. Not good. The flat-headed man's eyes were full of fear. He endured the pain, turned around and tried to escape. If you want to cripple my hands, then I'll cripple your legs. Lang Feng bent down and picked up the steel pipe on the ground. The steel pipe was thrown out and hit the flat-headed man's intact leg bone hard. Ah! The flat-headed man's legs were broken and he fell to his knees on the ground. No, let me go. The flat-headed man looked at Lang Feng and shouted in horror. Fuck! Li Xiao stepped back in fear. He didn't expect that the master he had spent a lot of money to hire would be so vulnerable. He was extremely regretful. Why did he follow me? He couldn't run away now. If you do anything bad to the people in this orphanage, I will make you suffer the same fate as him. Lang Feng said coldly to Li Xiao. I dare not. I dare not. I will never come here again. Li Xiao hurriedly ran back to the Mercedes-Benz and fled. As for the man with the flat head and others, they were helped away by Lawyer Hu. Wow! Big Brother is awesome. He's a hero. The bad guys were beaten away. Big Brother is awesome. When the children in the orphanage saw Li Xiao and others fleeing in panic, their previous fear disappeared and they shouted excitedly. Young man, thank you for your help. Dean Shui also came over to thank Lang Feng. If it weren't for Lang Feng, this orphanage would definitely not have been saved. It's just a small matter. You can live here first. As for the new orphanage, I think Miss Su will take care of it. Lang Feng said to Su Feishui on the side. At this time, Su Feishui looked at Lang Feng with eyes full of little stars. Before, she thought Lang Feng was just an ordinary driver, so she rarely spoke to Lang Feng, but now she found that she already admired this man. Yes. I'll find a way to deal with this matter. Su Feishui nodded. After leaving the orphanage, Lang Feng drove Su Feishui back to the villa. Su Feishui sat in the passenger seat, staring at Lang Feng. She said admiringly, "You're really good at fighting, can you teach me?" No time. Lang Feng said. May I have your name? Lang Feng. Before, Lang Feng thought Su Feishui was quite aloof, but now he found out that he was wrong. Why was this guy chattering non-stop? When he returned to the villa, Lang Feng felt that he was almost annoyed to death. After checking the time, he found that it was already 4:30. Lang Feng hurriedly escaped from the villa under the pretext of picking up the child. Chapter 24 Master, what do you want me to do? Lang Feng's car stopped outside the Qihang kindergarten. Gua Shasha saw Lang Feng and came over to say hello. If Lang Feng hadn't helped her today, she would not only lose money, but would also be threatened again and again by that man. She knew that guy very well. Once she compromised, he would probably not only take money, but also her. Qing Xian's father is here. Well, you came early. Lang Feng greeted with a smile. As time went by, several people had gathered on Lang Feng's side. When the bell rang, several people walked into the kindergarten together. Taking Duan Qingxian into the car, Lang Feng handed the toy in the trunk to Duan Qingxian. This is for you, do you like it? Wow, it's a new toy, thank you Uncle Feng. Duan Qingxian said happily. You're welcome. Seeing Duan Qingxian's happy look, Lang Feng was also very happy. He sat in the driver's seat and drove away. Not long after his car left, a van followed. There were 4 people in the van, all holding steel pipes and machetes. Brother Ming, is this the guy you are talking about? One of them asked. The man called Minggu turned out to be the young man who threatened Gua Shasha. He said coldly, it's him. If it weren't for him, I would be a millionaire now, and that bitch Shasha would give me money to spend endlessly. Damn, driving a Lamborghini Urus, this guy must be worth hundreds of millions. Brother Ming, are we just going to beat him up? Or we can just kidnap his daughter and ask him for 3 to 5 million. Ming's 3 companions all came from the same trading room. They had nothing to do and only thought about making a fortune. Originally, Minga only wanted to teach Lang Feng a lesson, but when he heard the suggestions of these 3 people, his eyes were full of greed. This guy has powerful hackers under his command. If we kidnap his daughter, we might have nowhere to hide. Thinking of how Lang Feng deleted the original file and found the DV player in a short time, Brother Ming frowned solemnly. Fuck, at worst I can just throw away my smartphone. Without it, hackers are nothing. Okay, let's do this. Brother Ming was also blinded by the money. He made up his mind and said. Lang Feng was driving and he had already seen the van behind him. If it was him, he would get out of the car and play with them, but Duan Qingxian was in the car and Lang Feng didn't want to scare her. Taking out his cell phone, Lang Feng called Lu Chang. Lu Chang is now full of energy and ambition. In just one day, he successfully seized everything from Boss Nia. Now the entire South District is his, Lu Chang's, territory. Seeing Lang Feng's call, Lu Chang broke out in a cold sweat. He picked up the phone respectfully. Master, what can I do for you? Send someone to Donghua Road, there is a car with license plate number. After saying that, Lang Feng hung up the phone. In fact, Lang Feng's men were around, but Lang Feng didn't want them to take action over such a small matter. As the saying goes, why use a sledgehammer to kill a chicken? After receiving Lang Feng's instructions, Lu Chang quickly called his confidants over and asked them to get to work quickly. More than 10 minutes later, Lang Feng turned into Donghua Road. There were not many vehicles on this road, making it the most suitable location for Brother Ming and his men to take action. Let's do it! Brother Ming said excitedly. Hearing this, the driver suddenly accelerated and was about to overtake Lang Feng's Lamborghini. But at this moment, two Land Rovers suddenly rushed up from the left and right and stopped Brother Ming's van. Fuck, what are they doing? Brother Ming and his 4 companions were shocked. They were not stupid, so how could they not know that these 2 Land Rovers had bad intentions? The door of the Land Rover opened, and 8 strong men armed with machetes walked down and surrounded the van. Get out of the car! The bald strong man in the lead smashed the machete on the hood of the van and yelled at the people in the car. Brother Ming and his 4 companions were shocked. They could tell that these 8 people were real gangsters. How could they, 4 gangsters, fight against them? They put their weapons on the car and got out. Brother Ming looked at the 8 people fearfully. Brothers, is there any misunderstanding? Get in the car and come with us, the bald man said coldly. Brother Ming had no idea that his whereabouts had been exposed. He never thought that these people were arranged by Lang Feng. In an abandoned factory building, Brother Ming and 4 other men were hung up. They looked at the 8 strong men around them in horror. At this time, Lu Chang and his men walked in. He glanced at the 4 people and snorted coldly, "You really don't know how to live or die. You actually intend to attack that gentleman? Brother, there must be a misunderstanding between us. I have never offended you." Brother Ming shouted in fear. "What were you doing following that Lamborghini? Do you know who was in the car? Don't think I don't know that you wanted to do something bad to the people in the car. Just for this reason, you 4 are looking for death," Lu Chang said angrily. After hearing what was said, Brother Ming and the other 3 finally realized that these people were actually invited by Lang Feng. "No. We were just passing by and didn't intend to take action." Brother Ming regretted it very much. He thought Lang Feng had some powerful hackers under his command and never imagined that Lang Feng had thugs. If he had known this, how could he dare to retaliate against Lang Feng? Cripple all of their hands. Then throw them into the sea. Whether they live or die depends on luck. After Lu Chang said this, he turned and walked out. "Help, don't. You actually made us go against such a powerful person, you are killing us." The 3 screamed in despair. They had thought about kidnapping Duan Qingxian and making a fortune. But before they could do anything, they were arrested and even faced a life and death crisis. In the villa, Su Feishue was watching TV boredly. Soon, the sound of a Ferrari sports car was heard, and Duan Jiai walked in. Jiai. Flying snow. When the 2 met, they hugged each other happily and laughed very happily. After exchanging pleasantries for a while, the 2 sat on the sofa. Su Feishue smiled and said to Duan Jiai, "Jiai, your driver helped me a lot today. Thank you so much. Can you give him some bonus for me?" "Driver?" Duan Jiai was stunned. Then she remembered that she had forgotten to tell Su Feishue that Lang Feng was her contractual husband. "What? He's not the driver?" Seeing Duan Jiai stunned, Su Feishue asked in surprise. Duan Jiai nodded. She didn't know how to explain it. "Isn't he your boyfriend?" Su Feishue joked. "No. I was so scared." "Who is he?" Su Feishue asked puzzledly. "My nominal husband." After listening to Duan Jia's explanation, Su Feishue was stunned for a while, then she looked at Duan Jia and said, "So, he is now alive and son-in-law? Will you really fall in love with him? How is that possible? You know, he is the only one in my heart. In this life, I will only recognize him." Duan Jia recalled a figure in her mind and said firmly. Chapter 25 Scum. Su Feishue and Duan Jia are classmates and best friends. She is the person who knows the most about Lang Feng and Duan Jia's affairs. When Duan Jia returned to China to give birth to Duan Qingxian, Su Feishue was by her side and took care of her for many days. He left without saying goodbye for so many years, and you are still thinking about him? If he is dead, is it worth your love for him? If he is obviously alive but doesn't come to find you, is he still worthy of your love? Maybe he is living a happy life with his wife and children now. Su Feishue felt sorry for Duan Jia. In his opinion, Lang Feng abandoned Duan Jia and her daughter. He is a scum. I believe he hasn't forgotten me, and he will definitely come back to find me. Duan Jia lowered her head and couldn't help but shed tears. Seeing Duan Jia like this, Su Feishue shook her head and sighed. She put her arm around Duan Jia's shoulders and said, "Okay, don't be sad. Even if he doesn't come back, you still have Qingxian as your little cotton-padded jacket. Yeah. This guy is very nice to Qingxian, just like his own daughter. Sometimes I feel that he must be trying to please me on purpose." Duan Jia said, wiping away her tears. "If it were me, I would do the same. Not only would I be able to sleep with my beautiful wife, but I would also be able to obtain Kaiyun Group's assets worth hundreds of billions. It would be a huge profit." Su Feishue laughed. "If he really thinks so, then I have to find an opportunity to let him leave." Duan Jia thought. "You should evaluate him carefully. If he is not a bad guy, I will be your scapegoat. You don't know how handsome he was when he was fighting today." Su Feishue said with a silly look on her face. "So that's what you were thinking? When he first came here, he seemed to say that he had been a bodyguard in Zongnanhai. That's why I chose him." Duan Jia teased Su Feishue, "Since you like him, I'll help you assess him." As the two were chatting, the sound of a Lamborghini was heard in the yard, and the two walked out together. At this time, Lang Feng had just carried Duan Qingxian down. Duan Qingxian saw Su Feishue and shouted happily, "Auntie Shui, why are you here? Do you miss Aunt Shui?" Su Feishue picked up Duan Qingxian and asked lovingly. Lang Feng smiled at Duan Jia, then took the toys and clothes out of the car. "Do you want to go out for dinner tonight, or should I cook at home?" Lang Feng asked. "Feishue, what do you think?" Duan Jia gave Su Feishue a look and asked with a smile. Su Feishue saw Duan Jia's eyes and knew that Duan Jia was teasing her. However, she really wanted to know how Lang Feng's cooking skills were, so she said, "It's better to cook at home. You don't have to go out and spend money." "Okay. So do you want to eat Western food or Chinese food? Just tell me what you want to eat." Lang Feng asked casually. "Can we also choose Western food?" Su Feishue thought that Lang Feng could cook some simple meals, but she didn't expect Lang Feng to sound so professional. "The food cooked by Uncle Feng is delicious." Duan Qingxian praised enthusiastically. "I want to eat pickled fish, spicy fried clams, braised spare ribs, sweet and sour pork tenderloin, and braised eggplant," Su Feishue said after thinking for a moment. Lang Feng nodded when he heard that. He walked into the villa, put down his clothes, and then ordered fresh ingredients with his mobile phone. Half an hour later, Duan Jia and Su Feishue were playing with Duan Qingxian in the living room, while Lang Feng was busy in the open kitchen wearing an apron. Seeing Lang Feng's meticulous concentration, Su Feishue leaned over to Duan Jia's ear and whispered, "Wow, he looks so handsome when he cooks, just like an oppa from South Korea. Do you have an endocrine disorder? Why are you so eager for men?" Duan Jia said, giving Su Feishue a blank look. "My dear, I'm already 28 years old, and I still haven't tasted a man. Do you know that someone like me can be called an old maid?" Su Feishue said with a sigh. "Otherwise, you can sleep in his room tonight and I will pretend that I know nothing." Duan Jia laughed softly. "Go away, am I that casual? Even if we want to sleep together, he should take the initiative." Duan Jia and Su Feishue were whispering, they thought their voices were very low, but Lang Feng could hear them clearly. Sure enough, the topics that women talk about together are also very dirty. Lang Feng shook his head and smiled bitterly. If Duan Jia knew that he was the person she loved the most, would she still be able to make such a joke? Half an hour later, a table full of delicious food was placed on the dining table. Leng Feng took out the juice from the refrigerator and shouted to the 3 people in the living room, "Wash your hands and eat. Come on, try your future man's cooking skills." Duan Jia patted Su Feishue's waist and said jokingly, "This is the first time I see someone so happy about being cuckolded." Su Feishue didn't feel embarrassed when she heard Duan Jia's teasing. She had been abroad for so many years and was relatively open-minded. Looking at the dishes on the table, Su Feishue's eyes were full of stars. Although she didn't know how they tasted, the appearance had already captured her. Several people sat down. Leng Feng brought the rice and served it to the 3 of them. Su Feishue was not shy at Duan Jia's house. She couldn't help but pick up the chopsticks, picked up a piece of pork ribs and put it in her mouth. "It's delicious. This guy is not only good at fighting, but also good at making delicious food. He's a really good candidate." Su Feishue is an orphan, and she lacks a sense of security in her heart. Because of this, she has very strict requirements for her partner. If Leng Feng is worthy of trust, then when the agreement between Duan Jia and Leng Feng expires, she will definitely catch up. Anyway, she is alone, and as long as she doesn't care about Leng Feng's second marriage status, no one will care. Su Feishue's arrival made Duan Jia in a very good mood. There was laughter and joy during the meal, and the sense of family warmth was even stronger. All the dishes made by Leng Feng were eaten, which was a recognition of his cooking skills. As soon as she finished cleaning the kitchen, Duan Jia called Leng Feng over to chat. If Leng Feng had not heard the conversation between Duan Jia and Su Feishue, he might have been very happy to go over and try to get closer to Duan Jia. But Duan Jia was creating opportunities for him and Su Feishue to talk, so he decided to stay away to avoid being entangled by Su Feishue. After all, he was so outstanding that few women could resist his charm. "You guys chat, I'll go out for a walk." Watching Leng Feng walk out, Su Feishue looked depressed. "Is it boring to chat with me?" "Maybe." Duan Jia chuckled. "You're looking for death." The 2 women were making a scene in the villa. Shengshuolongwen Villa is the most luxurious villa area in the island city, with only 100 houses for sale. To be able to live here, you not only need to be rich, but also have a certain social status. In the center of the villa area is a small square. At 7 o'clock in the evening, there were children playing in the square, middle-aged people taking a walk, and elderly people practicing Tai Chi and square dancing. Chapter 26. Are you a doctor? Leng Feng sat on the stone bench, quietly watching the lively scene in front of him. In the past 5 years, he has been struggling on the brink of life and death every day. Such a comfortable life has never appeared even in his dreams. Therefore, Leng Feng enjoys his current comfort and even wants to live like this forever. Dad, what's wrong with you? Don't scare me." Leng Feng was enjoying the pleasant environment when he was suddenly interrupted by an anxious voice. Turning around, I saw an old man lying on the ground and a middle-aged woman dressed in rich clothes shouting anxiously, "Grandpa, you have to hold on, Dr. Chen will be here soon." A young man of 18 or 19 said anxiously while holding his cell phone. The sudden situation here attracted everyone's attention. A middle-aged man not far to the left of Leng Feng said to his wife, "Isn't that Lin Tianhao? Is he dead? If he dies, the Lin family will be ruined." Although Leng Feng didn't care about what was happening outside, he had heard of the name Lin Tianhao. There are 4 top wealthy families in the island city, namely the Lin family, the Feng family, the Jin family and the Lu family. Compared with the Lin family, Kaiyun Group can only be regarded as a second-rate consortium. Lin Tianhao is the founder of the Lin family and has extensive connections in the Chinese business circle. Because of his existence, the Lin family has been able to stand firm. If Lin Tianhao died, the Lin family would lose many connections, which would affect the operation of the group's business. Lin Tianhao is keen on charity and is a good entrepreneur. Now that I have met him, I should give him a hand. Thinking of this, Leng Feng walked over, squatted down, and said to the middle-aged woman, "Let me take a look. Are you a doctor? Do you work in that hospital? Are you an authority?" When the middle-aged woman heard Leng Feng's words, instead of feeling grateful, she asked a series of questions. Leng Feng was a little confused by her question. He shook his head and said, "I don't work in the hospital, I'm not a doctor, and I'm not an authority." "You are not an authority, nor a doctor. What can you see? Do you know who my father is? He is Lin Tianhao. If anything happens to my father because of you, can you afford the responsibility?" The middle-aged woman scolded Leng Feng. "You're right. I really can't afford the responsibility. Sorry for bothering you. Lung Feng wanted to help, but since the other party didn't appreciate it, he wouldn't do that. If Lin Tianhao died here, it would only mean that this was his fate. He walked aside and sat down. Soon he saw several people running over in a hurry. These people were Lin Tianhao's personal medical team. The fact that they were hired as private doctors shows that these people are quite capable. Not long after, Lin Tianhao woke up slowly, but he looked very haggard, even like he was dying. Using drugs to forcibly prolong his life, he can only live for 1 month at most. Lang Feng saw Lin Tianhao's condition at a glance. If he took action, Lin Tianhao's recovery would not be a problem, but the other party did not appreciate it, so he could only watch coldly. After Lin Tianhao left, Lang Feng also returned to the villa. At this time, Duan Qingxian was still playing with the toys he bought for her, while Duan Jiayi and Su Feishue were chatting happily. Handsome guy, you're back? Su Feishue said to Lang Feng. Yes. Just now in the small square, Lin Tianhao had a seizure and almost died. He has been sent to the hospital. Lang Feng knew that Kaiyun Group had some cooperation with the Lin family. Lin Tianhao was seriously ill and hospitalized, so it was reasonable for Kaiyun Group to visit him. Sure enough, Duan Jiayi was very nervous when she heard the news. She asked, "Really?" "I saw it with my own eyes," Lang Feng said and started playing with Duan Qingxian. Duan Jiayi quickly called her mother. If Kaiyun Group visited the Lin family as soon as possible, it would definitely leave a good impression in front of the Lin family, which was very important for future cooperation. This information is very useful, thank you. After notifying her mother, Duan Jiayi said to Lang Feng. It's a small matter. Lang Feng smiled. Handsome guy, I'd like to trouble you to be my driver tomorrow. That should be no problem, right? Su Feishue said with a smile. Lang Feng looked at Duan Jiayi, who nodded. Feishue just returned to China and doesn't have a car. You have nothing to do anyway, so just accompany her for a walk. Since Duan Jiayi had already spoken, Lang Feng had no choice but to nod and agree. Miss Feishue, where are you going? After sending Duan Qingxian to the kindergarten, Lang Feng asked Su Feishue, who was sitting in the passenger seat. In the high-tech zone, Jiayi said that we can buy a piece of land there to build a new orphanage. I will go and choose a location. Su Feishue is very concerned about the orphanage. The orphanage is now located in a key development area, and demolition is inevitable. In addition, the land of the orphanage belongs to the public, so the orphanage has no choice. Su Feishue told Duan Jiayi about the matter, and Duan Jiayi immediately stated that Kaiyun Group should invest in purchasing a piece of land to build a new orphanage. Lang Feng had already guessed that Duan Jiayi would accept placement in an orphanage. Even if this orphanage has nothing to do with Su Feishue, with Duan Jiayi's personality, she will definitely help once she knows about this. The high-tech zone is the key development area of the island city. The former dilapidated residential buildings are gradually becoming modern residential communities. The land in the center of the high-tech zone is too expensive, and the urban area is not suitable for an orphanage. After a morning, Su Feishue selected several good locations on the outskirts of the high-tech zone. As for where to settle the location, Duan Jiayi needed to send someone to investigate. In the office of Sancher Group, Lu Cheng sat in the seat before Boss Nia. He turned around and looked at the city behind him, feeling extremely happy. When he saw Lang Feng before, he thought it was his nightmare. But now, he found that Lang Feng had become his benefactor. Lu Cheng felt it was worth it to lose a finger and get his current status in return. Brother Chang, Brother Bao wants to see you. The office door opened and Lu Chang's confidant walked in. Let him in. Lu Chang walked to the wine cabinet and came to the sofa with a bottle of Lafite. Just then, a middle-aged man in his 40s walked into the office. This middle-aged man is Brother Bao, his original name is Li Bao, and he was once the accountant of Boss Nia in the early days. Now Brother Bao has established a construction company and is doing very well. Li Wei, who once fought with Lang Feng, is his son. Looking at Lu Chang, Li Bao's expression was extremely gloomy. He said angrily, Lu Chang, you were so bold that you actually attacked Boss Nia. Don't get angry, sit down and talk slowly. Lu Chang said, patting the sofa next to him. Li Bao sat down angrily and said angrily, when you are out there, the most important thing is loyalty. Did you ask us if we agree before you killed our eldest brother to take the position? Lu Chang didn't reply. He filled the wine glass in front of him with wine, then put his palm on the table and asked, do you know how I lost this finger? Chapter 27 See how crazy you are? When Li Bao saw Lu Chang's severed finger, he looked surprised and asked, how did it happen? Lu Chang did not hide anything. He told the story of how he had provoked Lung Feng and how Boss Nia had hired someone to kill Duan Jai. After hearing what Lu Chang said, Li Bao was stunned with shock. After a while, Li Bao finally came to his senses. He asked Lu Chang fearfully, "You didn't lie to me? Is he really that strong? Think about it. With just the number of people I have, can I destroy all of Boss Nia's elites? Besides, there are still many of those people who are still alive. You can go and ask them." Lu Chang took a sip of the red wine and said, "If I do as I'm told, I can be the boss of the South District. But if I don't, my fate may be the same as Boss Nia's. What do you think I should choose?" The fact that Li Bao was able to establish his own company and thrive in it is enough to show how shrewd he is. Whether what Lu Chang said was true or false, he had made a decision after thinking about it. "Give me his photo, so that I can be prepared if I meet him in the future." Li Bao was extremely wary. He had to treat this person, who could destroy Boss Nia without him noticing, with dignity so as not to provoke him. "How dare I take a picture of him? Doesn't he want to live?" Lu Chang said fearfully. Chunholu was an old restaurant in the island city, and it is rumored that it has existed since the Qing dynasty. After running around with Su Feishue for the whole morning, Su Feishue insisted on treating Lung Feng to a meal to express her gratitude, so the two came here. But just as the food was served, Su Feishue's cell phone rang. After answering the phone, Su Feishue's previous happy expression disappeared. She stood up and said to Lung Feng, "Those bastards went to the orphanage to make trouble again." Lung Feng heard this, his eyes were terribly cold and indifferent. "It seems that I have become a little kind-hearted." The windmill orphanage was surrounded by several excavators at this time, and Li Wei led more than 10 people to confront Dean Shui. As for the children in the orphanage, they huddled behind Director Chui in fear. "Old man, no one can protect this place today. If that kid from yesterday dares to come again, I'll show you how I'm going to kill him." The dozen people behind Li Wei were all ferocious and terrifying, with a strong murderous aura on their bodies. These people are masters that Li Wei hired at great expense, and each of them is stronger than the previous flathead brother. Lung Feng could beat a flat-headed monster, but he definitely couldn't contend with these ruthless guys he had found. His main purpose for coming here today was not to demolish the orphanage, but to take revenge. He wanted to see Lung Feng kneeling in front of him. Not good. Dean Shui became worried when she heard this. She took out her cell phone to notify Su Feishue and told them not to come over. But as soon as he took out the phone, a man rushed over, took it away, and then threw it to the ground. "You bad guys, Big Brother will definitely beat you all down. Yes, you guys wait to be beaten." When several little boys saw Dean Shui being bullied, they angrily yelled at Li Wei and others. "Ha ha! Do you think he is Iron Man? If he dares to show up today, I will cripple his limbs and make him lick my shoes." Li Wei laughed coldly. At this moment, the sound of a Lamborghini rang out, and soon Lung Feng and the other person arrived outside the orphanage and walked into the yard. "Okay, they are here." Li Wei laughed excitedly when he saw Lung Feng and Su Feishue appear. "Feishue, take the young man away quickly." Dean Shui could see that the person behind Li Wei was not a simple person. She didn't want to see Lung Feng get hurt because of the orphanage. "Pa!" Before Dean Shui finished her words, a man next to her suddenly slapped Dean Shui in the face. Dean Shui was already old, and he fell to the ground after being slapped in the face, with blood coming out of the corner of his mouth. "Dean!" Su Feishue became furious upon seeing this. She was about to rush to Dean Shui, but saw 3 fierce men blocking Dean Shui. "If you don't seek death, you won't die. You are now going further and further on the road to death." Lung Feng said to Li Wei coldly. If there were no one else here, Lung Feng would have already killed Li Wei. But now, with Su Feishue and so many children in front of him, Lung Feng couldn't act so recklessly. If he kills someone in front of everyone, his peaceful life will be disrupted. "Are you still so arrogant? Do you know who they are?" Li Wei saw that Lung Feng was not afraid, so he pointed at the people around him and said, "They are all international mercenaries, each of them has the strength of a special forces soldier. You may be able to beat 1 or 2 of them, but there are 13 masters here, can you beat them? Kneel down and beg for mercy now, and I can give you a chance to follow me. If you don't know what's good for you, I will make you a cripple. Lung Feng, can you do it? Do you want to leave first?" Although Su Feishue was angry, she knew very well that the strength of the two sides was too different. If Lung Feng was disabled because of her, how could she make up for it? Although a large number of ants can kill an elephant, it would take at least 10,000 ants like this to kill me. Lung Feng smiled confidently. Don't worry, just watch how I deal with them. Hey, don't try to be so brave. If something happens to you, how can I explain to Jiayi and Qingxian? Let's go first. Seeing Lung Feng was about to attack, Su Feishua quickly grabbed Lung Feng's wrist. Although Lung Feng was full of confidence, Su Feishua didn't believe that Lung Feng could defeat more than a dozen mercenaries with the strength of special forces alone. Want to leave? Can you get away? Come on, break his limbs. Li Wei roared cruelly. You don't have to do anything, I'll do it myself. A man with a scar on his face walked out to Li Wei's side. He is very powerful, you all attack together. Li Wei had seen Lung Feng in action, and he felt that these mercenaries would be asking for trouble if they attacked alone, so he ordered them to attack together. Are you insulting me? The scarred man looked at Li Wei angrily. Under the angry eyes of the scarred man, Li Wei took a step back in fear. He said angrily, I don't care what means you use, but you must destroy him, otherwise you won't get a penny. Don't worry. If we fail to complete the mission, we won't have the face to ask for money. The scarred man said as he walked towards Lung Feng. His eyes were cold and he smiled slightly. You compare us to ants? You are too arrogant. I am arrogant because I am strong. As the saying goes, I also want to be low-key, but my strength does not allow it. Lung Feng grinned, then hooked his finger at the scarred man. Come, I will let you feel the strength that makes me confident. I hope you won't let me down. After the scarred man finished speaking, he suddenly rushed towards Lung Feng. His fist made a sound of explosion, which showed that this man was indeed capable. This kid doesn't know how to live or die. He dares to be arrogant in front of us. I wonder how many moves he can withstand from the boss. Chapter 28 Non-Aggression. The boss's fighting ability is among the best in East Africa. This kid should be proud of himself if he can last 10 moves against the boss. 10 moves? I only lasted 8 moves in the boss's hands. These mercenaries were very confident in the scar man's strength. In their eyes, Lung Feng's arrogance was ridiculous. How is that possible? At this moment, several mercenaries suddenly screamed. They saw the scarred man being strangled by Lung Feng and then lifted into the air. The man who was so powerful in their eyes couldn't even take a single move from Lung Feng. The scarred man looked at Lung Feng in horror. His throat was grabbed by Lung Feng. He wanted to fight back, but found that his limbs had lost the ability to move. Now he was like a waste. What do you think? With my strength, do I have the qualifications to be arrogant? Lung Feng looked at the scarred man teasingly. The latter's face had turned red and his body was shaking constantly. Hurry up! The other mercenaries lost their composure this time. They took out their sabers and rushed towards Lung Feng. Lung Feng glanced at them calmly and said to Su Feishua, stay back a little, don't get covered in blood. After saying that, Lung Feng exerted force with his arm, and the scarred man was thrown out like a hidden weapon. The mercenary running in the front was caught off guard and was knocked to the ground. Destroy him for me. Li Wei's eyes were about to burst out. He secretly cursed the scarred man in his heart for letting him pretend to be cool. Now he knew the consequences of failing to pretend to be cool. Fortunately, there are enough mercenaries. If they rush forward together, Lung Feng will definitely suffer. However, the following scene left everyone stunned. Lung Feng was seen walking among the crowd very calmly. Every time he made a move, a mercenary would fall to the ground wailing. In less than a minute, all the mercenaries fell to the ground, curled up in pain. You, who are you? Could it be that you are a strong man on the dark list? The scarred man finally recovered. He struggled to get up and looked at Lung Feng in disbelief. The Dark List is a list compiled by international dark forces, including the Killer List, Mercenary List, Soldier King List, and Dragon Guard List. The Soldier King List includes the 10 strongest military kings from all countries, and the Dragon Guard List includes the 10 strongest bodyguards in the world. 5 years ago, Lung Feng was already the leader of the Soldier King List, but now he no longer cares about the rankings on these low-level lists. You are not qualified to know. Now I give you 2 choices. First, you disappear from this world. Second, you go and destroy your employer, then get out of China and never set foot in it again. Lung Feng. We have nothing to say after falling into your hands today, but it is impossible for us to take action against our employer, said the scarred man firmly. In that case, you guys can go. In the remaining hours, go and satisfy yourself with whatever you want to eat or drink, because you will soon leave this world. Long Feng said calmly. If you can find us, we have nothing to say. Hearing Ling Feng asking them to leave, the scarred man was secretly happy. If they left now, would it be possible for Ling Feng to find them? A few hours later, they were back in the land of chaos. Wait. Just when they were about to leave, Ling Feng suddenly spoke. You've changed your mind. Scar Man and others became nervous. You hit the dean, so I want you to cripple your hand. Ling Feng walked up to one of the mercenaries, who was the man who had slapped Dean Shui before. The man felt a chill in his heart as Ling Feng stared at him. There was ruthlessness in his eyes and he took out a saber and was about to chop off his palm. Don't be so bloody, what if you scare the children? Ling Feng knocked his saber away and grabbed the man's wrist. Snap. Ah. The man felt the bones in his wrist shattered. He screamed in pain with a hideous expression. Roll. The scarred man and others fled hurriedly. If Ling Feng changed his mind, none of them would be able to escape alive. You bunch of rubbish, you still have the nerve to call yourself international mercenaries. Li Wei retreated in fear and pushed his younger brother beside him. Stop him. After saying that, Li Wei fled to his car in panic, and from beginning to end, Ling Feng did not try to stop him. This made Li Wei very puzzled. Could it be that Ling Feng was afraid of his identity? Soon, all the bad guys escaped. The children in the orphanage cheered and regarded Ling Feng as a real hero. Su Feishue looked at Ling Feng with somewhat obsessive eyes. She had never seen such a domineering man. If such a man was her husband, who would dare to bully her? Dean, are you okay? Ling Feng walked over and asked. I'm fine, thank you so much, it was so dangerous today. Dean Shui was very scared. She didn't expect these people to be so lawless. If Ling Feng wasn't so powerful, something big would have happened today. Su Feishue came to her senses at this time. She comforted the director and the children, and told them that the new orphanage would be built soon. On the way back to the villa, Su Feishue thanked Ling Feng very much, but Ling Feng just replied calmly, it's just a piece of cake. Later on, Ling Feng was extremely indifferent to the topic of Su Feishue, and seemed to be keeping a distance from her. This made Su Feishue's face turn red with anger. She said angrily, am I annoying? You are so unwilling to talk to me. You are interested in me, but I don't want to have any other relationship with you, so I can only keep a safe distance. Ling Feng told the truth. You actually knew? Su Feishue was slightly flustered when Ling Feng pointed out her thoughts. But soon she said angrily, what? Am I bad? You don't need to pretend in front of me. I know you are just Jiai's husband by agreement. You are very beautiful and have a nice personality, but you are not my type, so it is better for us to not invade each other. Ling Feng said coldly. You, humph. Su Feishue crossed her arms, her chest heaving rapidly with anger. Su Feishue was as beautiful as a fairy, and many men were willing to give up everything to pursue her. Now she took the initiative to approach Ling Feng, but was rejected by Ling Feng coldly. The two were silent for a long time. Su Feishue looked at Ling Feng and said, I see. Are you attracted to Jiai? You want to transform from a son-in-law by agreement to a real live-in son-in-law, right? If you think so, I advise you to give up. Jiai only has that person in her heart, and no one can replace him. Oh. Ling Feng nodded and did not respond. After parking the car in the villa, Ling Feng turned to Su Feishue and said, you go back first. I have some things to deal with. I hope you keep your mouth shut about what happened in the orphanage today and don't tell Jiai. Why? Don't you want Jiai to look at you with admiration? If she knew how capable you are, she would definitely give you a raise. Su Feishue asked puzzledly. Chapter 29 Why are you here? In the office of Sanshur Group, Ling Feng sat lazily on the sofa. Not long after, Lu Chang ran in, sweating and panting. Seeing Ling Feng on the sofa, Lu Chang acted like a servant and was extremely respectful. Master, what do you want me to do? Let Li Bao bring his son here. Ling Feng picked up an apple, took a bite and said. Ah? Li Bao provoked you? Lu Chang was a little confused. Why was his reminder not only useless, but more like a death warrant? Last time he reminded Boss Nia died. Today, just after he reminded Li Bao, Ling Feng asked Li Bao to bring his son to see him. Do I need to explain to you? No need to say anything else, just say you have something to discuss with them. Long Feng frowned. His action frightened Lu Chang so much that he trembled and quickly walked aside to call Li Bao. Li Bao was puzzled when he received Lu Chang's call. If they were discussing business, why did they call Li Wei? Although he had some doubts in his mind, he still called Li Wei and rushed to Sancher Group. When the two walked into Lu Chang's office, they saw Lu Chang standing respectfully beside Lung Feng. Seeing this, Li Bao immediately guessed Lung Feng's identity. When Li Wei saw Lung Feng, he immediately exclaimed, "It's you, why are you here?" After being shocked, Li Wei's heart trembled. He grabbed Li Bao's clothes and said, "Dad, let's go." Could it be? Li Bao was a smart man. When he saw his son's frightened expression, he knew that something bad was going to happen. "Can you still leave?" Lung Feng asked calmly. Li Wei turned around and saw 6 strong men in black guarding the corridor. "Sir, did my son offend you? If he did, we father and son will apologize to you together. Please forgive my fault." Li Bao knew that he could not get out, so he suppressed the fear in his heart and came to Ling Feng. Seeing Li Bao's actions, Li Wei's inner fear reached its peak. What kind of existence had he provoked? Why were his father and Lu Chang so afraid of Lung Feng? Li Wei knows that Lu Chang is now the boss of the entire South District. With his status, can he only be a younger brother? You are very aware of the current situation. But his crime cannot be solved with just an apology. Lung Feng said calmly. "Asshole, what did you do?" Li Bao's back was already soaked with cold sweat when he heard this. He turned around and slapped Li Wei in the face, roaring and questioning. Li Bao knew the truth behind Boss Nia's disappearance. If he couldn't calm Lang Feng down, neither he nor his son would be able to walk out alive. How could Li Wei dare to hide it? He told the story of the orphanage from the beginning. When Li Bao heard that his son had hired mercenaries to deal with Lang Feng, his body began to tremble. No wonder Lang Feng said apologies were useless. Not to mention that Lang Feng is a big shot, even a small boss like Li Bao would not allow others to challenge his authority. If someone hired mercenaries to deal with him, Li Bao would definitely kill the other person. "Master, my son is young and ignorant. Please show mercy and give him a chance to live." Li Bao knelt on the ground and begged. "Cripple his legs or cripple his hands, you choose one for him." Who is Lang Feng? How could he be moved by Li Bao's behavior? Li Bao was stunned when he heard this. Li Wei was his only son. How could he bear to watch Li Wei being crippled? But someone must bear Lang Feng's anger. If a son is not well taught, it is the father's fault. Please allow me to bear all this for him. Li Bao said with tears in his eyes. "Dad." Li Wei didn't expect Li Bao to make such a decision. He felt as if his heart was being stabbed by needles. "Okay, I'll fulfill your fatherly love. Remember, I want a perfect explanation for the orphanage's affairs. As for my affairs, you must not publicize them. I don't like anyone leaking my information." Lang Feng said the second half of the sentence while looking at Lu Chang. Lu Chang was so scared that he lowered his head and kept silent. Lang Feng asked Li Bao to come mainly to solve the problem of the orphanage. As for Li Bao taking the punishment for Li Wei, Lang Feng didn't care much. If Li Wei corrects himself, it will be a good thing. If he still behaves like a playboy, he will suffer more than just broken arms and legs. Seeing Lang Feng leave, Lu Chang looked at Li Bao and sighed, "Don't blame me. If I don't do it, neither of us will be better off." "I know, come on." Li Bao stretched out his legs and said through gritted teeth. "Uncle Chang, you can't do this. You and my dad are brothers who have shared life and death together." Li Wei saw Lu Chang walking out with a steel pipe and hurriedly stopped him. "You still have the nerve to talk like that? I just reminded your father today not to mess with this gentleman, and you actually hired mercenaries to deal with him? He was already merciful by not taking your life today. If we deceive him, the only consequence will be death." Lu Chang said angrily. "Uncle Chang, you are the big boss of the South District now. With your ability, do you still need to be afraid of him?" Li Wei said unconvinced. Lu Chang laughed loudly upon hearing this, but after laughing he said angrily, "Do you know how I became the boss of the South District? If Boss Nia hadn't provoked him, would I have had the chance to become the new boss?" "What? Boss Nia died because he provoked him." Li Wei was stunned. He only heard that Boss Nia died in a car accident, but he didn't expect that the real situation was related to Lang Feng. "Xiangzi, let's do it." Li Bao said. Lu Chang sighed helplessly, then gritted his teeth and broke Li Bao's legs. After picking up Duan Qingxian from the kindergarten, Lung Feng drove back to the villa. Duan Qingxian sat in the child seat at the back, happily talking about life in kindergarten. Uncle Feng, we drew today. This is the family portrait I drew. Look, this is you. Duan Qingxian took out a piece of drawing paper from his small school bag. Through the rearview mirror, Lung Feng saw three people on the drawing paper. They were Lung Feng, Duan Jiai and Duan Qingxian. Although Duan Qingxian still called herself Uncle Feng, in her heart, she must have regarded herself as a family member. Seeing this painting, Lung Feng was deeply moved. He wished that Duan Qingxian could affectionately call him Dad. Qingxian's painting is really great. Lung Feng praised. He, the teacher said the same thing. Duan Qingxian smiled proudly. Seeing Duan Qingxuan's happy expression, Lung Feng was satisfied. Didn't he return to the city just to see this mother and daughter happy? When I returned to the villa, Su Feishue was holding a tablet and studying several pieces of land in the high-tech zone. Seeing Duan Qingxian coming back, she put down the tablet and hugged Duan Qingxian to play. Lung Feng first ordered the ingredients, and then took the opportunity to mop the floor. Seeing Lung Feng lying on the ground and carefully wiping the floor, Su Feishue always felt it was so unreal. During the day, Lung Feng fought 10 enemies at once. His mighty figure and arrogant aura fascinated Su Feishue. But now Lung Feng is just a house husband. Where is the aura of a tough man? Chapter 30 Drinking. But Su Feishue had to admit that Lung Feng was even more charming now. Where can you find a good man who can protect you from the wind and rain outside and be considerate at home? It's just a pity that such an outstanding man actually rejected her, which made Su Feishue very upset. It was almost 6:30 when Duan Jiai rushed back from the company, and Lung Feng had already prepared the meal. Duan Jiai looked at Lung Feng and Su Feishue carefully, then came to Su Feishue and whispered, "How is it? Any progress today? Do you want me to take him to go through the divorce procedures tomorrow and make you two happy?" "Speak softly, he heard everything we said." Su Feishue pushed Duan Jiai and said coquettishly. "How could that be? Our noise is like the buzzing of a mosquito, how can he hear it?" Duan Jiai said in disbelief. "He has already clearly rejected me today." Su Feishue glanced at Lung Feng unhappily. She is a goddess-level beauty with a good figure, good looks, and most importantly, a virgin. But Lung Feng looks down on her. "Mom, what are you talking about with Aunt Shui?" Duan Qingxian asked curiously. "Nothing." During the meal, Su Feishue felt a little embarrassed, while Lung Feng concentrated on having dinner with Duan Qingxian. Seeing Su Feishue's depressed look, Duan Jiai quickly changed the subject and asked her about the site selection for the orphanage. Just as the four of them were having dinner, Duan Jiai's cell phone rang. She glanced at the caller ID and saw that the call was from her cousin Li Xiaoxiao. After answering the phone, Duan Jiai's expression gradually became gloomy. She stood up and said, "I'm going out for a while. Do you want me to go with you?" Although Duan Jiai did not turn on the speaker, Lung Feng was sitting next to her, so he heard everything that was said in the conversation. Duan Jiai's cousin Li Xiaoxiao seems to be in trouble and needs Duan Jiai to save the situation. "No need, you can just stay at home and take care of Qingxian." Duan Jiai refused. "I'll take Qingxian with you, and let Lung Feng go with you. It's safer with a man." Su Feishue was afraid that Duan Jiai would suffer, so she would be safe with Lung Feng by her side. "Let's go." Lung Feng had already gone out first, and Duan Jiai had no choice but to follow. Lung Feng drove Duan Jiai's Ferrari out of the villa and arrived at Shengshi Huangqiao KTV 15 minutes later. "You find a place to park, I'll go in and take a look first." Seeing that parking spaces were tight, Duan Jiai opened the car door, walked down, and hurried into the KTV. Shengshi Huangqiao KTV is a high-end consumption place in the island city. The minimum consumption here is more than 1,500 yuan, so ordinary working-class people rarely appear here. Duan Jiai walked all the way to private room 203. When she walked in, she saw several young men and women trapped in a corner. Her cousin Li Xiaoxiao was among them. 3 men were sitting on the sofa nearby, and behind them were 6 bodyguards in black. Seeing Duan Jiai come in, Li Xiaoxiao, who was wearing a white dress, hurried over and said, "Cousin, you have to help us. It is rumored that Duan Jiai from Kaiyun Group is as beautiful as a fairy. After seeing her today, I can see that she is indeed as beautiful as her reputation." The young man sitting in the middle is quite handsome, but he is dressed in a very effeminate way. I think that only you, Master Lu, are worthy of such a beauty. Duan Jia already has a child. How could young Master Lu be interested in such second-hand goods? Ha, a young woman with a child is more attractive. If she is just treated as a plaything, I still like her very much. This young Master Lu is Lu Changcheng, the third young master of the Lu family, one of the top wealthy families in the island city. In front of their Lu family, Kaiyun Group has no reputation, so when Duan Jia stood in front of them, they did not hesitate to make sarcastic remarks. Duan Jia's pretty face flushed with anger when she heard the conversation between the three. She looked at Li Xiaoxiao and asked, "What's going on?" "He teased me just now, and I slapped him, and then they came in to block us. Not only did they beat up my classmates, they also asked a few of us to accompany them." Li Xiaoxiao was extremely angry, and she pointed at Lu Xiao angrily. Although Duan Jia didn't know Lu Changcheng, she heard the two men call him young Master Lu. In the island city, the only ones who dare to call themselves young Master Lu and do not take the Kaiyun Group seriously are the Lu family. "Mr. Lu, your Lu family is rich and powerful, why bother with a few young people?" Although Duan Jia was angry, she knew that she must not anger Lu Changcheng. If the Lu family becomes the enemy of Kaiyun Group will have a hard time in the island city. "Duan Jia, don't say that I don't give you face. If you drink this bottle of wine, I will pretend that nothing happened and let them go." Lu Changcheng's eyes swept across Duan Jia's body unscrupulously, and he said with a teasing smile on his face, "Don't go too far." Li Xiaoxiao thought that Duan Jia's arrival would be of some use. After all, Kaiyun Group was considered a second-rate consortium in the island city and was considered well-known. Unexpectedly, Lu Changcheng not only did not give Duan Jia face, but also spoke insulting words to her. "Bullying too much? So what if I bully you? Not only will I bully you, I will also ride on you, ha." Lu Changcheng laughed loudly, his expression was extremely arrogant. "Ha ha. Aren't women meant to be ridden?" Master Lu's words are really insightful. The two followers laughed. "Lu Changcheng, this is what you said. I drank and you let us leave." Duan Jia had no other choice, because the Lu family was so much more powerful than the Kaiyun Group. "I said it." Lu Changcheng laughed. Duan Jia looked at the wine on the table, gritted her teeth, picked up the bottle and started drinking. Although this wine is not a strong liquor with an alcohol content of 50 or 60 degrees, its alcohol content is not low. The most important thing is that this wine is a bit sweet and you can't feel that high alcohol content. "Cousin." Seeing Duan Jia really drinking, Li Xiaoxiao felt guilty. If it weren't for them, Duan Jia, the president of the group, would not have to suffer such an insult. "Ahem." Duan Jia choked and coughed. Although she only drank half a bottle, she was already feeling dizzy and drunk. "Mr. Duan, there is still half a bottle. If you can't finish it, I won't keep my promise." Lu Changcheng laughed. Duan Jia took a deep breath, picked up the bottle and was about to pour it into her mouth again. At this time, Lung Feng finally rushed over. Duan Jia walked too fast just now, and he couldn't catch up. Who knew that she would drink in such a short time? Lung Feng snatched the wine from Duan Jia's hand and angrily asked, "What are you doing? Is this how you drink wine?" "Lung Feng, give me the wine. Only after I drink, will they let Xiaoxiao and the others go with me." Duan Jia's eyes were almost closed. She drank too quickly and the alcohol took effect all at once. "You are a very smart woman, why are you so stupid now? You are drunk, will they still be honest with you? Not only will you not be able to take Xiaoxiao away, but you will also ruin your own innocence." How could Lung Feng not know the other party's purpose? He hugged Duan Jia in his arms, and then helped her to sit on the sofa beside him. Chapter 31 Too violent. Duan Jia was completely drunk at this time and fell asleep directly on the sofa. "Who are you? I'd better get out of here while I'm in a good mood, or don't blame me for being rude." Lu Changcheng was so happy to see Duan Jia drunk. He could take Duan Jia for himself tonight. Lang Feng's appearance made him very unhappy. He could see that Lang Feng was here to disrupt the situation. "Xiaoxiao, who is this?" Li Xiaoxiao's classmates also looked at Lang Feng in confusion. Li Xiaoxiao shook her head. She had never seen Lang Feng before. "You made my wife suffer so much. How do you think I should punish you?" Lang Feng walked to the coffee table and took out bottles of beer from the beer barrel one by one. "Wife? Could this be my cousin's husband?" Li Xiaoxiao had never seen Lang Feng before. She just heard the day before yesterday that her cousin had found alive and son-in-law. Your wife? When did Duan Jiayi get married? Lu Changcheng was stunned and looked at his companions. I haven't heard of it. So what if they're married? Master Lu, it will be more exciting if we execute Duan Jiayi right in front of him, another person said excitedly, rubbing his hands. You're right. Catch him and take him away. Are you kidding me? What the hell? Lu Changcheng laughed excitedly when he heard that. He even imagined Lang Feng struggling in anger. Lang Feng said nothing at this time, with a smile on his lips, but this smile contained endless anger. If someone who really knew Lang Feng saw this expression, they would be terrified, because Lang Feng was really angry. Bang bang bang. Lang Feng opened bottle after bottle of beer and poured them into the bucket of ice-cold beer. The ice inside was dissolved by the beer and the beer became icy cold. At this time, Lu Changcheng's two bodyguards came towards Lang Feng from the left and right. Just as they were about to grab Lang Feng's shoulders, Lang Feng suddenly moved, and the two bottles in his hand smashed hard on the heads of the two bodyguards. The two bodyguards didn't expect Lang Feng to be so fast. They were knocked to the ground before they could react. Oh my god, my brother-in-law is so violent. Your brother-in-law is so powerful. He knocked down two bodyguards directly? Li Xiaoxiao's classmates exclaimed in surprise, and then they saw all of Lu Changcheng's bodyguards rushing towards Lang Feng. Damn, they attacked together. Can your brother-in-law beat so many bodyguards? Bang! Lang Feng stood still and picked up the wine bottles on the table and threw them out one by one. What was shocking was that every time Lang Feng threw a wine bottle, it hit the opponent's head accurately. Before these bodyguards could get close to Lang Feng, they were all beaten with bloody heads and fell to the ground, unable to get up. This is too fierce. Damn, your cousin's husband is too violent, isn't he? With such a powerful husband, why do you still let them bully you? Lu Changcheng and the two men beside him were so frightened by Lang Feng's actions that they stood up. No one expected that Lang Feng was so violent that he could knock down a person with a wine bottle. All the bodyguards were lying on the ground with blood on their heads. Lang Feng was so powerful that these people not only suffered superficial injuries, but at least moderate concussions. What's going on? Just then, the door was pushed open and 6 men walked in. Seeing these 6 people, Lu Changcheng's fearful expression disappeared, and he shouted at the leader of the 6 people, "How do you do things in Shangshi dynasty? This man wants to hit me, quickly call someone to come and beat him up." Young Master Lu. The man was shocked when he saw Lu Changcheng. He quickly led his men to Lang Feng's back and shouted angrily, "You dare to take action in Shangshi dynasty? You are courting death, boy. Are you talking to me?" Lang Feng turned and looked at the leading man. When the leading man saw Lang Feng, his body trembled violently. Only then did Lang Feng realize that this guy looked very familiar, and seemed to be the guy with the gold chain next to Lu Chang. "Master, why are you here?" This man was the one who went to First Love Coffee to collect insurance premiums. He was also an old man around Lu Chang. After Lu Chang took control of the Sanshur group, he handed over Shangshur Huangqiao to him for care. Others may not know how Lu Chang came to power, but he knows it very well. It is precisely because he knows the inside story that his fear of Lang Feng is so intense. Go get 2 beer buckets filled with ice, and also bring some liquor. Lang Feng gave the order directly. Yes, go get it. The man with the gold chain hurriedly shouted to the younger brother beside him. These younger brothers did not know Lang Feng, but seeing that the man with the gold chain was so afraid of Lang Feng, they certainly did not dare to slack off and hurriedly did as they were told. Lu Changcheng thought that he would be safe now that the man with the gold chain had arrived. Who knew that the man with the gold chain would become scared after seeing Lang Feng? Fuck, what do you mean? Do you want to go against our Lu family? If I get hurt, can you take the responsibility? Lu Changcheng roared. Although the man with the gold chain was afraid of the Lu family, he was more afraid of Lang Feng. No matter how powerful the Lu family is, it is just a business group in the white world. Although Lu Chang is wary of the Lu family, as the boss of the gray area, he is not afraid of the Lu family. But Lu Chang was absolutely scared to death of Lang Feng, because it would be too easy for Lang Feng to kill him. "Master, do you want me to help you teach him a lesson?" The man with the gold chain said to Lang Feng in a flattering manner. "Okay, let's beat him up first." Lang Feng looked coldly at Lu Changcheng and the other two. "All right." The man with the gold chain waved his hand, and rushed up with his 3 younger brothers to beat up Lu Changcheng. "Xiao Xiao, who is your brother-in-law?" Why are people in Shangshi dynasty so afraid of him? Is your brother-in-law a big boss in the underworld? Li Xiaoxiao was confused. It was also the first time she met her brother-in-law. And wasn't his brother-in-law a son-in-law? Such a capable man, does he need to be a son-in-law? He is a member of the Lu family, and he was beaten without hesitation. I am Lu Changcheng from the Lu family. You dare to hit me? Even your boss doesn't dare to provoke me. Lu Changcheng roared angrily as he was punched and kicked. Lang Feng opened several bottles of liquor in the room and poured them all into the beer barrel. Not long after, two younger brothers came in with 2 beer barrels and some liquor. Under Lang Feng's command, they poured all the liquor into the beer barrel. Under the effect of ice cubes, the liquor in the beer barrel exuded a chill. Lang Feng waved his hand, and the man with the gold chain stopped punching and kicking. At this time, Lu Changcheng's face was bruised and swollen, and he looked horrible. Lang Feng walked over and grabbed Lu Changcheng's hair and dragged him up. Lu Changcheng screamed in pain. At this time, he still had a bit of arrogance. He shouted in fear, I know I was wrong, please don't hit me again. I can give you money, please don't hit me. As for the other 2 young men, they also begged for mercy. They didn't expect that someone would dare to hit the young master of the Lu family. Duan Jia didn't dare to anger Lu Changcheng before, and even when Lu Changcheng was clearly at fault, Duan Jia still had to take Li Xiaoxiao and others away by offering them wine as compensation. Who would have thought that Duan Jia's husband was so violent and didn't care about Lu Changcheng's identity at all? Chapter 32 A date with a beautiful woman. Lang Feng turned a deaf ear to the 3 people's pleas for mercy. Not only did these 3 guys speak rudely to Duan Jia, they even wanted to get her drunk and do something indecent to her. No matter which one, it touched Lang Feng's bottom line. Let my wife drink, and I'll treat you too. Lang Feng directly pressed Lu Changcheng's head into the beer barrel. The beer barrel was full of liquor and even had some cold ice cubes. The wound on Lu Changcheng's face was irritated by the alcohol and was in great pain. He opened his mouth and drank large gulps of liquor down his nose and throat. An ordinary person would feel extremely uncomfortable if his nose was choked by water, let alone Lu Changcheng who was choked by strong liquor. Ahem. Lu Changcheng's face turned red from coughing. He had never felt such pain before. No, spare me. Lu Changcheng coughed violently and pleaded in pain. If you have evil intentions towards my wife, will begging for mercy be of any use? Lang Feng had no expression on his face as he pushed Lu Changcheng's head into the beer barrel again. Seeing this, the man with the gold chain grabbed the other 2 men and pressed their heads into the beer barrels. Too cruel. Your brother-in-law is too cruel. If you provoke him, you will be worse off than dead. Li Xiaoxiao's classmates were deeply shocked when they saw Lu Changcheng being tortured like this. 5 minutes later, Lu Changcheng and the other 2 were like dead dogs, barely breathing. Even if these 3 guys don't die, they will lose half their lives. Send him to the hospital first. Lang Feng said to the man with the gold chain. Yes. The man with the gold chain brought his men and dragged Lu Changcheng and the other 2 out. As for the other bodyguards, they were also dealt with by other younger brothers of Shangshi dynasty. Lang Feng looked at Li Xiaoxiao and the classmates behind her and said, no one is allowed to tell anyone about what happened today. Xiaoxiao, you are not allowed to tell your cousin what happened today. Got it. How could Li Xiaoxiao dare not disobey Lang Feng? Lang Feng just now was like a devil, it was really terrifying. You guys go back. Lang Feng picked up Duan Jia and said, brother-in-law, what should we do with the Lu family? They will definitely take revenge on my cousin. Li Xiaoxiao said worriedly. I will take care of it, you just need to keep your mouth shut. After Lang Feng said that, he hugged Duan Jia and left the private room, then returned to the villa. When I returned to the villa, Su Feishue was playing with Duan Qingxian in the living room. Seeing Lang Feng holding Duan Jia back, Duan Qingxian asked in confusion, Uncle Feng, what happened to Mom? You've drunk too much. Lang Feng carried Duan Jia upstairs directly. Su Feishue looked upstairs and thought to herself, will this guy take this opportunity to attack Jia? Thinking of this, Su Feishue took a step to go upstairs, but Lang Feng had already come down. Qingxian, go wash up and go to bed. Lang Feng glanced at the clock and found that it was already 8:30. Duan Jia was drunk and she couldn't take care of Qingxian. Qingxian is already 5 years old, so Lang Feng has to avoid suspicion even if he is his biological father, not to mention that he is now a son-in-law. Okay. Duan Qingshan turned off the TV himself, then said goodbye to Su Feishue, "Good night, Aunt Shui, good night, Uncle Feng." After Duan Qingshan left, Su Feishue asked Long Feng, "What happened? Jai doesn't drink, how could she be so drunk?" "You can ask her yourself tomorrow. I'm going out first to do something," Lang Feng said as he picked up the Lamborghini key. "Where are you going?" Su Feishue asked. "A beautiful lady has an appointment, a night of spring." As he spoke, Lang Feng had already gotten into the car, and then the sound of the Lamborghini quickly disappeared. "Humph, you don't even want a beauty like me? What kind of beauty can catch your eye?" Su Feishue didn't believe Lang Feng's words. She turned off the lights in the living room and went upstairs to take care of Duan Jai. The first hospital of the island city is a grade 3A hospital. At this moment, in the hospital's advanced ward, Lu Changqing's body was full of tubes. Because strong liquor is poured into the nose, not only the nasal mucosa is damaged, but also the brain is harmed by alcohol. Even if he could wake up, he would still be a fool and have lost the intelligence of a normal person. Outside the ward, Lu Honghai, the current head of the Lu family, was extremely angry, and next to her was a noble lady crying bitterly. "Husband, you have to stand up for Changcheng. Who is this person? How could he torture our son like this?" the lady cried. "Don't worry, I will grind this man to dust," Lu Honghai said angrily. Just then, a middle-aged man in a bodyguard suit walked over. The middle-aged man nicknamed Tyrannosaurus is Lu Honghai's personal bodyguard and also the Lu family's security consultant. This man was once a major in a special forces brigade in China and was extremely powerful. "Boss, we have figured out the matter." Tyrannosaurus came to Lu Honghai and told him the whole story from beginning to end. "Call Lu Chang for me, he must know the identity of that man," Lu Honghai said angrily. Soon, the call was connected, and Lu Honghai said in a cold voice, "I am Lu Honghai, today is Shengshur Huangchao." Lu Honghai was about to ask for culpability, but Lu Chang on the phone spoke first. "Your son provoked the wrong person, and he deserves this fate. I advise you not to avenge your son, otherwise you will end up in a miserable situation. If you want to vent your anger on me, then I will take it. Let's see who can outlast the other." After Lu Chang finished speaking, he hung up the phone. Lu Honghai was speechless, which made him even angrier. "Damn it! Lu Chang doesn't even take me seriously. Tell everyone to intercept all business activities of Sanshur Group starting tomorrow. I want Lu Chang to know the consequences of offending me." "Boss, Lu Chang's men have appeared outside our shopping mall and hotel. It seems that he has made preparations. Once we stop the Sanshur Group, his people will come to our territory to cause trouble." Tyrannosaurus hung up the phone and said angrily, "Lu Chang is determined to go against me. What is the identity of that man? He actually let Lu Chang protect him." When Lu Honghai heard Tyrannosaurus' report, the anger in his heart was dissipated a little. He was well aware of how powerful the Sanshur Group was in the gray area. If he angered the Sanshur Group, all his places would be in chaos and even the safety of his family would be threatened. "Husband, let's go find Duan Jai now." "Didn't they say that man is Duan Jai's husband?" the lady said angrily. "Arrange a car and let's go to Duan Jai's house to look for her," Lu Honghai said angrily. "Are you looking for me?" At this moment, Lang Feng put his hands in his trouser pockets and walked towards Lu Honghai step by step. When Tyrannosaurus saw Lang Feng, his expression immediately became solemn. He had learned about the situation from his subordinates, and in his eyes, Lang Feng's strength was unfathomable. Even though Tyrannosaurus thought he was very strong, he was still unsure when facing Lang Feng, so he immediately notified his men to come. Chapter 33 Chairman, something bad has happened. You made my son like this? Lu Honghai's eyes seemed to be spitting fire when he heard Lang Feng's words. Lang Feng crippled his son, yet he came in front of him so arrogantly. How could he not take the Lu family seriously? "It's me," Lang Feng said as he came in front of Lu Honghai. Tyrannosaurus stretched his body tight and stood in front of Lu Honghai. He stared at Lang Feng with eyes like lightning. As long as Lang Feng made any move, he would counterattack immediately. "You are ignoring the dignity of my Lu family. Should I say you are arrogant or you are looking for death?" Lu Honghai has been in a high position for a long time and has the dignity of a superior. He knew that Lang Feng was quite powerful, but in front of the power of the Lu family, what was the value of individual strength? Since Lang Feng had destroyed Lu Changcheng, he wanted to kill Lang Feng and let everyone know that no one could touch anyone from his Lu family. The dignity of the Lu family? Who gave you the courage to mention the word dignity in front of me? Do you think the Lu family has any dignity at all? Lung Feng found it funny. How could a small Lu family dare to talk about dignity? In the island city, it is one of the 4 great families, but in Lung Feng's eyes, what are the 4 great families in the island city? At best, they are just families with a little money. Do you look down on our Lu family? Don't forget your identity. You are just a son-in-law of Kaiyun Group. What's more, you picked up a slut and became someone's cheap father. Lu Honghai didn't expect Lung Feng to despise the Lu family so much. He said angrily. Lung Feng looked normal. Outsiders thought he was a cheap father, but only he knew that this girl was his biological daughter. However, Lu Honghai's abuse made Lung Feng somewhat unhappy. He said coldly, I originally planned to give you a chance to choose, but now it's gone. Starting tomorrow, the Lu family will be eliminated from the 4 major families in the island city and become history. Lung Feng's words startled Lu Honghai and his wife. These were the most arrogant words they had ever heard. Even if the other 3 wealthy families joined forces, they couldn't easily defeat the Lu family. Now, a son-in-law from Kaiyun Group actually said that he wanted to remove the Lu family from the island city? Okay, I really want to see what ability you have to bring down the Lu family. But before that, you have to pay the price for what happened to my son. Lu Honghai's expression became sinister when he saw his bodyguard team coming over. Lung Feng heard the dense footsteps behind him, but he didn't care. He took out his cell phone calmly and dialed a number. When the call was connected, he said, let's do it. After hanging up the phone, Lung Feng looked behind him and saw more than 30 bodyguards in black standing there holding military sticks. Forget it, just think of it as some exercise. Lung Feng stretched his arms and said depressedly. Hit them. Lu Honghai waved his hand, and more than 30 bodyguards in black rushed up roaring. To be Lu Honghai's bodyguard, he must at least be a Special Forces soldier from the Special Forces Brigade, and there may even be a few elite Special Forces soldiers among them. When these 30-plus people attacked together, they were like wolves and tigers. Both Lu Honghai and his wife, as well as Tyrannosaurus, felt that Lang Feng would soon be knocked to the ground and become an abused person. In their sight, they saw Lang Feng suddenly rushing out and killing directly into the crowd. The sounds of fists and feet colliding were mixed with screams. The bodyguards fell to the ground in pain, and Lang Feng was like a sharp sword, constantly piercing through. In just a few minutes, Lang Feng was the only one standing in the corridor. As for the more than 30 bodyguards, none of them could stand up. Is this still a human? How can he have such terrifying skills? Even the strongest Special Forces king is not so perverted. Tyrannosaurus is an iron-blooded warrior who has fought on the battlefield, but now he can't help but tremble in his legs. Lang Feng's strength was beyond his comprehension. He was already a superhuman. Lu Honghai and his wife couldn't believe it. They spent tens of millions to hire a bodyguard, but was he so vulnerable? Wait for the end of the world. Lang Feng sneered and walked away in an extremely casual manner. Just then, Lu Honghai's cell phone rang. Lu Honghai suppressed his inner shock and answered the call. Chairman, something bad has happened. All of our group's accounts have been urgently frozen. In addition, all of our businesses have been investigated by the relevant authorities. What should we do now? What? All accounts are frozen. Lu Honghai's head buzzed. The most important thing for a wealth empire is money. With all its assets frozen, the group cannot continue to operate. Most importantly, all its industries are being investigated by the relevant departments, which reveals too much information. Only those in power can issue this series of orders, which is intended to bring down the Lu family. Thinking of the phone call Lang Feng had just made, Lu Honghai's body was shaken. Impossible. He is just alive and son-in-law, how could he have such great power? Lu Honghai quickly took out his cell phone and called the person in power in the island city. When the call was connected, Lu Honghai hurriedly said, Leader, how did our Lu family offend the higher-ups? What are we going to do? You ask me, but who should I ask? The order was sent from Kyoto. Think about who you have offended. By the way, we have received a document of your crime. If you can get that big shot to forgive you, it will be fine. If you can't get forgiveness, you can just wait to go to jail in 2 hours. After the person on the phone finished speaking, he hung up. Honey, what's going on? The lady was still confused, but Lu Honghai's expression had already made her feel that something was wrong. It's over. It's completely over. An order has come from Kyoto to eradicate our Lu family. It won't be long before I'm arrested. Lu Honghai leaned weakly against the wall. He never thought that Lung Feng would have such a powerful influence. With just one phone call, the Lu family, one of the 4 largest families in the island city, collapsed in an instant. What? The noble lady also shook. Was the huge Lu family destroyed just like that? No wonder he doesn't take our Lu family seriously. It turns out that our Lu family is so weak in front of him. Just one phone call and our Lu family's efforts of more than 200 years have been wasted. Lu Honghai squatted on the ground, crying bitterly. Husband, let's go find Duan Jiayi and Li Yun. That man is Li Yun's son-in-law and Duan Jiayi's husband. As long as they beg for mercy, we still have a chance to survive. Yes, yes. Let's go, let's go. Lu Honghai quickly got up, and the 2 of them ran downstairs. But just as they walked out of the elevator, 4 people in prosecutors' uniforms blocked them. Lu Honghai, Madam Lu, the 2 of you are suspected of multiple commercial crimes. You are now formally arrested. No, no. Give me an hour, I can make him forgive me. Our Lu family shouldn't end like this, it shouldn't. Lu Honghai rushed out frantically, but was held down by 2 law enforcement officers and couldn't break free. If he knew this would be the result, even if Lu Changcheng died, he would pretend nothing had happened. Chapter 34 Beautiful Pastry Chef. Late at night, the wealthy people in the island city were getting ready to go to bed, but at this moment, their cell phones started ringing one after another. What? All the Lu family businesses were seized? Lu Honghai was taken away? How is that possible? Who in the island city dares to touch the Lu family? Aren't they afraid of causing economic chaos in the island city? Has the news been confirmed? Hurry up and find out who the Lu family has offended? When the news came that the Lu family had been sealed off and Lu Honghai and his wife had been arrested, there was a huge earthquake in the business circle of the island city. No one could have imagined that the Lu family, one of the 4 largest families in the island city, would completely collapse overnight. All the business giants were investigating the inside story of the Lu family's downfall, but in the end they could only determine that the Lu family had provoked a big shot in Kyoto. As for what exactly happened, no one knows. After the Lu family fell, all their industries were temporarily controlled by the State-Owned Assets Supervision and Administration Commission, which had issued a notice early in the morning to publicly auction all of the Lu family's industries in half a month. As soon as the news came out, all the major financial groups in the island city took action, intending to take the opportunity to expand their own group territories. At 9 o'clock in the morning, Duan Jiayi finally woke up slowly. When she saw the familiar room, she breathed a sigh of relief. Aunt, you finally woke up. Su Feishue was sitting aside playing with her mobile phone. When she saw Duan Jiayi wake up, she said, Was it Lung Feng who brought me back? How are Xiao Xiao and the others? Duan Jiayi only remembered that Lung Feng appeared, and had no impression of what happened afterwards. I don't know, I just know that you were drunk and he carried you back. Su Feishue shook her head. Duan Jiayi took the phone and called Li Xiaoxiao to ask about what happened last night. After you got drunk last night, the guy surnamed Lu changed his mind. Not only did he not let us go, he also wanted to take you to the hotel. But my cousin's husband came, and he showed his might and beat up all the bodyguards of the Lu family and Lu Changcheng. Li Xiaoxiao said. What? He beat up Lu Changcheng. Although Lung Feng knew that he was venting his anger, beating up Lu Changcheng was no small matter. If the Lu family pursued the matter, Kaiyun Group would not be able to cover it up. Hearing Duan Jiayi's shocked tone, Li Xiaoxiao smiled and said, Cousin, don't panic. Haven't you watched the news yet? You won't panic if you watch it. After hanging up the phone, Duan Jiayi curiously opened the Island City News, and saw the headline of the news page was shocking. The Lu family is suspected of multiple commercial crimes, and the provincial procuratorate raided overnight. How is this possible? I'm still asleep. The Lu family fell? Duan Jiayi couldn't believe it. The Lu family had been deeply rooted in the island city for hundreds of years. How could it fall just like that? Without any signs at all? Is there any need to think about it? We must have offended a big shot. Su Feishue said with an expression as if he saw through everything. It seems that I am lucky. If the Lu family had not fallen, our Kaiyun Group would be in trouble. Duan Jiayi would never have thought that the Lu family's fall was because they had offended a big shot like her. If Lu Changcheng hadn't provoked Duan Jiayi, how could the Lu family have suffered such a misfortune? The State-Owned Assets Supervision and Administration Commission is going to publicly auction the Liu family's assets. You, Kai-Yun Group, should not miss this opportunity, Su Feishue said casually while looking at her mobile phone. Duan Jiayi was surprised again when she heard this. Being drunk was too much of a hassle. Even Su Feishue knew the news, but she, who was in the business circle, didn't know it yet. I won't talk to you anymore. I have to go to the company. This is a good opportunity. Duan Jiayi hurried into the bathroom to wash up, and then rushed to the company. In First Love Coffee, Lung Feng was drinking latte comfortably. Gong Sun Ziyu sat opposite Lung Feng. She smiled and said, "Brother Feng, would you like some dessert?" Lung Feng shook his head. "No, I don't want to become a fat otaku like Thor. I hired a new pastry chef today. Please help me taste her cooking." Gong Sun Ziyu said with a smile. "If that's the case, I'll help you reluctantly." Lung Feng laughed. As the two were talking, a fresh and beautiful lady in a white top and light blue denim shorts walked in. This girl looks very sweet at first glance, with a quiet temperament. "Excuse me, is the boss here? I'm here to apply for the position of pastry chef." The girl looked around the bar and saw that there was no one there. Her eyes fell on Lung Feng. "Hello, I'm the boss, you can call me Ziyu." Gong Sun Ziyu walked over to talk. The two talked for a while, and then Gong Sun Ziyu took the girl into the dessert room. The dessert room is not enclosed but separated by clear glass. In the lobby, you can see the pastry chef at work. This girl is sweet and pretty. If she can stay, she will definitely attract many single men to First Love Coffee. Lung Feng walked outside the dessert room with coffee and watched the girl making desserts quietly. The girl is extremely focused on her work. When she is making desserts, she seems to be in an independent world. She made every dessert very carefully. Not long after, Gong Sun Ziyu and the girl came out with some desserts. "Brother Feng, please try it." Lung Feng sat down and carefully tasted the dessert in front of him. "How is it?" Gong Sun Ziyu asked. Although Lung Feng is not a gourmet, he has eaten too many top-notch delicacies, so the most basic tasting is not a problem for him. "To be honest, it tastes better than what you cooked," Lung Feng said to Gong Sun Ziyu. Gong Sun Ziyu snorted upon hearing this. "Do you have to be so direct? To be honest, you are blessed to hire such a dedicated and beautiful pastry chef," Lung Feng said with a smile. "Xiaoxi, what treatment do you want?" Gong Sun Ziyu is also a pastry chef himself, so he has a clear understanding of Xiaoxi's strength. Just as Lung Feng said, Xiaoxi is not only capable but also beautiful. If she stays, it will definitely be a great help to First Love Coffee. "It's enough for me to make desserts here. As for the salary, it doesn't matter." Xiaoxi smiled happily when she heard Lung Feng's praise. "It doesn't matter?" Gong Sun Ziyu was a little surprised. It was the first time she met a job applicant who didn't care about the salary. "Well, I just want to get more recognition from people," Xiaoxi said. "How about 5,000 for the first month, and 6,000 from the second month onwards?" Although Xiaoxi didn't care much about the salary, Gong Sun Ziyu still set Xiaoxi's salary at a higher level in the industry. "Well, sure. Can I go to work today?" Xiaoxi asked happily. "Of course." Gong Sun Ziyu felt like he had found a treasure when he saw Xiaoxi was so enthusiastic about his work. But at this moment, two men in suits walked in. Judging from their attire and aura, these two men are obviously bodyguards. When Xiaoxi saw the two of them, her expression became panicked and she quickly hid behind Gong Sun Ziyu. "Miss, it's time for us to go back," said one of the bodyguards. "I'm already a clerk in this store and I have to work now, so don't disturb me." Seeing that she couldn't escape, Xiaoxi said sweetly with a hint of annoyance. "Here is 20,000 yuan. I hope you can fire my lady." The bodyguard reached into his briefcase, took out 20,000 yuan and placed it in front of Gong Sun Ziyu, saying arrogantly. Chapter 35 Bodyguard or Kidnapper? Gong Sun Ziyu looked at Xiaoxi in surprise. No wonder this beautiful woman didn't care about salary. Would a young lady who goes out with a bodyguard care about a salary of 5 or 6,000 yuan? Lung Feng was not very surprised because he saw the Maserati car keys in Xiaoxi's bag. "Are you done yet? I just want to do what I like, why are you trying to sabotage my business?" Xiaoxi was just delighted at being hired, but the two bodyguards immediately asked Gong Sun Ziyu to fire her, which made Xiaoxi completely furious. "It's very dangerous outside, miss, you'd better go home." The two bodyguards had no expression on their faces. Take your money back. I won't fire Xiaoxi unless she resigns on her own. Although Gongsun Ziyu didn't know the inside story, he had guessed something through the conversation between the bodyguard and Xiaoxi. Xiaoxi just wants to do what she likes, why do you have to interfere? Thank you, Sister Ziyu. Xiaoxi was very grateful when she heard that Gongsun Ziyu refused to fire her. He had been to several coffee shops before, but the owners were forced to fire her by her bodyguards. I hope you change your mind, otherwise your store may be in a lot of trouble. One of the bodyguards threatened coldly. Sister Ziyu, I'd better leave. Xiaoxi is very beautiful, but her pretty face is full of sadness. What's the difference between her and a prisoner now? Are you two bodyguards or kidnappers? At this moment, Long Feng, who had been silent, spoke. Nonsense, of course we are bodyguards. This is the first time I've seen a bodyguard restricting his employer's behavior. If your behavior has to be restricted in order to ensure safety, you might as well buy a single room in prison. I think the security level of prison is more reliable than that of you two, and most importantly, the cost is lower? Long Feng said sarcastically. Brother Feng is right. Bodyguards who need to restrict their employer's behavior to ensure their employer's safety are unqualified. Gongsun Ziyu said to Xiaoxi, fire them and find another bodyguard company. You'd better watch your mouth. If you continue to talk nonsense, don't blame us for being rude. When the two bodyguards heard Gongsun Ziyu asking Xiaoxi to change bodyguard companies, their faces turned cold. Be polite when talking to my sister, otherwise don't blame me for being rude. Lang Feng stood up with a piece of dessert in his hand, and put it into his mouth after he finished speaking. What? You want to fight us? Fighting with bodyguards? Are you sure you're not crazy? The two bodyguards looked at Lang Feng as if he were an idiot. Lang Feng laughed teasingly and said, wearing sunglasses and a black suit makes you a bodyguard? Could you please not bring shame to the bodyguard industry? These two men were dressed like bodyguards, but their methods were obviously those of amateurs. Lang Feng was a little puzzled. This girl's family didn't seem to be short of money, so why did she find two people like this to be bodyguards? Fuck, who do you think has brought discredit to the bodyguard industry? Fuck him. The two men were angered by Lang Feng and punched him directly. Seeing the two men's moves, Lang Feng became even more disappointed. The way they fought was clearly that of street thugs. Could it be that Xiaoxi's family couldn't afford real bodyguards? So they hired two laymen to act as a front? Bang! The two men hadn't figured out what was going on yet, but they were knocked to the ground by Lang Feng. You dared to hit us. Just wait. The two bodyguards struggled to get up and quickly ran away. You are so awesome. Xiaoxi said happily when he saw his follower being beaten away by Lang Feng with just 3 punches and 2 kicks. Where did you find these two bodyguards? Has anyone threatened your safety? Do you need bodyguards? Lang Feng felt a little puzzled. Anyone who hired a bodyguard did so for safety. How can these two guys guarantee the safety of their employer? My father heard that someone was going to kidnap me, so he asked bodyguards to protect me. As for these two people, they were hired by my uncle. Xiaoxi replied. It's strange that these two people can protect you. Lang Feng looked thoughtful and said, just work here today. I'll take you home after get off work. Lang Feng had nothing to do today, so he decided to temporarily act as a waiter. A cafe is a place for leisure. Customers who come here are either friends chatting or couples dating. Therefore, cafes are busier in the afternoon and evening. After being busy in the coffee shop until 4:30 in the afternoon, Lang Feng went to pick up Duan Qingxian after school. Duan Qingxian saw Lang Feng and ran over happily. Uncle Feng. What did you learn today? Lang Feng asked with a smile, holding Duan Qingxian's little hand. I learned an English nursery rhyme. Can I sing it to you? Okay. Along the way, Duan Qingxian was very happy. Lang Feng felt very warm in her laughter. When approaching the villa, Lang Feng received a call from Duan Jai. Because of the downfall of the Liu family, the business community in the island city is in turmoil, and Kaiyun Group also wants to make a breakthrough in this storm, so Duan Jai will be very busy during this period. When he returned to the villa, Lang Feng found that Su Feishue was not there either, but there was a note left on the table. It turned out that Su Feishue had gone out for dinner with friends. It's just the two of us today, so why don't I take you to Aunt Ziyu's house to eat jelly and cheesecake? Thinking that he still had to send Xiaoxi off tonight, Long Feng decided not to cook tonight. Great, I want some milk pudding too, Duan Qingxian said excitedly. 6 o'clock is dinner time. Some people who don't want to have dinner will choose to come to a coffee shop to eat something and chat. Therefore, there are still quite a few people in coffee shops nowadays. Gongsun Ziyu was very happy about Duan Qingxuan's arrival. She quickly served Duan Qingxian milk pudding and other children's favorite foods. Because he had to take care of Duan Qingxian, Long Feng had no choice but to be a guest and watch Gongsun Ziyu and Xiaoxi busy themselves. Xiaoxi is a sweet and fresh beauty. Although she is a lady from a wealthy family, she is very happy when she is busy. Obviously, she likes such a fulfilling life and doesn't like being a bird in a cage. Uncle Feng, you already have a mother. You can't be attracted to other girls, okay? Duan Qingxian glanced at Gongsun Ziyu and said to Long Feng seriously. Long Feng couldn't help laughing when he heard this. I know, your Aunt Ziyu is my sister, I don't like her. Okay, I believe you. Duan Qingxian took a cup of milk tea and drank it happily. At 8 o'clock in the evening, there are still many customers in the coffee shop. Generally speaking, the coffee shop will be busy until after 11 o'clock in the evening. Duan Qingxian needed to rest early, so Long Feng sent Duan Qingxian home first. Fortunately, Su Feishua had returned at this time, and Lang Feng gave her the important task of taking care of Duan Qingxian. When Lang Feng returned to First Love Coffee again, it was already 10:30 in the evening. Brother Feng, please send Xiaoxi back first. I can take care of it here by myself, Gongsun Ziyu said when he saw that there were not many guests. Chapter 36 Ancient Warrior. There were very few vehicles on the road late at night. Xiaoxi was driving the Maserati in front, while Long Feng was following far behind him. Just then, Long Feng saw a Buick business car catching up with him at high speed and overtaking him. Long Feng took out his cell phone and called Xiaoxi. Brother Feng, what's wrong? Xiaoxi was driving, and the Buick business car was only more than 100 meters away from her. Your trouble is here. Pull over and lock the car door, Long Feng said. Xiaoxi glanced at the rearview mirror and found that the Buick business car had arrived behind her car. She was scared, but when she remembered that Lang Feng was following behind her, she felt much calmer. In the Buick, there were 4 men wearing masks, dressed as if they were robbing a bank. Get in front of her, make her rear-end the car, and lure her out of the car, the leading man commanded. The Buick business car accelerated suddenly and rushed directly in front of the Maserati. Just when the driver suddenly braked, Xiaoxi suddenly pulled over. Take a hammer and break her glass. Seeing Xiaoxi park the car, these people immediately opened the door and rushed down. Just at this moment, Lang Feng's car rushed over and stopped behind the Maserati. After Lang Feng got out of the car, he went straight to the front of the Maserati and blocked the kidnappers. Destroy him. The leading man waved his hand, and his men immediately rushed towards Lang Feng. They were not experts, so how could they possibly be a match for Lang Feng? Soon, the entire army was annihilated, leaving only the leader standing there in a daze. Run away. This guy didn't dare to fight with Lang Feng at all. He waved his hand and asked his men to come back quickly. Unfortunately, none of his men could get up. Do you think you can run away? Lang Feng approached step by step. The man stepped back in fear, his eyes full of fear. This afternoon, they tied up the 2 bodyguards around Xiaoxi. They thought that tonight's operation would go smoothly, but unexpectedly, Lang Feng popped up again. Drive. The man turned and ran towards the Buick business. He had decided to abandon his companions. Seeing this, Lang Feng suddenly accelerated and kicked the man to the ground. The driver of the Buick was about to start when he saw a face appear next to the car window. Immediately afterwards, the car window glass shattered, his hair was grabbed by Lang Feng, and he slammed hard against the steering wheel, fainting on the spot. Okay, let's call the police, Lang Feng shouted at Xiaoxi. Xiaoxi sat in the car, looking at Lang Feng in surprise. Although she knew Lang Feng was good at fighting, she didn't expect him to be so good. 6 kidnappers were not able to hurt Lang Feng at all. After hearing Lang Feng shouting, Xiaoxi finally reacted and picked up the phone to call the police. Lang Feng walked to the leader and took out his cell phone. It was a new phone with only 1 contact in it. It was obvious that this was the employer's contact information. Lang Feng edited the location virus into the text message and sent this person a message, mission accomplished. Not long after, the other party replied, "Take him to the villa in the western suburbs, and then inform Wang Jiaxian to ask him to pay the ransom." Kidnap at this level? Stupid. Lung Feng took out his mobile phone and quickly determined the other party's location using the positioning Trojan. When he saw the other party's position, Lung Feng smiled. The outcome of this matter was the same as he had guessed. "Brother Feng, thank you so much." Xiaoxi saw that the kidnappers had lost their ability to fight, so he got out of the car and said gratefully to Lung Feng, "Since you come to work at First Love Coffee, I will be responsible for your safety." Lung Feng said with a smile, "I really envy Sister Ziyu for having such a great brother like you." Xiaoxi said enviously. When Lung Feng heard this, he recalled the scene where Tianlang blocked a fatal attack for him, and his eyes became moist. If Tianlang were still alive, his strength would probably not be inferior to his own. He could protect Gongsun Ziyu and give her meticulous care, but he could not replace Tianlang after all. "Brother Feng, what's wrong with you?" Xiaoxi saw tears in Lang Feng's eyes and asked in confusion. "It's okay, there's a bug in my eye." Lung Feng put away his thoughts and smiled. As he was talking, the sound of a police car rang out. Lung Feng was a little surprised. Was the police dispatch so fast? In a blink of an eye, a police car stopped beside him, and then 4 officers got out. "Cuff these kidnappers." Among the 4 people, there was a female police officer. She was tall and pretty, but she had a stern face, which made people feel very cold. The female police officer walked neatly and gave people a sense of swiftness and resolution. She walked over and said, "Hello, I am the captain of the Criminal Investigation Team 2, Wei Yingzi." Lung Feng did not reply because he discovered something very interesting. This beautiful policewoman was actually an ancient martial artist. In today's society, there are very few ancient warriors, and after the few ancient warriors are scattered around the world, they are like a drop in the ocean and extremely rare. "Have you seen enough?" Seeing Lung Feng staring at her, Wei Yingzi felt extremely disgusted. "Sorry." Lung Feng was not attracted by Wei Yingzi's beauty. He was just inferring Wei Yingzi's strength through some details. "Captain, come here." Just when Wei Yingzi was angry, a police officer came over with a frown and whispered to Wei Yingzi. Wei Yingzi followed with a bit of confusion and walked to the side. "What's wrong?" "These kidnappers can't move." "Should we send them to the hospital first?" asked the police officer. Upon hearing this, Wei Yingzi walked over to one of the kidnappers. After a careful inspection, her eyes were filled with shock. The spinal joints of these kidnappers were dislocated, so they lost control of their bodies. This method is definitely not something that ordinary people can perform. Ancient warrior. Wei Yingzi's eyes were filled with surprise. She had been in the island city for more than a year, and this was the first time she met someone of the same kind. Wei Yingzi pressed on the spines of several kidnappers to help them correct their spinal joints. After the spinal joints were put back in place, the kidnappers regained control of their bodies. Seeing this, the 3 police officers admired Wei Yingzi even more. Wei Yingzi returned to Lung Feng and said something with a hint of meaning. "Not bad, have you practiced it?" "I know a little bit." Lung Feng didn't expect that there would be an ancient martial artist in the criminal investigation team of this island city. Since Wei Yingzi had already seen it, he would not hide it. "What's going on?" Wei Yingzi asked. Lung Feng explained the situation and then handed the kidnapper's phone to Wei Yingzi. "The employer behind the scenes is at number 23, Vanity Manor." "Number 23 Vanity Manor? That's my home." "Brother Feng, are you mistaken?" Xiaoxi asked in disbelief. "Just go and verify it and you'll know." Lung Feng opened the car door and got in. Wei Yingzi gave instructions to his men and sat directly in Lung Feng's passenger seat. Chapter 37 White-Eyed Wolf. Fuhua Manor is considered a high-end villa area in the island city. Villa number 23 is the property of Xiaoxi's father Wang Jiaxian. Wang Jiaxian was originally a pig farmer, but later seized the opportunity of national policies and became a large-scale farmer. Later, he established his own meat factory and exported pork to all parts of the world. After 20 years of development, Tianfu Meat has become a famous brand in the island city, and the group's market value has reached 5 billion. In the villa, Wang Jiaxian's family was extremely anxious. Since 8 o'clock in the evening, Xiaoxi's phone could not be reached, and even the 2 bodyguards around Xiaoxi disappeared. They had heard news before that someone was going to kidnap Xiaoxi, and now Xiaoxi couldn't be found. Wang Jiaxian's first reaction was that Xiaoxi was kidnapped. Now Wang Jiaxiang doesn't dare to call the police, fearing that the kidnappers will kill him, but the kidnappers have not contacted them yet. Don't worry, brother-in-law. These kidnappers are just after money. They won't harm Xiaoxi. A slightly plump, bald middle-aged man said to Wang Jiaxiang. You still have the nerve to say that. Wasn't the bodyguard you hired the best in China? What about now? Wang Jiaxiang was furious. His brother-in-law asked him for 5 million to hire a bodyguard for Xiaoxi, but he didn't expect that his daughter was still kidnapped. Brother-in-law, you can't blame Yang Jun for this. The kidnappers are in the dark, and the bodyguards are in the light. No matter how powerful the bodyguard is, he can't avoid being careless sometimes. The woman who spoke was Zhang Yangjun's wife, Xiaoxi's aunt. When she heard Wang Jiaxiang put the blame on her husband, she was immediately unhappy. Don't say anything. This is indeed my fault. I didn't expect these kidnappers to be so fierce. If I had known this, I would have hired at least 10 bodyguards. Zhang Yangjun said with great self-blame. What's the point of saying all this now? Find a solution quickly. Are we just going to sit there and wait? Wang Jiaxiang's wife was so anxious that tears were streaming down her face. She only had this one precious daughter, and if anything happened to her, she wouldn't want to live anymore. Master, the young lady is back. The old butler's happy voice sounded outside the door. What? You're back. Zhang Yangjun's face changed drastically. Didn't he succeed? Why did he come back? Zhang Yangjun was surprised when the door of the villa was pushed open, and then Lang Feng walked in with Xiaoxi and Wei Yingzi. When Zhang Yangjun saw Wei Yingzi in police uniform, his eyes were a little flustered, but he quickly hid it. Xiaoxi, are you okay? Wang Jiaxiang and his wife hurried over and asked with concern. Mom and Dad, I'm fine, thanks to Brother Feng, otherwise I would have been kidnapped. Xiaoxi introduced Lung Feng to her parents. Thank you, little brother. Wang Jiaxiang and his wife hurriedly thanked him. Xiaoxi works in my sister's shop. It is my responsibility to ensure his safety. Lung Feng smiled. I'm glad that Xiaoxi is okay. If anything happens to you, I, as your uncle, will be to blame. Zhang Yangjun said with fear. Are you Xiaoxi's uncle? Lung Feng looked at Zhang Yangjun and asked. Not bad. Zhang Yangjun nodded. Why did you kidnap Xiaoxi? Lung Feng stared at Zhang Yangjun and asked. You, what did you say? Why would I kidnap my own niece? Zhang Yangjun felt panic for a moment, but quickly covered it up with an angry expression. Although you saved Xiaoxi, you can't slander her. Xiaoxi, you know how your uncle treated you. How could she do something to hurt you, said Zhang Yangjun's wife. Brother Feng, my uncle is really good to me. He shouldn't be the one who kidnapped me. Xiaoxi couldn't deny that Zhang Yangjun was very good to her and they had a close relationship. Little brother, do you have any evidence? You can't talk nonsense about this matter. Wang Jiaxiang looked at Lung Feng with a serious expression. It's easy to get evidence. Wei Yingzi took out the kidnapper's cell phone and made a call. Just when Wei Yingzi took out her cell phone, Zhang Yangjun's heart skipped a beat. When Wei Yingzi's call went through, Zhang Yangjun's cell phone rang. At this moment, everyone's eyes were on Zhang Yangjun, even Zhang Yangjun's wife showed an expression of disbelief. Wei Yingzi came to Zhang Yangjun's side, stretched out her hand and said, Take it out. Zhang Yangjun sighed. What was the point of his quibbling in this situation? Yangjun, why did you do this? Zhang Yangjun's wife yelled angrily. She didn't expect that it was actually her husband who did this. Damn it! I didn't expect that I raised such an ungrateful person. Wang Jiaxiang was furious. When Wang Jiaxiang was a child, his family was poor and his relatives looked down on him, so he cut off ties with them early on. Later, Wang Jiaxiang's parents died early, and his only relatives were people on his wife's side. Because of this, he took good care of his brother-in-law and gave him a salary of 2 million yuan every year. He even turned a blind eye to some of Zhang Yangjun's little tricks in private. No one expected that they would end up raising an ungrateful person who even kidnapped their own daughter. Uncle, why are you doing this? Xiaoxi asked angrily. Xiaoxi, your uncle doesn't want to either. I owe 20 million from gambling, and I really have no way out. Can you please forgive your uncle? Zhang Yangjun cried with snot, and his crying was heartbreaking. Yangjun, you can tell me if you owe me money. We can also borrow 20 million from my brother-in-law. How could you be so foolish to do such a thing? Zhang Yongjun's wife burst into tears. She hugged her sister's arm and begged, "Sister," Yongjun was confused for a moment, "please forgive him. He kidnapped my daughter, and you asked me to forgive him." Xiaoxi's mother was shaking with anger, and she wanted to scratch Zhang Yongjun. "I was wrong." Zhang Yongjun knelt on the ground and slapped himself in the face. Seeing Zhang Yongjun like this, Xiaoxi was the first to soften her heart. She looked at her father and said, "Dad, my uncle is also forced to do this. Why don't we just let it go?" "Xiaoxi, thank you. Your uncle was confused in this matter, and I will not let him off easily." When Zhang Yongjun's wife heard Xiaoxi's plea, she hurried to thank him. When Wang Jiaxiang heard his daughter pleading for mercy, his expression softened. But at this moment, Ling Feng spoke up. He said, "Are you sure you want to forgive him? Don't blame me for not reminding you. An ungrateful person will never know how to be grateful. Our Yongjun already knows he was wrong, why are you still doing this? We haven't offended you." Zhang Yongjun saw that Wang Jiaxiang was about to forgive her husband, but who knew Ling Feng would say such a thing? Does he really know that he is wrong? Since he knows he is wrong, how about you tell me your entire plan this time? Ling Feng looked at Zhang Yongjun and chuckled. "Little brother, what do you mean?" Wang Jiaxiang asked. "I really did this stupid thing just because of my gambling debts. I didn't have any other thoughts," Zhang Yongjun said in panic. Chapter 38 There is another conspiracy. Hearing Zhang Yongjun's answer, Ling Feng shook his head and sighed. He was still stubborn and refused to change. Ling Feng took out his cell phone, tapped the screen for a while, and said, 3 days ago, you hired a killer, right? Can you tell me who this killer was used to kill? How did you?" When Zhang Yongjun heard Ling Feng's words, he subconsciously exclaimed, but halfway through his words he realized that he had let the cat out of the bag. "Killer!" The expressions of Wang Jiaxiang and others changed drastically. If the kidnapping is just for ransom, then what does the killer do? The killer's purpose is to kill. Who does Zhang Yongjun want to kill? How did you know this news? Wei Yingzi saw that Zhang Yongjun had let the secret slip himself, so she asked Ling Feng in confusion. Ling Feng shook his phone and said, "I hacked his account and read his chat history." "Yongjun, why did you hire a killer? What do you want to do?" Zhang Yongjun's wife felt very scared. Not only did her husband kidnap Xiaoxi without telling her, but he was also in contact with the killer. I was cornered by the loan sharks, so I wanted to find a killer to kill the loan shark boss, so that I don't have to pay back the money," Zhang Yongjun explained in panic. "Since you have hired a killer, why kidnap Xiaoxi? Do you think the crime of murder is too serious?" Ling Feng walked to the empty sofa and sat down, asking with a smile. "Yes, if you kill someone, you must pay with your life." Zhang Yongjun was about to explain, but Ling Feng interrupted him. "But you didn't cancel the killer's order, how do you explain this? Are you preparing for both situations?" Zhang Yongjun himself found it difficult to justify himself. "Little brother, just tell me what you know." Wang Jiaxiang also realized that this matter was not that simple. Ling Feng looked at Xiaoxi and said, "I know you are a kind girl, but I want to tell you that your kindness cannot move anyone." Xiaoxi was silent for a long time. She nodded and said, "Brother Feng, go ahead. It seems that this case is not a simple kidnapping case." Wei Yingzi looked at Ling Feng curiously, waiting for Ling Feng to reveal the unsolved case. "First of all, your uncle doesn't owe 20 million, but 200 million. Ling Feng's words were shocking, and everyone was shocked by the figure of 200 million. Even though Wang Jiaxiang is worth more than 5 billion, his liquid capital is only more than 3 billion. What does it mean to owe 200 million yuan? Did Zhang Yongjun intend to use Xiaoxi to exchange for a ransom of 200 million yuan? Zhang Yongjun's heart sank to the bottom. He couldn't understand how Ling Feng knew so much about him. The assassin is not used to kill the loan shark boss. On the contrary, you are an accomplice of the loan shark boss. You are looking for an assassin to kill Xiaoxi and your brother-in-law, and of course, you have to eliminate the kidnappers." "What? Kill me?" Wang Jiaxiang and his wife stood up in shock, while Zhang Yongjun's wife was already stunned. What happened to her man? When did he become like this? He even wanted to kill her brother-in-law and niece. Xiaoxi had been soft-hearted towards Zhang Yongjun before, but when she heard that Zhang Yongjun wanted to kill her and her father, she looked at Zhang Yangjun with eyes full of anger and hatred. Their family took such good care of Zhang Yangjun, but Zhang Yangjun not only wanted to kidnap her, he even wanted to kill them father and daughter. No. No. Why would I kill my brother-in-law? There is no benefit in doing so. I won't do that. Zhang Yangjun retorted in panic. After Xiaoxi and your brother-in-law died, the group naturally belonged to Madame Wang. Madame Wang's closest relatives are her sister and you, her brother-in-law. During her period of grief, you will take sole control of the group. Then you can work with the lone shark boss to turn the original Tianfu group into a shell, and you two can divide up the billions of assets of Tianfu group. Lang Feng put away his phone and asked Zhang Yangjun, am I right? Zhang Yangjun had intended to refute before, but now he has lost the courage to refute, because what Lang Feng said is absolutely right. Great. Great. I didn't expect that I, Wang Jiaxiang, would have such a cruel brother-in-law like you. Wang Jiaxiang was so angry that his body was shaking. He never thought that his brother-in-law would be so cruel that he wanted to kill them father and daughter and then take away everything from him. Uncle, you are so cruel. Xiaoxi couldn't believe it. Was this really the uncle she knew? He wanted to kill her for money. Yangjun, you are crazy. How can you have such a crazy idea? Zhang Yangjun's wife screamed. With the help of Wang Jiaxiang, his family lived a wealthy life without worries about food and clothing. They have villas, luxury cars, and enjoy the envious looks of many people. But why is her husband so unsatisfied and does such a cruel thing? I was forced to do it. I can't even pay back 200 million. If I don't do as they say, I will die. Zhang Yangjun cried bitterly. I'll leave it to you. I'm leaving. Lang Feng said all this because he didn't want Xiaoxi to be threatened in the future. Only when the culprit is truly eradicated can the creek be truly safe. Now that Qian Yangjun has confessed everything, the rest of the matter is left to the beautiful police officer Wei Yingzi. No one noticed Lang Feng's departure because the Wang family was still immersed in anger and heartache. I don't know if the stream will still be as fresh and sunny after this incident. It was already midnight when they returned to the villa. Duan Jia, Su Feishuet and Duan Qingxian had all gone to bed. After taking a shower, Lang Feng lay on the bed and looked at the starry sky outside the window. Scenes of past memories flashed by his mind. How many comrades had died beside him, how many compatriots had been torn apart before his eyes. I fell asleep in a daze, and when I opened my eyes it was already 5:30. The house hadn't been cleaned properly for the past 2 days. After Lang Feng got up, he took a rag and started mopping the floor. The place had just been cleaned when Duan Qingxian came down holding Peppa's stuffed toy. Good morning, Uncle Feng. Duan Qingxuan's eyes turned into crescent shapes when she smiled, looking very cute. Good morning, Qingxian. Lang Feng washed his hands and cooked the rice porridge. He came to Duan Qingxian and asked, have you finished washing up? Well, Uncle Feng, please braid my hair into small braids. I want very beautiful braids. Duan Qingxian moved a small stool over and said with a smile. Lang Feng came behind Duan Qingxian with a comb. He enjoyed combing Duan Qingxuan's braids. While combing her pigtails, Duan Qingxian would happily chat with Lang Feng. This was one of the best times for the two to get closer. Uncle Feng, can we go to the amusement park on Saturday? Duan Qingxian asked hopefully, playing with the hair flower in her hand. Of course. Lang Feng agreed readily. That's great. Duan Qingxian clapped her hands happily. She felt that Lang Feng was so nice to her. Chapter 39 What is going on? Just as Lang Feng was chatting with Duan Qingxian, Duan Jia came down in her work uniform. Morning, Mom. Duan Qingxian called out with a smile. Good morning, baby. Duan Jia smiled happily when she saw Duan Qingxian. But when she saw Lang Feng being so intimate with Duan Qingxian, she felt sad. This is her daughter. Now she spends less and less time with her, while her relationship with Lang Feng is getting closer and closer. She is a little scared. If this continues, will her daughter be taken away by Lang Feng? There is rice porridge in the kitchen and sausages in the microwave. If you are in a hurry to leave, you can eat them first. Lang Feng said when he saw Duan Jia's hurried steps. Oh. Duan Jia was indeed very anxious. Now all the major financial groups in the island city were busy competing for the Lu family's assets. After braiding Duan Qingxuan's hair, Lang Feng also walked into the kitchen. Seeing Lang Feng coming in, Duan Jia said, I will be very busy recently and will have to work overtime at night. Please take good care of Qing Xian. I see. By the way, Qing Xian wants to go to the amusement park on Saturday. Do you have time? Lang Feng looked at Duan Jia expectantly. Duan Jia heard this and shook her head in disappointment. I'm afraid not. You take her out to play and take good care of her. Don't lose my daughter. Are you planning to take action against the Liu family's business? Lang Feng asked casually. Just do your job well. The rest has nothing to do with you. Duan Jia said, and walked out with the grilled sausages. Lang Feng shrugged helplessly. Duan Jia was still very wary of him. After breakfast was served on the table, Su Feishue also came down. The washed jeans and white tight t-shirt she wore today perfectly showed off her hot body. That pair of straight long legs is particularly eye-catching. Feishue, you'd better hurry up and decide on an address. It will take some time to go through all the approvals. Duan Jia talked to Su Feishue about the orphanage. Okay, then lend me Lang Feng for another day. Su Feishue looked at Lang Feng with a smile. She had dressed up fashionably and beautifully today, and she didn't believe that Lang Feng would not be tempted. No problem, feel free to use it. You're welcome. Duan Jia gave Su Feishue a meaningful smile. Mom, aren't you afraid that Aunt Shui will take Uncle Feng away? Duan Qingxian asked seriously. How about marrying Uncle Feng to me? Su Feishue said to Duan Qingxian in a joking tone. No, Uncle Feng belongs to Mom and Qingxian, you can't take him away from Aunt Shui. Can you go find someone else? Duan Qingxian said unhappily. Seeing Duan Qingxian's angry look, Duan Jia and Su Feishue were stunned. They didn't expect that Duan Qingxian regarded Lang Feng so seriously. Auntie Shui is just joking. Eat quickly, or you'll be late. Lang Feng felt happy to see that Duan Qingxian cared about him so much. Oh. Duan Qingxian became happy again. Duan Jia finished her meal and left in a hurry. Lang Feng also drove Duan Qingxian and Su Feishue out of the villa. Just as Duan Qingxian was carried out of the car, Guashasha came over with her daughter. Duan Qingxian and Yao Yao are classmates and they were very happy to meet each other. The four of them walked into the kindergarten chatting together. Su Feishue, who was in the car, saw Lang Feng chatting happily with Guashasha, and muttered depressedly, this guy is really popular with women. He can chat enthusiastically with young women even when sending his children to school. After sending the child to kindergarten, Lang Feng and Guashasha returned to the parking lot. Just as Lang Feng was about to get in the car, Guashasha said, let's have dinner together when you have time. I haven't thanked you properly for what happened last time. Okay, let's make an appointment when we have time. Lang Feng replied with a smile and got in the car. The car was driving on the road. Su Feishue looked at the road ahead and said jokingly, that young woman just now was quite pretty. You don't like this type, do you? Does it have anything to do with you? Lang Feng grinned at Su Feishue. When Su Feishue heard this, she was so angry that her teeth were itching. Su Feishue is a goddess-level beauty. Many young talents wanted to pursue her, but she rejected them. Now she wants to please Lang Feng, but Lang Feng ignores her. It's really annoying. Suddenly, Su Feishue's cell phone rang. After answering it, she said anxiously, hurry up, those guys are going to the orphanage again. This time there are more than 10 cars. I'll call the police first. Although Su Feishue knew Lang Feng was powerful, more than 10 vehicles would require at least 100 people. No matter how powerful one person was, could he fight against 100? So Su Feishue immediately thought of calling the police. Don't be anxious. Lang Feng didn't believe that Li Bao would dare to cause trouble again. Do you want to fight 100 people alone? Do you want to live? Su Feishue ignored Lang Feng and quickly called the police. Lang Feng did not stop him. If he insisted that Li Bao did not dare to cause trouble, then Su Feishue would definitely guess that it was Lang Feng who did something secretly. Lang Feng didn't want Su Feishue to know that he had powerful forces. More than 10 minutes later, the two arrived at the gate of the orphanage and saw more than 10 cars parked there in a long line. Lang Feng and the other man had just gotten out of the car when a police car drove over from the other direction, and the person who got out of the car was Wei Yingzi, whom they met yesterday. Wei Yingzi was also a little surprised when she saw Lang Feng, but she soon smiled. Were you the ones who called the police? Wei Yingzi asked. It's me. A group of social scums are trying to harm the children in the orphanage. Su Feishue said hurriedly. Let's go in and take a look. Wei Yingzi's face turned cold when she heard that. She led her police officers into the orphanage. Long Feng and Su Feishue also followed behind. But when they walked in, they were stunned. They saw that the orphanage was filled with toys and snacks, and some men were lying on the ground, letting the children play with big horses. Li Wei stood behind Ding Shui and gave him a back massage in a flattering manner. As for Li Bao, he was actually distributing candies to the children. Is this what you said is bad for the children? Wei Yingzi looked at Su Feishue in confusion. Su Feishue was confused at this moment. What happened? Could it be that these people were using sugar-coated bullets instead of force? Dean, what's going on? Su Feishue walked up to Ding Shui and asked in surprise. Feishue, they have found a new place for us in the high-tech zone, and they also said they would give the orphanage a love subsidy of 30,000 yuan every month. What do you think of this address? Ding Shui handed the contract to Su Feishue. Su Feishue saw that the address on the contract was the place she liked the most. Did the developer have a change of heart? I was wrong before, I've let the children down. I'm here to apologize today, please forgive me. Glancing at Long Feng behind Su Feishue, Li Wei said with a guilty look on his face. It's my fault for not supervising this matter well. I didn't expect this unfilial son would do such a cruel thing. I hope you can forgive us. From now on, we will donate funds and supplies to the orphanage every month as a token of our apology. In addition, our group will set up a scholarship fund, and we will support the studies of all the children in the Windmill Orphanage. Li Bao was sitting in a wheelchair at this time. Although Lang Feng had crippled his legs, he did not dare to have any resentment. Chapter 40 Evildoer. Su Feishue felt that her brain was not enough. She originally thought these people came to take revenge. How did it become an apology? Not only did they choose an excellent location for the orphanage, but they also sent supplies and donations. Is this uncle in a wheelchair a good person? Are you really going to give this land to the orphanage? And make a donation? Su Feishue asked in disbelief. Really, take this card and deposit money into it every month. Li Bao took out a card and said very sincerely. Wei Yingzi saw everything. After thinking for a while, she knew that this matter must be related to Lang Feng. Although he had only been in the island city for a year, he still knew Li Bao very well. How could this guy, who started out as a side job with Boss Nia, be so kind? He would only be so kind if his life was threatened. Could it be that Boss Nia's matter is also related to him? This thought flashed through Wei Yingzi's mind. It looks like there's nothing for us to do. Wei Yingzi said with a smile. Sorry, I thought. Su Feishue said with embarrassment. It's okay. The well-known Guanjia Bao in the world is actually doing charity, which is worthy of encouragement. Wei Yingzi said to Li Bao. Li Bao smiled awkwardly. Did he want to do charity? He was forced to do it. Are you interested in having a drink together? Wei Yingzi asked Long Feng. Long Feng knew that Wei Yingzi had something to say to him. He greeted Su Feishue and then said to Wei Yingzi, take my car and I'll buy you some coffee. Okay. Wei Yingzi gave people the first impression of being very cold, but after getting along with her for a long time, Lang Feng found that she seemed to be quite easy to get along with. Maybe she would only be so aloof when she was on a mission. Watching Wei Yingzi get into Lang Feng's car, Su Feishue was extremely depressed. When did she become involved with the policewoman? It seems that I should think of another way, otherwise this high-quality stock will be snatched away. In the first Love Coffee, Gongsun Ziyu and Xiaoxi were cleaning. When they saw Lang Feng and Wei Yingzi walk in, they greeted them with a smile. Seeing the refreshing smile on Xiaoxi's face, Lang Feng knew that she had let go of what happened last night. Beautiful police officer, what would you like to drink? Lang Feng asked Wei Yingzi after the two sat down. Pearl milk tea. Wei Yingzi put her police hat aside and said with a smile. Lang Feng nodded gently, and he turned to Gongsun Ziyu and said, Ziyu, 2 cups of bubble tea, and let Xiaoxi make some of her specialty desserts. Got it. Gongsun Ziyu and Xiaoxi went to work together, and Lang Feng and Wei Yingzi were the only ones in the coffee shop for the time being. Boss Nia's matter has something to do with you, right? Wei Yingzi asked directly. Lang Feng smiled, do you think I will tell you the truth? Your answer has already told me the truth, hasn't it? Wei Yingzi's smile faded, and she turned cold and aloof. You can get rid of a scum like Boss Nia. I will pretend that I know nothing this time, but I don't want you to use ancient martial arts to disrupt the order of ordinary people. Okay. Lung Feng agreed immediately, and then asked, when did you, the Hanging Sword, infiltrate the Criminal Investigation Department? It's required by the mission. As for what mission it is, I'm not in a position to tell you. When Wei Yingzi heard Lang Feng mention the department he was in, she remained calm. The Hanging Sword is a mysterious department that ordinary people have never even heard of. But every ancient warrior knows the existence of the Hanging Sword, because the Hanging Sword is a sword hanging over the head of the ancient warrior. If an ancient warrior disregards the law and relies on ancient martial arts to commit crimes, the members of the Hanging Sword will kill him. In the ancient martial arts world, the Hanging Sword is still very intimidating. However, the deterrent power of the Xinjian had no effect on Lang Feng. In fact, the founder of the Xinjian was still half of Lang Feng's apprentice. Your mission is nothing more than to intimidate ancient warriors and hunt down evil followers. Since you are hiding your identity, there must be evil followers hiding in the island city, and you are tracking them down in secret, right? There is no order without rules. Ancient warriors possess extraordinary martial powers. If they are not strictly controlled, the world will definitely be in chaos. Therefore, the Hanging Sword came into being. Its purpose was to intimidate the ancient warriors, make them abide by the law, and not do whatever they want. However, there are always some people who refuse to obey discipline, use force to commit illegal acts, and disrupt the lives of ordinary people. Those who disobey discipline are called heretics. Wei Yingzi was upset when she heard Lang Feng guess her mission. She snorted and said, anyway, I didn't say anything, you can guess whatever you want. If you can't handle it yourself, I can help you. Just treat me to a big meal then. The creation of Xinjian was instructed by Lang Feng, so he can help with Xuanjian's affairs without exposing it. I can handle it, Wei Yingzi said confidently. Hearing Gongsun Ziyu's footsteps, the two stopped talking about the ancient warriors. After putting down the milk tea, Gongsun Ziyu picked up the rag and continued cleaning, without disturbing the conversation between Lang Feng and Wei Yingzi. After drinking milk tea and eating dessert, Wei Yingzi stood up and said, give me your contact information. Lang Feng did not refuse. He showed his friend's QR code to Wei Yingzi to scan. After adding each other on WeChat, Wei Yingzi said, okay, I'm going back to work. Remember what I said, don't use your abilities to disrupt the order of normal people. If you become an evil follower, I will not show mercy either. Okay, officer. Lang Feng nodded seriously. After Wei Yingzi left, Gongsun Ziyu said with a wicked smile, Brother Feng, you are not hooking up with a mistress behind your sister-in-law's back, are you? Go to hell, do I look like someone who would cheat? Lang Feng held his head high and chest puffed out, looking like a gentleman. Brother Feng is definitely not such a person. Xiaoxi spoke up for Lang Feng. Xiaoxi has a good vision. Lang Feng smiled happily. The three were joking when the shop door was pushed open and Yi Qianmei and Chu Xiajie walked in. I knew that this must be the store opened by Ziyu, Yi Qianmei said with a smile when she saw Gongsun Ziyu. Seeing Yi Qianmei and Chu Xiajie, Gongsun Ziyu's expression was not very happy. The last time they had dinner together, she was very disgusted by Yi Qianmei and Chu Xiajie's snobbery. However, when his classmates came to visit, Gongsun Ziyu naturally could not greet them coldly. Qianmei is here. Gongsun Ziyu greeted her with a smile, please sit down. I'll get you something to drink. Don't worry. Our college classmates are having a reunion at noon today, and I'm here to ask you to come with us. Yi Qianmei said with a smile. Class reunion? Gongsun Ziyu was somewhat resistant to the class reunion. When she just left school, Gongsun Ziyu attended a class reunion. That class reunion obviously became an occasion for some people to show off, and Gongsun Ziyu really disliked that kind of atmosphere. Chapter 41 Classmates Reunion. Since that time, Gongsun Ziyu never participated in such an event again. Yi Qianmei is a person who likes to show off. Logically, she knows that she is doing better than her, so she shouldn't have invited herself. Gongsun Ziyu always felt that this class reunion was not very friendly, so she said awkwardly, sorry, I still have to open a shop, so I won't join. The coffee shop probably doesn't have much business before 2 p.m., and we closed before 2 p.m. Chu Xiujie said. Yes. You don't refuse because you look down on us classmates. Yi Qianmei said somewhat unhappily. Gongsun Ziyu heard this and cursed Yi Qianmei in his heart for having bad intentions. If she insisted on refusing, Yi Qianmei would definitely tell all her classmates that Gongsun Ziyu had become a boss and looked down on these old classmates. Okay. Gongsun Ziyu had no choice but to agree. It was just a meal, so he could bear with it. Brother Feng, please come along. Yi Qianmei looked at Lung Feng and said. With what identity can I attend your class reunion? Gongsun Ziyu knew that these two guys had bad intentions, so how could Ling Feng not know that? It doesn't matter. I'm not their classmate. We're just accompanying them. Chu Xiujie said. Brother Feng, why don't you come with me? Gongsun Ziyu thought that if Ling Feng went with her, she would have someone to talk to. Okay, then I'll go there as your elder brother. Lung Feng agreed when he heard Gongsun Ziyu invite him. Xiaoxi, take care of the store first. The prices are just according to the price list. Gongsun Ziyu said to Xiaoxi. Okay, you guys go ahead, leave this to me. Xiaoxi said. Let's go. Yi Qianmei took Gongsun Ziyu's hand and walked out. Walking out of the coffee shop, Yi Qianmei pointed to the Land Rover Range Rover Executive Edition next to her and said, I'll take Xiaojie's new car. The address is at Finghua Hotel. Well, we'll follow behind. Gongsun Ziyu felt speechless. He was really hopeless, even though he had just bought a new car and wanted to show it off. Chu Xiaojie drove the Land Rover and took Yi Qianmei away, while Long Feng followed behind with Gongsun Ziyu. Finghua Hotel is a very famous 5-star hotel in the island city. An international sports meeting was held in the island city some time ago, and many leaders stayed here. Therefore, being able to eat at Finghua Hotel has become a symbol of status. After parking the car in the parking lot, Lung Feng and Gongsun Ziyu walked to the hotel lobby together. At this time, Chu Xiaojie and Yi Qianmei were already waiting in the living room. Seeing Lung Feng and the other two coming in, Chu Xiaojie said with a smile, Brother Feng, how come you are driving a Lamborghini and are running behind us? Faced with Chu Xiaojie showing off, Lung Feng was not angry, but felt that Chu Xiaojie was too childish. Lung Feng smiled slightly. If you drive them properly, your loved ones will shed tears. No matter what car you drive, safety is the most important thing. That's well said. Chu Xiaojie had a smile on his face, but he sneered in his heart. Let's go, our classmates should all be here. Yi Qianmei called the two of them into the elevator together. Moonlight over the Lotus Pond is a large private room in the Finghua Hotel. Not only can you dine here, but there are also entertainment activities such as singing and billiards. The minimum consumption for a private room like this is 5,000 yuan, which is absolutely unacceptable for ordinary workers. When I walked into the private room, I saw about 15 or 16 men and women chatting inside. Everyone, look who I brought here. Yi Qianmei shouted as soon as she entered the private room. Everyone was attracted by Yi Qianmei's voice, and when they saw Gongsun Ziyu, many of them showed surprised expressions. Wow, isn't this our school beauty Tsuyu? I haven't seen you for many years. Tsuyu is still as beautiful as ever. We haven't contacted each other for a long time. What is Tsuyu doing now? Many boys came to greet her with smiles, which shows how attractive beautiful women are. Our Ziyu is now the boss. The first love cafe across from our school is hers. Yi Qianmei stood beside Gongsun Ziyu and said with a smile, she is now a rich woman, earning 50,000 to 60,000 a month. First Love Coffee is opened by Tsuyu, right? I passed by the door last time. If I had known it was opened by you, I would have gone in to show my support. I'll go there more often in the future. Several men laughed. Who are these two? A boy noticed Lung Feng and Chu Xiaojie and asked puzzledly. This is my boyfriend Chu Xiaojie, he works as a manager in Chu Feng Group. This is our Ziyu's brother Feng, he is a wealthy man. When Yi Qianmei introduced Lung Feng, she deliberately emphasized the word rich man. She seemed to be telling everyone that Gongsun Ziyu could be where she is today because of Ling Feng's help. Everyone in the class knew that Gongsun Ziyu had no parents and his only older brother was in the army. Tsuyu, didn't your elder brother join the army? How did he become a wealthy man? Are you pretending to be low-key? Someone asked puzzledly. Brother Feng is not my biological brother. We are just sworn siblings with a very good relationship. Gongsun Ziyu explained. Oh, so they are siblings. As soon as Gongsun Ziyu appeared, she stole the limelight from all the female classmates, which made many girls very jealous of Gongsun Ziyu. When they heard Gongsun Ziyu say that Ling Feng was his sworn brother, the tone of these people became sarcastic. In their hearts, they all regarded Gongsun Ziyu as Lung Feng's mistress. Even the look he gave Gongsun Ziyu was filled with a bit of contempt. Brother Cohen, it seems that the woman you like is kept by someone else. On the sofa not far away, there were two boys who did not come over, and one of them said to the other, "Humph, you pretended to be innocent in front of me, and now someone paid you to sleep with you." Brother Cohen's real name is Xiang Cohen. His family runs a stone business and he is considered a wealthy man in the island city. This kid dares to call himself a wealthy man. I wonder how rich he is. You'll know if you ask. Xiang Cohen smiled coldly, stood up and walked over. He smiled at Long Feng and said, "Brother, you've become a wealthy man at such a young age. I wonder what your family does." "A little bit from every industry," Long Feng said with a smile. "Ha, it's still a diversified development. I'm sure you can make a lot of money." Xiang Cohen laughed. Brother Feng's wife earns 400 or 500 million a year. Xu Xiaojie said with a smile. After hearing what Xu Xiaojie said, everyone immediately understood the meaning of it. My wife earns 400 or 500 million yuan a year, which means Long Feng doesn't make any money. Could it be that this brother Feng is being kept by a rich woman? That's what I told you. How can he be a rich man at such a young age? He must have hooked up with a rich woman, and then used her money to get Gongsun Ziyu. As expected, school beauties are toys for rich men. The students around him all had various guesses in their minds. 400 or 500 million a year, Brother Feng's wife's business is huge. My father is in the stone business, and he knows a lot of people in the island city's business circle. What's Brother Feng's wife's name? Maybe my father knows her. Xiang Cohen grinned maliciously. Chapter 42 Owning 10 billion. Xiang Cohen, are you checking the household registration? Gongsun Ziyu originally wanted to endure it, but he didn't expect these people to point the finger at Long Feng, which made Gongsun Ziyu very angry. I'm just asking casually. Don't be nervous, Ziyu. Yi Qianmei felt so happy to see Gongsun Ziyu angry, but on the surface, she pretended to be a peacemaker. It doesn't matter if you don't say it. I was just asking casually. Xiang Cohen sneered. If Long Feng dared to say it, he would expose the fact that Long Feng had a mistress. Then Long Feng could just get kicked out. Your father must have heard of my wife's name, but my wife may not have heard of your father. Long Feng still had a smile on his face. Really? Then tell me about it. Xiang Cohen's face was filled with anger. Lang Feng's words were a satire on Xiang Cohen's father not being famous enough and not on the same level as his wife. My wife's name is Duan Jia. Although they are just husband and wife by agreement at the moment, Duan Jia did not restrict Long Feng from announcing it to the public, so Long Feng can say this openly. Duan Jia. Xiang Cohen opened his mouth wide. Duan Jia's name was very famous in the island city. In addition to her identity as the president of Kaiyun Group, she is known as the most beautiful woman in the island city's business world. In terms of status, Xiang Cohen's father is indeed not comparable to Duan Jia. If the two meet, Xiang Cohen's father will try to curry favor with Duan Jia. After a brief moment of surprise, Xiang Cohen suddenly burst into laughter. Brother, you are really good at bragging. Do you think I don't know that Duan Jia doesn't like men? How did she become your wife? When Duan Jia returned to the island city, she was already pregnant with Duan Qingxian. In order to protect his daughter's reputation, Li Yun announced to the public that Duan Qingxian had undergone in vitro fertilization. Therefore, many people say that Duan Jia was hurt in love and no longer likes men, which is why she did in vitro fertilization. If you don't want to say it, forget it. We won't force you. Someone said sarcastically. Okay, let's go to the table and eat. Yi Qianmei was secretly happy when she saw Long Feng and Gongsun Ziyu being humiliated. I'm sorry, Brother Feng. Let's go. Gongsun Ziyu originally wanted to pull Long Feng to chat with her, but she didn't expect that Long Feng would be ridiculed by others. I was just kidding, don't be angry. If you leave now, it will spoil the fun for everyone. At most, I'll apologize. I was just kidding a little too much. Xiang Cohen was not happy to hear that Gongsun Ziyu was leaving. He also wanted to take this opportunity to find a way to get Gongsun Ziyu. Brother Feng, you won't be so petty and angry, right? Xu Xiaojie said with a smile as he stood beside Long Feng. Why should I be angry? It's your freedom whether you believe it or not. Long Feng said calmly without any ripples on his expression. Seeing Lang Feng was still so calm after being exposed, several men sighed. He is a master, no wonder he was able to trick the school beauty into getting his hands on her. Chu Xiaojie and Xiang Kuan sneered in their hearts and no longer believed Lang Feng's identity as a rich man. Those who drive luxury cars are not necessarily rich people, they might just be a driver. At Yi Qianmei's invitation, everyone took their seats. After ordering the dishes, everyone started talking. Xiang Kuan looked at Chu Xiaojie and said, "Your last name is Chu, so is Chu Feng Group your family business?" "The chairman of Chu Feng Group is my uncle, and the president Chu Tao is my cousin." Chu Xiaojie smiled proudly when he heard Xiang Kuan's question. So he is a direct descendant of the Chu family. Qianmei has a good eye. In time, brother Jia will definitely be a core member of the Chu Feng Group. Xiang Kuan became excited when he heard that Chu Xiaojie was Chu Tao's cousin. Chu Feng Group is considered a large group in the island city. If he can get in touch with Chu Tao, he might be able to get a big order for his family's stone business. By then, his father will have to reward him with several million. Xiang Kuan's compliments were very helpful to Yi Qianmei and Chu Xiaojie. Chu Xiaojie laughed and said, "Everything depends on my own efforts. If I don't have the ability, my uncle won't use me. Brother Jia can have such thoughts, so his ability must be good." Xiang Kuan continued to compliment him. "Yes, maybe we will have to rely on brother Jia in the future." The men and women present, except for Xiang Kuan's family, all belonged to ordinary families. Seeing that Chu Xiaojie had a big backer like Chu Feng Group, they all complimented him. As for Lang Feng and Gongsun Ziyu, they were left aside. Yi Qianmei saw everyone trying to win over Chu Xiaojie, and her face was filled with an excited smile. This was exactly the effect she wanted for today's class reunion. Our Xiaojie still has to climb up step by step, but brother Feng is different. He now has hundreds of billions of wealth and is the most beautiful woman in the island city's business world. Yi Qianmei seemed to be joking, but everyone could hear the sarcasm in her tone. Ha ha! Everyone laughed, but no one said anything. It was obvious that they were all mocking Lang Feng. Hearing the shrill laughter, Gongsun Ziyu clenched her fists and tears flowed in her eyes. She had never been insulted like this, and Lang Feng was also implicated. Seeing Gongsun Ziyu's angry and sad look, Lang Feng patted her hands, smiled and whispered, "Don't be angry, they won't be able to laugh later." Originally Lang Feng didn't want to argue with these people, but they made Gongsun Ziyu angry, so the matter became serious. "Brother Feng." Gongsun Ziyu felt aggrieved. "Relax, we'll see what's happening soon." Lang Feng took out his cell phone, found a number and sent a message. Seeing that Lang Feng did not refute and Gongsun Ziyu looked aggrieved, Yi Qianmei felt even happier. As for the other female classmates, they also had resentment towards Gongsun Ziyu because she stole too much limelight, but now they feel very satisfied. There were a few male classmates who were sympathetic to the girl, but they didn't want to offend Chu Xiaojie and Xiang Kuan, so they didn't say anything. Gongsun Ziyu didn't know what Lang Feng was going to do, but she knew that Lang Feng was not a simple person, so she held back her anger and watched these people show off and build relationships. When the dishes were served, Lang Feng picked up 2 pieces of food for Gongsun Ziyu with his chopsticks. He smiled and said, "You can watch the fun after you are full." "Brother Feng, what are you going to do?" Gongsun Ziyu asked puzzledly when he saw Lang Feng's malicious smile. "You'll know soon," Lang Feng said. "Ziyu, since this guy is your elder brother, then where is your boyfriend? With your figure and looks as a school beauty, you can't be still single." Xiang Kuan was very angry when he saw Lang Feng and Gongsun Ziyu whispering to each other and smiling. "Well, I'm still single." Gongsun Ziyu looked at Xiang Kuan with a bit of disgust. "Really? In that case, I wonder if I have a chance to pursue you. You know my family's conditions, and we will definitely not treat you unfairly," Xiang Kuan said with a smile. "Brother Kuan's family has assets worth hundreds of millions, he lives in a mansion and drives an Audi, you'd better seize the opportunity, Suyu." Yi Qianmei laughed. Chapter 43 I don't like him very much. My principle for finding a husband is very simple. As long as he loves me and I love him, that's enough. As for money, as long as it's enough for me to spend, that's enough. Gongsun Ziyu replied with disgust. "Why don't you give me a chance? I will prove that I am worthy of your love," Xiang Kuan said confidently. "But I don't like you," Gongsun Ziyu said to Xiang Kuan bluntly. Xiang Kuan was so angry that his face turned red. He didn't expect Gongsun Ziyu to be so direct. She didn't show him any mercy at all. "I'm going to the bathroom." Lang Feng stood up and said to Gongsun Ziyu with a smile, "Wait for me to come back and watch the show." Lang Feng did not lower his voice when speaking, and everyone heard Lang Feng say, "Watch the show." What's going on? Chu Xiaojie and the others were all confused, not knowing what Lang Feng was up to. Not long after Lang Feng walked out, the door of the private room was pushed open, and Chu Tao actually walked in. "Cousin, why are you here?" Chu Xiaojie asked in surprise when he saw Chu Tao. When Chu Tao saw Chu Xiaojie, he was also very confused. He looked around but did not find Lang Feng. Just now he received a text message from Lang Feng and rushed over, but what was going on now? Where was Lang Feng? "You are Mr. Chu, hello?" Hearing Chu Xiaojie calling the visitor cousin, Xiang Kun quickly stood up. "Hello, Mr. Chu." Everyone else stood up, except Gongsun Ziyu, who sat there motionless. "What are you doing?" Chu Tao nodded to everyone, then asked Chu Xiaojie in confusion. "Qianmei's class reunion, why are you here, cousin?" Chu Xiaojie was puzzled. Did Chu Tao walk into the wrong room? I asked him to come. At this moment, Lang Feng pushed the door and walked in. Seeing Lang Feng, Chu Tao's eyes were suddenly filled with fear. He bent over with a respectful look on his face. "Master, what do you want me to do?" "What?" Chu Tao's actions shocked everyone. Who is Chu Tao? He is the prince of Chufeng Group. And Chufeng Group is definitely a big financial group in the island city. But such a wealthy and powerful person was so scared that he lowered his head and dared not look up after seeing Lang Feng, and even called Lang Feng master. Chu Xiaojie, Yi Qianmei, and Xiang Kun all felt that something was wrong. Who was Lang Feng? How could he make Chu Tao so afraid? Even if what Lang Feng said just now was true, and he was really Duan Jiai's husband. But Duan Jiai's status and position were still lower than Chu Tao's, so why should Chu Tao be so afraid of Duan Jiai's husband? Is he your cousin? Lang Feng walked back to his seat and sat down, then pointed at Chu Xiaojie and asked. Yes. Chu Tao nodded quickly. I don't like him very much, including his girlfriend. Lang Feng knew very well that today's class reunion was planned by these two people. From the moment they entered the door, Yi Qianmei and Chu Xiaojie had been instilling subconscious ideas in others, making them think that Gongsun Ziyu was being kept by them, and making these people think that he was a fake rich man. Afterwards, they used Chu Tao's status and position to elevate their own status and gain compliments from others. This method of stepping on others to show off one's own abilities is disgusting. The most unforgivable thing is that they made Gongsun Ziyu cry, so they have to pay the price. Chu Tao knew that Chu Xiaojie had provoked Lang Feng. He stood up and angrily said to Chu Xiaojie, "From today on, you are no longer an employee of Chufeng Group, and you and I are no longer cousins. You owe me 800,000 yuan, pay it back as soon as possible, otherwise don't blame me for being rude." What? Cousin, you can't do this. We are brothers from the same clan. Chu Xiaojie was enjoying the compliments from Xiang Kun and others just now, but he never expected that he would become like this now. Not only did he lose his good job, but he even had to repay a huge sum of 800,000 yuan. What's going on? Why would Chu Tao be afraid of him? This is a real big shot. We just thought he was a kept gigolo. Is he really Duan Jiai's husband? When did Duan Jiai's status become higher than Chu Tao's? It's over, he won't hold a grudge against me, right? Cold sweat broke out on Xiang Kun's forehead. He didn't dare to look at Lang Feng at this moment, for fear that Lang Feng would notice him. Don't call me cousin. From now on, your family and mine will have no connection. Chu Tao's fear of Lang Feng was deeply engraved in his bones. Chu Xiaojie provoked Lang Feng, so he had to draw a clear line between himself and Chu Xiaojie to avoid being implicated. Ziyu, what are you doing? We are classmates. The joke just now was a bit too much. We just apologize. Yi Qianmei's excited expression had long disappeared. She didn't expect Lang Feng to be so powerful. Even Chu Tao was like a servant in front of him. It was too blind to provoke such a being. Now she could only try to seek forgiveness. Joke? Not everyone is qualified to joke with me. You are precisely the ones who are not qualified. Lang Feng sneered. I felt so happy when I was making fun of you just now, but now you say it's a joke? Only a fool would listen to such an explanation. Yi Qianmei and Chu Xiaojie were completely desperate after hearing this. Ziyu, let's go. Don't attend such class reunions in the future. Lang Feng said to Gongsun Ziyu. Yeah. Seeing Yi Qianmei's desperate look, Gong Sun Ziyu's previous unhappiness disappeared. However, Gong Sun Ziyu's heart was also in turmoil. She knew that Lung Feng had an impressive background, but she didn't expect him to be so awesome. Xu Tao is the prince of the top financial group in the island city, but he is as respectful to Lung Feng as a servant. Such a powerful person is so close to her? He treats her like his own sister? For the first time, Gong Sun Ziyu had a feeling of unreality. She asked herself in her heart, why was Lung Feng so good to her? If Lung Feng would never covet her beauty, this might be understandable. But Lung Feng never showed any intention to pursue her? Gong Sun Ziyu could feel that Lung Feng only loved her as a brother does his sister, without any other feelings. Hearing that Lung Feng was leaving, Xiang Kuan secretly breathed a sigh of relief. But at this moment, Lung Feng suddenly stopped, looked at Xiang Kuan and said, "Put away your dirty thoughts. If you dare to bully Ziyu, you will be miserable. Don't dare. Don't dare." Xiang Kuan's legs trembled. With his family's little power, how could he dare to provoke Lung Feng? With just one word from Lung Feng, Xu Tao could destroy his family's business. "Come out with me," Lung Feng said to Xu Tao, then took Gong Sun Ziyu out of the private room, while Xu Tao bent over and followed behind them like a servant. This is too fierce. Xu Tao is actually the same as my little brother. Such an important person is having dinner with us, and we are actually mocking him? I missed a great opportunity. If I had established a good relationship with him just now. After Lung Feng left, Gong Sun Ziyu's classmates felt mixed emotions, some regretted, some were terrified. Chapter 44 Tang Chuanxiong. The hotel lobby is magnificent, with 6 beautiful ladies in Cheongsam welcoming guests at the door, which is very eye-catching. Gong Sun Ziyu knew that Lung Feng wanted to talk to Xu Tao about something, so he sat in the temporary rest area in the hall and waited. Not far away, Lung Feng and Xu Tao stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling glass. The Lu family's property is being auctioned, and your Chu Feng group should also have a target. Lung Feng asked, looking at the scenery outside the window. Yes. Xu Tao bowed slightly and answered with a respectful attitude, but the most profitable industry must be targeted by the other 3 giants, and we can only eat the leftovers. Do you know Duan Jiai's goal? Lung Feng knew that the most important thing for Duan Jiai recently was the auction of Lu family's assets. He wanted to know Duan Jiai's goal and how likely it was. If Kaiyun Group has little chance of winning, he will secretly help. I heard that Mr. Duan has set his sights on Ren De Hospital. However, this Ren De Hospital is one of the most profitable industries of the Lu family. The 3 major wealthy families must also be targeting it. It will be difficult for the Duan family to succeed. According to your calculations, how much would it cost to buy this hospital? Although Xu Tao was a playboy, he must have some strengths to be the president of a company, so Lung Feng was able to get some information from him. The annual profit of Ren De Hospital is around 50 to 80 million. Preliminary estimates show that it will cost more than 500 million. If the 3 major giants fight for it, it may reach more than 1 billion. Xu Tao replied. Although Kaiyun Group has a market value of 10 billion, its actual liquid funds should only be between 3 billion and 5 billion. And this money still needs to be temporarily circulated, so the funds that Kaiyun Group can use for the auction are only in the range of 600 million to 1 billion. If the 3 big families make a move, Duan Jiai's chances are indeed very slim. Most importantly, if she participates in the snatch, she will offend the 3 big families, which is very unwise for the current Kaiyun Group. You can go now. Lung Feng waved his hand and said. Xu Tao felt relieved when he heard this. He was afraid of saying something wrong and angering Lung Feng. We can't just give money directly. We can only put some effort into the 3 wealthy families. Lung Feng muttered, then walked to Gong Sun Ziyu's side. Brother Feng, I have something to ask you. Gong Sun Ziyu said in a troubled tone. I know what you want to ask. After coming out of the private room, Gong Sun Ziyu's expression was not right. Lung Feng knew that she was already suspicious. Can you tell me why? It's not the time yet. You just need to know that I won't harm you. Lung Feng said very seriously. Gong Sun Ziyu hesitated to speak, and finally nodded without asking any further questions. Let's go. The coffee shop is getting busy soon, and Xiaoxi can't handle it alone. Lung Feng said with a smile. When we returned to the coffee shop, there were already 5 tables of customers. It seems that Xiaoxi is doing very well and the guests are enjoying the music and coffee. I won't disturb you anymore. I'm leaving first. Lung Feng said hello to the two of them and turned to leave. In the orphanage, Su Feishue was having fun with the children. Lung Feng stood not far away and looked at Su Feishue. He had to admit that Su Feishue was very beautiful, even not inferior to Duan Jai. There are so many beautiful women, but the only one who belongs to me is Jai. Lung Feng said to himself, then walked over. When Su Feishue saw Lung Feng coming back, she snorted, "You must be having a good date with the policewoman. I thought you were going to leave me here alone. I really don't want to care about you anymore." Lung Feng nodded. No fun. Su Feishue came over with a stern face. "I'll go tell the dean, and then you take me somewhere. Hurry up and don't delay me from picking up Qin Xian." Lung Feng said bluntly. "There's no time to waste." Su Feishue turned and walked towards the dean's residence. Jishidiang Pharmacy is not very large, but every week on this day there are always many people queuing here. When Lung Feng and Su Feishue arrived, there were already more than 30 people queuing outside the pharmacy, and more than 10 people were waiting inside. "Let's go in." Su Feishue took Lung Feng into the pharmacy and went straight to the front of the line. Lung Feng could sense that as they walked towards the front of the team, many pairs of eyes were on them. If the two of them cut in line, they would definitely be drowned in spit. There was a sandalwood table in front of the team, where an old man in a white coat was sitting and taking the patient's pulse. When she came to the table, Su Feishue became reserved. She carefully observed the old man's every move. The old man asked the patient some questions, then picked up a pen and wrote a prescription: drink it every night after dinner, and then go out for a walk. "Thank you, doctor." The patient thanked him and went to the front desk to get medicine. "Teacher." Seeing that the old man had finished examining a patient, Su Feishue spoke respectfully. "Feishue is here, just sit next to her and watch." The old man gave Su Feishue a kind smile, and after saying this, he continued to diagnose the patient. Su Feishue moved a chair and sat next to the old man, then whispered to Lung Feng, "I will watch for an hour. If you feel bored, you can go out for a walk." "No need, I'll wait for you here," Lung Feng said, and walked to the other side. On the wall of this big pharmacy are some Chinese medicine pharmacology books, in addition to profiles of several doctors. At the very front, Lung Feng saw the introduction about the old man. Tang Chuanxiong, director of the Huaxia Chinese Medicine Association, honorary professor of Daocheng Medical College, and national first-class medical expert. Looks very powerful. Lung Feng smiled slightly, then walked back to Su Feishue's side. Lung Feng knew that Su Feishue was an excellent medical student. She had been hired by a grade A hospital in the island city and would report on her work in the hospital in half a month. Lung Feng didn't expect that Su Feishue also had a keen interest in traditional Chinese medicine. "Feishue, you're here." At this moment, a man patted Su Feishue on the shoulder and said with a smile, "Brother Feng, don't you work in the hospital?" Su Feishue said a little embarrassedly when she saw the man. "I specially changed my shift to see you. Let's go over there and chat." This Feng brother is Tang Feng, the grandson of Tang Chuanxiong. He is about the same age as Su Feishue. He has been fascinated by Su Feishue since he first saw her. In the past, Su Feishue was abroad and Tang Feng had no way to pursue her. Su Feishue's return to China gave Tang Feng an opportunity. He knew Su Feishue would come to sit in today, so he ran back from the hospital. "Feishue is here to study. Do you think she is here to chat with you?" Before Su Feishue could say anything, Tang Chuanxiong had already scolded Tang Feng unhappily. In front of Tang Chuanxiong, Tang Feng had no temper at all. He stood aside and didn't dare to say anything. "Want to chat with Feishue, right? You come and diagnose this patient. If your diagnosis is accurate, I will let you two chat for a while." Tang Chuanxiong admired Su Feishue very much. If Su Feishue could become his granddaughter-in-law, Tang Chuanxiong would certainly be happy. So after scolding Tang Feng, he created opportunities for the two of them through assessment. Chapter 45 Don't be a shield. Tang Chuanxiong's words made Tang Feng very happy. As Tang Chuanxiong's grandson, Tang Feng had been studying Chinese medicine and pharmacology since he was a child. At a young age, he was already the deputy chief physician of the island city traditional Chinese medicine hospital. It was so easy for him to treat these people. Tang Feng knew that this was an opportunity for his grandfather to show off. Although Su Feishue was an excellent student of Western medicine, he was also fascinated by Chinese medicine. When he was in college, Su Feishue took part in Chinese medicine as well. Tang Chuanxiong was an honorary professor at the university and gave lectures once a month. Seeing that Su Feishue had a high level of comprehension, he accepted her as a student. Tang Feng believed that as long as he demonstrated his superb skills in traditional Chinese medicine, Su Feishue would definitely look at him with admiration. Tang Chuanxiong stood up, gave up his seat, and sat next to Tang Feng. The patient was a middle-aged man. He originally wanted Tang Chuanxiong to treat him, but he didn't expect that a young man would treat him instead. He looked a little unhappy. Tang Chuanxiong saw the man's concerns and said, "Don't worry, I'll be watching here. If his diagnosis is wrong, I will correct it myself." Hearing what Tang Chuanxiong said, the man felt relieved. He said, "I caught a cold 3 days ago and then had a headache. When I was in the wind, I felt cold all over, even if I put on more clothes. I took a lot of cold medicines prescribed by the hospital these days, but they didn't work and made me feel nauseous and retching." Upon hearing this, Tang Feng first took the patient's pulse, and then observed the patient's eyes, tongue coating, behind the ears, etc. The tongue coating is thin white, and the 6 pulses are floating, thin and slow. This is a symptom of sunstroke. It requires muscle relaxation and release of exterior release, and harmonization of the yin and wei systems. Tang Feng said confidently. Tang Chuanxiong smiled and nodded when he heard this. "What prescription do you want?" Tang Feng picked up the paper and pen, and while writing, he said, "Cinnamon twig 25, white peony root 30, ginger 20, jujube 10, Anna Marina asphodaloides 10. After that, Tang Feng handed the prescription to Tang Chuanxiong and said, "Grandpa, is this correct?" Tang Chuanxiong checked the prescription and said with great satisfaction, "Not bad, you passed the test." "Then can I talk to Feishue?" Tang Feng asked expectantly. "Feishue, you and Xiaofeng haven't seen each other for a long time, so why don't you go and chat for a while?" Tang Chuanxiong said to Su Feishue. Su Feishue was somewhat reluctant, but since the teacher had asked her, she was too embarrassed to refuse, so she had to reluctantly follow Tang Feng to the side. Lang Feng saw everything, and he naturally knew Tang Chuanxiong's intention. Su Feishue and Tang Feng are both single, so it is understandable that Tang Chuanxiong wants to bring them together. Tang Feng just diagnosed the patient and it seemed his medical skills were pretty good. If this person has no problems with his character and personality, he would be a good mate choice. Lang Feng is Su Feishue's driver today. Since Su Feishue was chatting with someone, Lang Feng found a quiet place to sit down, then took out his mobile phone and opened WeChat. Each class in Qihang Kindergarten has a WeChat group. Teachers often record the children's situations in class as short videos and post them in the group so that parents can know the children's situation in kindergarten. When I clicked on the video sent by the teacher, I saw Duan Qingxian learning a new English song. Looking at the little girl studying hard, Lang Feng raised a happy smile. Su Feishue and Tang Feng sat facing each other, and she happened to see Lang Feng smiling while looking at his phone. He must be chatting with a beautiful lady. Su Feishue thought to herself. Tang Feng was talking to Su Feishue, but he saw Su Feishue looking behind him. He turned around and found that Su Feishue was actually looking at Lang Feng, which made him extremely unhappy. "Feishue, who is this?" Tang Feng cared about Su Feishue very much, and Lang Feng's presence made Tang Feng very unhappy. "Friend." Su Feishue answered casually. Although Su Feishue said that they were just ordinary friends, her eyes were filled with deep admiration. Tang Feng is not a fool, he knows that Su Feishue must be interested in Lang Feng. "Feishue, you don't like him, do you?" Tang Feng's tone sounded a little more nervous and excited. Su Feishue was about to deny it, but she suddenly changed her mind. She had known for a long time that Tang Feng liked her. And she had clearly told Tang Feng that the two of them were not suitable. But Tang Feng never gave up. She went abroad for further studies, thinking that Tang Feng would forget her or fall in love with another woman. But when she came back this time, she found that Tang Feng had not changed and was still pestering her. Use him as a shield to make Brother Feng give up. Having made up her mind, Su Feishue nodded and said, "Yes, I like him. I think he likes me too. Maybe in a few days, he will confess to me, and then I will agree to him." "Feishue, I know that I love you, why do you turn a blind eye to it?" Tang Feng said excitedly when he heard Su Feishue say that she liked Lang Feng. "Brother Feng, love is not an equal transaction. It doesn't mean that if you love me, I have to love you." Su Feishue tried to reason with Tang Feng, but Tang Feng said angrily, "No, you know how good I am to you, it's impossible for you not to be touched at all." After Tang Feng finished speaking, he actually walked towards Lang Feng. When Su Feishue saw this, she cried out in alarm and quickly chased after him. But this pharmacy was not big, and Tang Feng came to Lung Feng in a blink of an eye. He said angrily, "I warn you, stay away from Fei Xue in the future." Lung Feng had been watching the kindergarten video and didn't pay any attention to the conversation between Su Fei Xue and Tang Feng. Hearing Tang Feng's threat at this time, Lung Feng looked at Su Fei Xue in some confusion. Su Fei Xue didn't expect Tang Feng to be so extreme. Just for this reason, she could never accept Tang Feng. Seeing Su Fei Xue winking at him, Lung Feng quickly realized that Su Fei Xue must be using him as a shield. Logically speaking, Lung Feng should cooperate with Su Fei Xue in acting now. But Lung Feng said to Tang Feng, "I think you misunderstood, we are just ordinary friends. Don't lie to me." Fei Xue admitted with her own mouth that she likes you. Tang Feng said coldly, "Well, she likes me, and I can't do anything about it. Just like if you like her, she can't stop you, right?" Lung Feng explained with a smile. Tang Feng was stunned for a moment when he heard this. He felt that what Lung Feng said seemed to make sense and there was nothing wrong with it. "You don't like flying snow?" Tang Feng asked in a slightly softer tone. Lung Feng picked up his phone, which was playing a kindergarten video. "My daughter is already this old. If I like her, it would be cheating. My wife will not let me go." Su Fei Xue was so angry that her teeth were itching. She didn't expect Lung Feng to be so hateful that he was even unwilling to be a shield for her. "Fei Xue, there's no need for you to lie to me in this way." When Tang Feng heard Lung Feng say this, his excited emotions finally calmed down. "Brother Feng, have you thought it through?" Tang Feng's words surprised Su Fei Xue. Could it be that Tang Feng finally came to his senses and realized that he didn't like him, so he gave up? Chapter 46 Park Kyung-min. "Yes, I've figured it out." Tang Feng smiled and nodded. Just when Su Fei Xue breathed a sigh of relief, Tang Feng said, "Even if you like each other, as long as you're not married, I still have a chance. No matter what, I won't give up." "What?" Su Fei Xue's eyes widened. She thought Tang Feng had figured it out and would stop pestering her. Who knew that Tang Feng would become even more shameless after figuring it out? Lung Feng couldn't help laughing when he saw Su Fei Xue having a headache. Tang Feng is really persistent, and this persistence has even become crazy and pathological. If Lung Feng had just helped Su Fei Xue to act as a shield, this guy would definitely regard Lung Feng as his mortal enemy. Lung Feng just wanted to live a good life, and he didn't want to be involved in Su Fei Xue's emotional life. As a qualified husband and father, you should know how to avoid suspicion. What a joke! Su Fei Xue snorted at Lung Feng, then said, "I don't want to learn anymore, let's go home." "Fei Xue, don't go. Can I treat you to coffee?" Seeing Su Fei Xue was about to leave, Tang Feng quickly blocked her way and said, "Brother Feng, please forgive me. If you keep pestering me like this, I will have to give up Chinese medicine. Then you and I won't even be friends," Su Fei Xue said firmly. Tang Feng stopped talking after hearing this, obviously frightened by Su Fei Xue's threat. Just when the atmosphere was awkward, a cry suddenly came from the hall. "Doctor, someone fainted here." Hearing this, Su Fei Xue ran over first, followed by Tang Feng and Tang Chuanxiong. As for Lang Feng, he followed behind slowly. When Lang Feng came to the patient, Tang Chuanxiong was already examining him. "Bring the silver needle over here." Upon hearing this, Su Fei Xue hurried to the counter and asked the staff inside for the injection. At this time, Tang Chuanxiong had already lifted up the patient's shirt. He took the disinfected needle and quickly inserted the needle into 3 acupuncture points on the patient. Ahem! With 2 violent coughs, the patient woke up. Dr. Tang is indeed a master of traditional Chinese medicine. We made the right decision to come here. The other patients saw this and complimented him. Tang Chuanxiong helped the man up and said to Tang Feng, "Give him a cup of hot water. I'll write him a prescription later." As expected, he is the best doctor in the island city. His reputation is well deserved. Just then, a lame voice sounded. Lang Feng and others turned around and saw 5 people walking in from the door. These 5 people were not tall, but each of them looked extremely arrogant. At the front of the crowd was a middle-aged man in his 50s, who should be the one with the highest status among the 5. This is Mr. Park Jing-min, a traditional Chinese doctor from South Korea. On the right of the middle-aged man is a young man wearing glasses. He speaks fluent Chinese and must be a translator. Is there anything wrong? If it's nothing important, I'll excuse myself. Tang Chuanxiong smiled at Park Jing-min and said, Mr. Park heard that Mr. Tang is an expert in Chinese medicine, so he wants to challenge you with his Korean medicine. If Mr. Tang loses, please sign this list. As the translator spoke, he took out a book from his briefcase. When he opened it, he saw the names of more than a dozen Chinese medicine practitioners on it. Obviously, all those who left their names have been defeated by Park Kyung-min. If it's a normal exchange of medical skills, I welcome it. But I can't respond to your insulting challenge. There was a bit more anger in Tang Chuanxiong's eyes. The so-called Korean medical skills were originally passed down from traditional Chinese medicine, but South Korea changed the name of traditional Chinese medicine with the intention of claiming it as its own. In recent years, Korean doctors have often challenged Chinese medicine to enhance the reputation of Korean medicine. This is what Park Kyung-min is doing now. If Tang Chuanxiong loses, his name will become a weapon for Korean medicine to attack traditional Chinese medicine. Is the famous Dr. Tang scared? As long as you beat Mr. Park, we will give you a reward of 1 million. The translator's tone was full of provocation. 1 million? Do you think my family is short of this 1 million? Tang Feng sneered, just go away. Don't bother my grandfather with such boring things. Dr. Tang, don't you even have the courage to fight? Are all Chinese people as cowardly as you? Park Ching-min said in poor language. Do you think you are worthy enough to scare my grandfather? Tang Feng said angrily after hearing Park Ching-min's insult. Dr. Tang, show him how powerful he is. Yes. With your medical skills, you will definitely not lose. We must not bring disgrace upon the Chinese people. We must defeat him. When the people in the queue heard Park Ching-min insulting all Chinese people for being cowardly, they were immediately filled with indignation and started shouting. Lung Feng shook his head helplessly when he saw this. If Tang Chuanxiong won, it would be fine, but what if he lost? At that time, Tang Chuanxiong would have to bear the consequences himself. As for those people who are stirring up trouble, they will turn their guns around and accuse Tang Chuanxiong of bringing shame to the Chinese people. Although Tang Chuanxiong knew this truth, the instigation of these people had driven him to a point where he had to fight. If you want to challenge my grandfather, you have to get past me first. Tang Feng said angrily. Chang Tai, come and compete with this young doctor. Park Ching-min said to a young man beside him. Yes. The young man said in the same poor language. Xiaofeng, don't underestimate your enemy. This is not just your honor. Tang Chuanxiong knew that today's competition was inevitable, so he could only whisper to Tang Feng not to be careless. Got it, Grandpa. Tang Feng stepped forward and asked, how do we compete? There are so many patients here. Let's see who can diagnose their symptoms first and prescribe the most suitable medicine, said the translator. Tang Chuanxiong nodded, and he asked the staff to add a chair behind the sandalwood table, and then everyone walked over together. Tang Feng and Chang Tai sat on chairs respectively, and a patient sat opposite them. Doctor, I have had pain in my right rib cage for more than 5 months, and it's been particularly severe this month. I also have nausea and vomiting. The patient was a woman in her 30s. She bent her waist slightly as she spoke, with an expression of pain and anxiety on her face. Let me take a look at the tongue. Tang Feng said. Chang Tai motioned to the woman to bring her wrist over so that he could take her pulse. After observing each other, they picked up their pens and began to write prescriptions in the prescription book. I've finished writing. Chang Tai tore off the prescription paper and placed it in front of him. As for Tang Feng, he also tore off the prescription paper. What's the disease? Tang Chuanxiong asked. Liver qi stagnation, they said in unison. Tang Chuanxiong picked up Tang Feng's prescription and took a look at it. He nodded slightly. My grandson prescribed Chaihu Shugan San plus or minus. Mr. Chang Tai prescribed the same thing, but it took him significantly longer to finish the job, the translator said with a smile. Chapter 47 Challenge. The two countries' characters have different strokes, and their writing speeds are also different. Are you competing in this way? Are you comparing medical skills? Since you are competing in medical skills, then you should compare whether the prescriptions are appropriate. Lang Feng sneered when he heard the translator's words. Upon hearing this, Park Ching-min chuckled and said in a clumsy way, that makes some sense. Let's continue the diagnosis until one person makes a mistake. Then let's continue. Tang Chuanxiong gave Lang Feng a grateful look. It would be too frustrating if he lost because of time. Although it is not accurate according to the time, there must be rules. If the other person does not give a prescription within 1 minute after the first person writes down the prescription, he or she will lose. How about that? Park Ching-min made a new suggestion. Okay. There was nothing wrong with Park Ching-min's proposal, so Tang Chuanxiang naturally had no reason to object. Next, Tang Feng and Chang Tai continued to treat the patient. Both of them are from famous families and their strength should not be underestimated. They treated 5 patients in a row without showing any expression of embarrassment. But after the 6th patient finished describing his symptoms, Tang Feng's expression became more serious. He carefully examined the patient's physical signs but did not write down any prescription. As for Chang Tai, he also felt the situation was difficult, and both of them fell silent. Even Tang Chuanxiang and Park Ching-min frowned briefly, but they soon came up with a treatment prescription to deal with it. After a full 5 minutes, Chang Tai took the lead and wrote down a prescription and handed it to Park Ching-min. Park Ching-min took the prescription and looked at it with a smile on his face. It was obvious that he was very pleased with his student's performance. When Tang Feng saw Chang Tai handing in the prescription, he became a little upset and his expression became anxious. Oh no, Brother Feng is too anxious. The more anxious he is, the easier it is to make mistakes. Although Su Feishue was troubled by Tang Feng's entanglement, she didn't want to see Tang Feng lose to Dr. Han from South Korea. Seeing that the 1-minute time was about to expire, Tang Feng wrote down a prescription as if he was taking a gamble. When Tang Chuanxiang saw Tang Feng's prescription, he sighed and shook his head. Although this prescription was useful, the effect was definitely not the best. I just hope the prescription the other party prescribes isn't much better. But after Tang Chuanxiang and Park Ching-min compared the prescriptions, Tang Chuanxiang had to admit that the other party's medical skills were more sophisticated than his grandson's. You're not bad, but unfortunately you're still a little behind me. Upon learning that he had won, Chang Tai held his head high and puffed out his chest, his tone full of pride. Tang Feng clenched his fists angrily, but he was not as skilled as his opponent, so what could he say? Dr. Tang, can we compete now? As for the competition method, it remains the same. Park Ching-min sneered and said in a clumsy way, I hope your strength is stronger than your grandson, otherwise I will find this trip too boring. Grandpa, show him how powerful you are. Tang Feng said angrily. Come on, Dr. Tang, fight for our Chinese medicine. Tang Feng's defeat made these patients feel ashamed, but fortunately Tang Feng was a junior, and his loss would not have any impact on the entire traditional Chinese medicine community. Unlike Tang Chuanxiang, he is an authority on Chinese traditional medicine and a director of the Chinese Medicine Association. To some extent, he can represent the level of Chinese traditional medicine. If he loses, it will definitely be a big blow to the traditional Chinese medicine community. If possible, Tang Chuanxiang did not want to accept such a battle of honor, because Chinese medicine is profound and no one can say that he can cure all difficult and complicated diseases. But now that things have come to this, refusing to fight will only give the Korean medical community an excuse to laugh at him. Please. Tang Chuanxiang made a gesture of invitation, and then the two of them came and sat behind the sandalwood table. I hope the teacher can win. Su Feishue became nervous. The competition between these two people represented the dignity of Chinese and Korean medicine. Long Feng smiled. In his eyes, such a competition was a bit trivial. After the patients sat down, the two began to compete. Both of them were experts in traditional Chinese medicine, and their diagnosis was very fast. As for whether it was accurate, they needed to verify each other. After all, except Lang Feng, no one present was qualified to be their examiner. The patients came over one by one, and the competition between the two remained in a stalemate. After seeing more than 30 patients, there was still no winner. Fortunately, Tang Chuanxiang's reputation was known, and there were still more than 20 patients waiting in line. And those who had been diagnosed did not leave, but stayed to watch the battle. To them, they were just there to watch the fight, and it was just an interesting and lively event. If Tang Chuanxiang lost, he would probably lose his reputation as a miracle doctor. Lang Feng glanced at the clock on the wall. It was almost 4 o'clock and he had another hour to pick up Qing Xian from school. For this patient, I recommend acupuncture. It can relieve the symptoms on the spot, and the patient will be cured after just 3 times. This time, Park Kyung-min did not write a prescription, but mentioned the use of acupuncture. The patient was a woman in her 30s. She complained of insomnia caused by fright, soreness of limbs, loss of appetite, fatigue, irritability, thirst, dry throat, and hot palms. A hospital diagnosed her with obsessive-compulsive phobia. She took Western sedatives and was sleepy during the day. After waking up, she still imagined horrible scenes and was afraid. Her tongue was red, with a thin white coating and a weak pulse. Tang Chuanxiong had the same idea as Park Qingmin, but he had his own idea. Acupuncture can indeed be used for treatment, but the effect is better when supplemented with Anshan decoction. No need for calming soup. Why don't we write down our respective acupuncture methods? I think we should be able to determine the winner. Park Kyung-min said confidently. Tang Chuanxiong nodded, picked up the paper and pen and started writing. The skin of Shinmen Acupoint is routinely disinfected, and a 28-gauge 1.5-inch stainless steel needle is used to pierce 0.3–0.5 inches. After the qi is obtained, the needle is twisted with a purgative force. The needle is inserted for about 1 minute. The irritability and fear disappear immediately, the spirit is stable, the mind is clear and the eyes are bright. Twist once every 10 minutes, twist 5 times, and treat once a day. After Park Kyung-min finished writing, he compared it with Tang Chuanxiong. The acupoints and needles used by both were the same, but Park Kyung-min was more bold, inserting the needle 0.6 to 0.8 inches straight, and the acupuncture time was also longer. Although Shinmen Acupoint is not a fatal point, it is a major acupoint on the heart meridian of Han Shaoyin. 0.5 inches is already the limit. If you pierce it deeper, it will not only have no therapeutic effect, but will damage the patient's meridians, and even cause serious consequences due to excessive nerve stimulation. Your actions are too dangerous. Tang Chuanxiong shook his head and said, Sometimes you can't stick to the rules. I have done this in my country and the results were very good. Park Qingmin said very confidently. The depth of each person's acupuncture points is different, and even the fatness or thinness of the body can affect the depth of the acupuncture points. Mr. Park must know this, right? Lang Feng didn't want to speak, but Park Qingmin's approach was playing with the patient's life, so he couldn't help but say something. Chapter 48. I'll give you 3 million. Who are you? Do you know medicine? How could Mr. Park not know such a simple truth? The translator said unhappily when he heard Lang Feng questioning Park Qingmin. Are you Chinese or Korean? Lang Feng asked the translator. I'm Chinese, what's wrong? The translator said guiltily. Do you still know that you are Chinese? Lang Feng said with disdain. The translator was angry, but he didn't know how to refute. He knew very well that his current behavior was almost like that of a traitor. These Korean doctors want to use challenges to undermine the reputation of Chinese traditional medicine, but he is working for these people. Isn't this aiding and abetting evil? He's right. How could my teacher not know this simple truth? If you don't believe it, then let's do an on-the-spot experiment. If the teacher can cure her, then you should just admit defeat. Changtai said contemptuously. Nonsense. You say it's an experiment? This is my patient. Who will be responsible if something unexpected happens? Tang Chuanxiong said angrily. I'll take responsibility. Park Qingmin said. How do you take responsibility? Provide some money for settling down? Su Feishua asked with a cold face. Park Qingmin smiled, looked at the patient and asked in a clumsy way, I can cure you, are you willing to let me treat you? Dr. Tang, is his treatment reliable? Although the woman did not know any medical skills, she knew that Park Qingmin's treatment was dangerous after hearing the argument between several people. I can only say that there is a risk and it is very likely to cause damage to your nerves. Tang Chuanxiong answered truthfully. If it causes any damage to your body, I can compensate you 2 million. Park Kyung-min said this very calmly, as if everything could be solved with money. I'll give you 3 million. Give yourself an injection first. If you're okay, I'll let you get treatment. The woman was very angry. She was worth tens of millions. Did she need to take risks for 2 million? In particular, Park Kyung-min's attitude of treating human life as worthless made her very angry. You. Park Qingmin thought that this woman was just an ordinary person, but he didn't expect that she was a low-key rich woman. Although practicing medicine requires the courage to break through and innovate, everything must be people-oriented. What does it matter how great your medical skills are if you don't have a compassionate heart? Lang Feng said. Well said. I didn't expect you to have such an understanding. After hearing Lang Feng's words, Su Feishua had a better impression of Lang Feng. Well said. Tang Chuanxiong also nodded. Ha, you Chinese people are really good at speaking. Don't you just want to admit your failure? Why do you have to find so many excuses?
Park Ching-min became annoyed by what Long Feng said and said angrily.
The figure of your student is similar to that of this lady. Why don't you use your own student to demonstrate? If he has no problem, we will admit that your method is feasible.
Long Feng glanced at Chang Tai and said,
Yes, use your own students as examples. The onlookers started to make a noise. Chang Tai's expression changed immediately when he heard this.
Just now, it had nothing to do with him, so of course he protected his teacher, but now he is being used as an example, and this is no joke. As a medical student, he knew very well what the consequences of excessive acupuncture would be. Especially for acupoints like Shinmen that involve nerves, if an accident occurs, the sequelae can be very serious.
Chang Tai, sit down. Park Ching-min was silent for a moment and said to Chang Tai.
Chang Tai was shocked when he heard this.
He immediately said a lot of things in Bangzi language.
Others could not understand what Chang Tai said, but Long Feng could. Chang Tai was protesting and didn't want to risk his own safety. Seeing his student like this, Park Kyungmin's face turned red with anger.
Even your own students don't dare to take risks. Do you think your medical plan is a winner? Lang Feng sneered, why don't we just call it a day and compete again? Okay, I'll give you another chance.
Seeing that his plan was not convincing, Park Ching-min had to compromise. I'll give you acupuncture, and then take some tranquilizing soup, so you can sleep well tonight.
Tang Chuanxiong took the acupuncture needles and gave the woman treatment.
After the acupuncture, the woman felt refreshed.
She thanked the doctor and went to get medicine. Just as the two were preparing for the next competition, a noisy sound suddenly came from the door.
Then a man who looked like a bodyguard ran in carrying a middle-aged man on his back. A noble lady came in with him.
When she saw Tang Chuanxiong, she said anxiously, Divine Dr. Tang, please save Lao Zhou.
He just fainted for some reason and he can't wake up even if you pinch his Renjong acupoint.
Hurry and put him on the bed.
Tang Chuanxiong hurriedly called the bodyguard to put the man surnamed Zhou on the bed.
It's Zhou Xianhong. Someone in the crowd recognized the patient's identity. Who? The chairman of the Oriental department store is worth billions. While people around were talking, Tang Chuanxiong was already examining Zhou Xianhong. I'm here to take a look too. Park Ching-min walked over speaking broken Chinese. Tang Chuanxiong frowned.
After checking carefully, he found that he had no idea where to start.
The pulse is rapid and disordered, the tongue coating is thin and white, and the pupils are constricted. Is this fainting caused by heart disease? Park Ching-min also frowned.
Dr. Tang, how is it? The lady asked anxiously.
Let me try it first.
Tang Chuanxiong picked up the filiform needles and lightly pierced the 4 acupoints of Shuigo, Baihui, Zhongchong and Yongquan.
But after acupuncture, there was no effect. Park Ching-min's original treatment plan was the same as Tang Chuanxiong's.
Seeing that Tang Chuanxiong's treatment was ineffective, he frowned. Seeing that Tang Chuanxiong and Park Ching-min were both helpless, Lung Feng came over and said, "This is a state of suspended animation caused by brain hypoxia.
Don't use syncope to treat it. You know medicine?"
Su Feishue was the first to ask in surprise when she heard Lang Feng's words.
My teacher hasn't been diagnosed with the disease. Do you think you are better than my teacher?
Chang Tai was extremely displeased with Lung Feng. If Lung Feng hadn't suggested it just now, Park Ching-min would not have let Chang Tai be a test subject.
Although Chang Tai did not agree, he had already provoked Park Ching-min.
This time when he returns to China, it may be impossible for him to stay with Park Ching-min.
This is Chairman Zhou. My grandfather didn't treat me rashly, so don't talk nonsense. Although Tang Feng didn't have much hostility towards Lung Feng, Tang Chuanxiong was helpless, so what did Lung Feng know? Young man, is it possible that your medical skills are better than ours?
Park Ching-min felt ashamed for not being able to diagnose the cause of the disease, so Lung Feng's words made him extremely disgusted.
Tang Chuanxiong did not question Lung Feng.
He just picked up Zhou Xianhong's palm.
When he saw Zhou Xianhong's fingers turned white, he looked at Lung Feng in surprise. Cerebral hypoxia caused by insufficient blood supply to the brain. Do you really understand Chinese medicine? Lung Feng didn't say anything.
He reached out and took out 3 silver needles from the sterilizer and walked towards Zhou Xianhong.
What are you going to do? Are you a doctor?
The lady heard the doubts raised by Tang Feng and others about Lang Feng, so when she saw Lang Feng was about to give Zhou Xianhong an injection, she hurriedly stopped him.
Chapter 49 Little Miracle Doctor. Lang Feng was not angry at the woman's questioning.
He said calmly, "Your husband has been unconscious for 5 minutes due to lack of oxygen.
Another minute will cause irreparable damage. You decide whether you want me to help or not." If the lady refused, Lang Feng would turn around and leave without hesitation. Let him try it. I don't have any good idea right now.
Although Tang Chuanxiong had several plans, he himself felt that they were not very feasible. Lang Feng could see Zhou Xianhong's illness, and he was so calm and confident at this moment. He felt that Lang Feng was confident that he could cure Zhou Xianhong.
Thank you for your help.
When the lady heard what Tang Chuanxiong said, she had no choice but to believe Lang Feng.
I have no way. How can a young Chinese cure it? What a joke.
Although Lang Feng's words made some sense, Park Qingmin didn't believe that a young Chinese could be more powerful than him.
Is this young man any good?
Neither Dr. Tang nor this Korean doctor can help.
Is he better than Dr. Tang? The young man is really bold. If something unexpected happens, can he take responsibility? This is Zhou Xianhong.
While the people around were talking, Lang Feng had already inserted the acupuncture quickly.
3 needles were inserted into Zhou Xianhong's head in a blink of an eye. So fast. How is it possible?
Tang Chuanxiong, Pu Qingmin, Su Feishue, Tang Feng, Chang Tai, all of them are very knowledgeable about acupuncture. The insertion of needles in acupuncture is extremely delicate, and both the strength and depth require utmost accuracy. Too much force or too deep a force can cause great harm to the patient. Therefore, even an expert like Tang Chuanxiong would focus on stability when giving acupuncture. But Lang Feng's speed was too fast, they couldn't even see what method Lang Feng used. Lang Feng seemed to have inserted the needle directly into the wound.
Does he really know acupuncture? Hopefully, nobody will die.
Su Feishue's heart beat faster. She had never heard that Lang Feng knew Chinese medicine.
Wake up!
Lang Feng pinched Zhou Xianhong's philtrum, and Zhou Xianhong suddenly opened his eyes, and then breathed frantically like a drowning man.
Wake up! Who is this young man?
He has such great medical skills at such a young age.
He actually woke up. Park Qingmin widened his eyes. He didn't expect that Lang Feng's rough acupuncture method could actually wake Zhou Xianhong up. He actually knows Chinese medicine? And he seems to be very good at it.
Su Feishue was extremely surprised, as if she had discovered a new world.
What an amazing acupuncture technique.
It seems like he is inserting the needles directly, but that is definitely not the case. He didn't even know that there was such a little miracle doctor in his shop. Thinking of Lang Feng who had been watching just now, Tang Chuanxiong felt like he was showing off his skills in front of an expert.
We're going to be late, let's go.
Lang Feng glanced at the clock and found that it was already 4:40.
It would take at least 15 minutes to drive from here to the kindergarten. If he didn't go now, he would be late.
Hearing Lang Feng calling her, Su Feishue finally came to her senses from her shock.
She said to Tang Chuanxiong, "Teacher, we'll leave first.
Remove the needle after 1 minute, and remember to take him to the hospital to check his blood lipids and heart." Lang Feng had already left the pharmacy after he finished speaking.
This is the true master of traditional Chinese medicine.
I didn't expect that there is such a little miracle doctor hidden in the island city.
Tang Chuanxiong exclaimed. Dr. Tang, who is this young man?
The lady had no time to thank Lang Feng. If Lang Feng had not acted in time, her husband would definitely not have survived.
However, her husband was not destined to die, as he fainted outside Tang Chuanxiong's pharmacy.
If it was farther away, it would be too late to save it by the time it was brought in. He is a friend of my student.
I don't know him.
I didn't even know he knew medical skills.
Tang Chuanxiong said awkwardly.
Please tell your student that my husband and I would like to treat him to a meal as a token of our gratitude, said the lady.
I'll pass it on.
Tang Chuanxiong also wanted to get together with Lang Feng again.
He really admired Lang Feng's medical skills. Let's go.
Park Qingmin originally wanted to defeat Tang Chuanxiong and then tell everyone that the strongest Chinese medicine practitioner in the island city was just a name. But now, he found that he was not even a match for the young man.
How could he still have the nerve to continue challenging him?
In the Lamborghini, Su Feishue stared at Lang Feng without saying a word. Lang Feng naturally felt Su Feishue's gaze.
He looked at the road ahead and smiled. What? I admit that I'm handsome, but you don't have to look at me like that, right? You actually know Chinese medicine? And you're so good at it. With your medical skills, it should be easy for you to get a job as a Chinese medicine practitioner in a hospital? Since you're so good, why do you want to be Jiayi's son-in-law? Su Feishui asked. What a great job it is to be a live-in son-in-law. Not only can you live in a mansion and drive a luxury car, but you can also get a salary of 20,000 to 30,000 yuan every month. Long Feng said with a smile. You must have some bad intentions. Are you trying to turn your fake play into reality and trick Jiayi into your heart? Su Feishui asked. Long Feng smiled and said, haven't you seen through my intentions a long time ago? Humph. You're just dreaming. Unless Jiayi forgets that person, you have no hope in this life. Su Feishui snorted, why don't you consider me? Although I don't have that much wealth, I'm not worse looking than Jiayi. You'd better think about how to reject Tang Feng. Lang Feng ignored Su Feishui's confession. Even if Su Feishui is beautiful, so what? He only has eyes for Duan Jiayi. When we arrived at the kindergarten, it was just past 5 o'clock. After waiting for a while, Duan Qingxian came out accompanied by the teacher. Uncle Feng. Aunt Shui. Seeing Lang Feng, Duan Qingxian trotted a few steps and suddenly jumped up. Lang Feng took her in his arms and asked lovingly, did you miss me? Of course I do. Duan Qingxian put her little arms around Lang Feng's neck and giggled. Since you came to pick up Qingxian, she has been much happier at school. You should spend more time with her in the future. Duan Qingxuan's teacher said to Lang Feng. Okay, thank you teacher. Lang Feng felt happy but more guilty when he heard the teacher say that. In the past, Duan Qingxian only had her mother to accompany her. When she saw that other children had fathers, how could she not have other thoughts? Lang Feng's return gave the little girl fatherly love, so she became more and more dependent on Lang Feng. We have assigned small homework in the WeChat group. Remember to complete it with Qingxian, said the teacher. After saying goodbye to the teacher, Lang Feng carried Duan Qingxian into the car. Su Feishui followed the two of them, and she always felt something strange in her heart. Lang Feng is obviously not Duan Qingxuan's biological father, so why is the doting look in Lang Feng's eyes so natural? That is definitely not something that can be acted out. Even when Lang Feng and Duan Qingxian were together, she felt that they were real father and daughter. Chapter 50 Manual Work. Duan Jiayi had to work overtime these 2 days because of the acquisition of Lu's assets. Lang Feng originally planned to take Duan Qingxian out to play, but the kindergarten assigned her handicrafts, so he bought some vegetables and cooked braised fish and cumin shrimp for Duan Qingxian at home. Su Feishui praised Lang Feng's cooking skills highly. No wonder Duan Jiayi said that she couldn't control her weight since this guy came. After dinner, Lang Feng found a few empty cans. Tonight's craft homework is to make a beautiful flower basket using cans. Come, put on your little gloves, and don't cut your little fingers. Lang Feng took out Duan Qingxuan's little gloves and put them on Duan Qingxuan's hands himself. Uncle Feng, you should wear one too. It will hurt if you cut your hand. Duan Qingxian said softly. Okay. Lang Feng smiled happily and put on his gloves. Holding a pair of scissors, Lang Feng cut off the top of the can, and then cut the upper third of the area vertically into thin strips. Su Feishui was sitting next to them. She felt more and more that Lang Feng and Duan Qingxian looked like father and daughter. But Su Feishui had seen the photos collected by Duan Jiayi, and Duan Qingxuan's father was definitely not the Lang Feng in front of her. Half an hour later, with the joint efforts of Lang Feng and Duan Qingxian, an exquisite little flower basket was completed. Great! Uncle Feng, you are so awesome. Compared to you, my mom's handicrafts are a mess. Duan Qingxian clapped her hands happily and loved the small flower basket in front of her very much. Let's take a selfie. Lang Feng held Duan Qingxian in his arms, while Duan Qingxian carefully held the flower basket. Snap! A selfie appeared in Lang Feng's photo album. Looking at Duan Qingxuan's happy smiling face, Lang Feng was also very satisfied. Qingxian's handicraft is completed. Lang Feng sent the photo to Duan Jiayi via WeChat and added a smiling face. In the conference room of Kaiyun Group's headquarters, a group of people are busy. Duan Jiayi sat in the first seat with a lot of information and data in front of her. Just then, her phone vibrated, and she picked up the phone to see the photos sent by Lang Feng. Looking at Duan Qingxuan's happy expression as she snuggled in Lang Feng's arms, Duan Jiayi felt very sour in her heart. Her daughter is getting closer and closer to this man. Will Duan Qingxian love Lang Feng more than her?
The door of the conference room opened and Duan Qingxuan's mother Li Yun walked in. She saw Duan Jiayi in a daze and walked behind her in confusion. Seeing the photo on the phone, Li Yun smiled and said, "Xing Xian gets along well with him."
Duan Jiayi nodded after hearing what Li Yun said. It's more than good. Now they are almost like father and daughter. Isn't this what we want to see? Xing Xian needs a father's love. Li Yun smiled and sat next to Duan Jiayi.
She said, "That man has been missing for 5 years. If he is still alive or still thinking about you, he should have come back long ago.
If this man really loves Xing Xian and is a good person, you can consider it. Let's not talk about this anymore. Let's just get the auction done first." Hearing Li Yun bring up this topic again, Duan Jiayi changed the subject. Ren Hospital is being watched by 3 wealthy families.
It's too difficult for us to intervene. Li Yun glanced at the information on the table and said, "First of all, our working capital may not be sufficient. Even if the funds are sufficient, it is not a good idea for us to provoke the 3 wealthy families."
Duan Jiayi nodded.
She also knew that her goal was a bit difficult. She said, "Ren Hospital is the first choice. If the competition there is too fierce, I will set my sights on Fengtian Hotel. Well, Shufeng Group and Shunlong Group may not dare to compete with you.
Our chances of winning will be much greater." Li Yun knew about the previous 2 incidents.
Although he didn't know who did it, these 2 groups did not dare to go against Kaiyun Group at the moment. In particular, Shenlong Group even gave its shares to Duan Jiayi, which was equivalent to making Duan Jiayi a shareholder of their group and giving her some rights. At 9 o'clock in the evening, Lung Feng asked Duan Qingxian to wash herself and then lie down on her own little bed.
"Uncle Feng, can you tell me a story?" Duan Qingxian looked at Lung Feng with hopeful eyes.
Lung Feng picked up the storybook beside the bed and read a short story to Duan Qingxian in a soft voice.
Looking at Duan Qingxuan's smiling and sleeping face, Lung Feng's eyes were full of tenderness. He gently kissed Duan Qingxian on the forehead. "Good night, my dear daughter." "Uncle Feng, I want to eat blueberry-flavored ice cream."
Duan Qingxian closed her eyes and talked in her sleep. Lung Feng smiled when he heard that. He gently closed the door and returned to the living room.
Su Feishue was sitting on the sofa.
When she saw Leng Feng coming downstairs, she stood up and said, "The Zhou Xianhong you saved today wants to invite you to dinner to thank you in person.
In addition, my teacher also wants to visit you." "I don't have time. I don't want to see anyone." Leng Feng didn't want to greet these irrelevant people. He said to Su Feishue seriously, "Don't tell Jiayi about what happened today, and don't bring anyone to disturb me." "Are you sure you don't want to go? Zhou Xianhong is the chairman of Oriental Shopping Mall.
If you save him, he might give you several million as a thank you gift,"
Su Feishue said. "Just bring the money back to me, and there's no need to meet."
Leng Feng had just finished speaking when the sound of a car door closing came from outside the villa.
In order not to disturb Duan Qingxian, Duan Jiayi even turned off the sound of the Ferrari. "Don't let it slip, otherwise we'll no longer be friends."
Leng Feng warned Su Feishue again.
"Got it," Su Feishue said unhappily. At this time, Duan Jiayi pushed the door open and walked in. She saw Su Feishue looking depressed and asked curiously, "What happened? Did they have a fight?" "No, I went to bed." Su Feishue walked upstairs depressed. "I left some loofah soup for you. Would you like to have a bowl?"
Leng Feng asked Duan Jiayi, ignoring Su Feishue's temper. Duan Jiayi had just a simple work lunch today, and she was really hungry at this time. But she was afraid that eating at this time would make her fat, and she was a little embarrassed for a while.
Loofah soup can relieve fatigue, clear away heat and detoxify, and will not increase fat. Seeing Duan Jiayi's concerns, Leng Feng smiled. "Okay, give me a bowl."
Duan Jiayi nodded when she heard that.
Leng Feng walked into the kitchen and quickly brought a bowl of loofah soup and placed it on the dining table. "Do you want me to wash your hair and give you a massage? I see you look very tired."
Duan Jiayi hesitated again when she heard that. She really wanted to enjoy the feeling of being taken care of, but she always felt that it would be unfair to the person she loved in her heart.
"Just treat it as a part-time job. 200 yuan for each massage," Leng Feng said.
"Yes, sure." When Duan Jiayi heard Leng Feng asking for money, her resistance eased a lot, and she just treated it as going to the barbershop to wash her hair. When Duan Jiayi finished drinking the loofah soup, Leng Feng came to the sofa with water. He raised the edge of the sofa and said to Duan Jiayi, "Mr. Duan, please."
Chapter 51 One-Stop Service. Su Feishue returned to the room and was about to go to bed when she realized that she had forgotten to take her cell phone. When she walked downstairs, she happened to see Lang Feng washing Duan Jiayi's hair and massaging her hair. Duan Jiayi lay comfortably on the sofa, all the tiredness of the day gone, and she felt indescribably comfortable. This treatment is really enviable. Su Feishue felt sour in her heart. Didn't Duan Jiayi say that she was not interested in Lang Feng? How could there be such an ambiguous and warm scene? You can too. You can enjoy it for only 200 yuan. When Duan Jiayi heard Su Feishue's voice, she somehow felt like she was caught cheating. Really? Su Feishue came to Lang Feng and said with a teasing smile, I'll give you 300 yuan, and you can wash my hair and give me a massage? If you add another 200, I'll give you one-stop service, okay? Lang Feng said unhappily. Okay, you said it. Whoever doesn't do it is a puppy. Su Feishue took the phone from the sofa on the other side. Come on, scan the code to pay, I'll wait for you in the room. Lang Feng wiped his hands, then called up the payment code, here. Su Feishue didn't waste any words, just scanned the code to pay, and then said, who is afraid of who? Soon, Lang Feng received the transfer from Su Feishue, who said, come quickly, I'm waiting for you, and then went upstairs. Duan Jiayi lay on the sofa speechless for a while. Su Feishue actually paid? She asked Lang Feng, are you really going to give her a one-stop service? Lang Feng tapped on his phone, then showed Duan Jiayi the chat box on the phone. Lang Feng sent Su Feishue a picture with 5 big words on it, one-stop service. Ha, aren't you afraid that she will come down and beat you? Duan Jiayi couldn't help laughing. She believed that Su Feishue would be furious. Lang Feng, you bastard. Just wait, I will enjoy this one-stop service sooner or later. Su Feishue's angry voice message appeared in the dialogue box. Because of Su Feishue's interruption, Duan Jiayi did not fall asleep like the previous 2 times. After Lang Feng dried her hair, she went upstairs to wash and go to bed. Linhai Houding is the island city's top sea view villa, and the king of this villa complex is the residence of Chu Feng, the founder of Chu Feng Group. In the hall of the villa, Chu Tao was kneeling on the ground, and an old man in his 60s was sitting on a Wangwali chair, trembling with anger. This old man was Chu Feng. Beside him were his son, daughter-in-law, and daughter and son-in-law. Tell me, is what Xiaojie said true? You are the future successor of the Chu family, but you are serving as someone else's younger brother and slave? You have brought shame to our Chu family. Chu Feng was shaking with anger. Although their Chu family was not a top wealthy family, it was definitely a consortium second only to the 3 major wealthy families. Once given the opportunity, they could even become the new 4th wealthy family in the island city. But Chu Feng had never expected that his grandson, the president of Chu Feng Group, would become someone else's lackey, treated like a beast of burden. Grandpa, I don't want to do that either. That man is really too scary. If I don't listen to him, I will die. Chu Tao knelt on the ground and said fearfully. Kill you? Who dares to do that in this island city? Chu Feng said angrily. Grandpa, you don't know his methods. That night I felt worse than death. This man is definitely not an ordinary person. We can't afford to offend him. Chu Tao said hurriedly. Can't afford to provoke him? Contact him for me and I will meet him in person. Chu Feng was extremely disappointed when he saw Chu Tao's extremely frightened expression. What future does Chu Feng Group have if it is handed over to such a person? And that person actually dared not to take his Chu family seriously, so he would know how powerful the Chu family is. Grandpa. Chu Tao turned pale with fear when he heard that his grandpa was going to cause trouble for Lang Feng, but he also knew that Chu Feng would not listen to his advice. Do as I say. Chu Feng shouted coldly, and then he said to his daughter Chu Miling beside him, call your Uncle Cho and ask him to come over. Seeing the old man getting angry, everyone else fell silent. Chu Tao's father also had a sullen face, as he had just learned about this matter. And after the investigation, it was discovered that Chu Tao had given 45% of the profits to Kaiyun Group without telling him. If this matter is not handled well, Chu Tao will not be able to work in Chu Feng Group. Early in the morning, Duan Jiayi hurried to the company after breakfast. Su Feishue had to go to the hospital to handle the entry procedures today, so she didn't hang out with Lang Feng. Lang Feng took Duan Qingxian to the kindergarten, and she ran in happily with the teacher, holding the handicraft she made last night. Left alone again, Lang Feng planned to go to First Love Coffee to eat as usual. But at this moment, his cell phone rang, and the caller was Chu Tao. What's the matter? Long Feng asked. My grandfather wants to see you,
Chu Tao said with a trembling voice. Lang Feng pondered for a moment and soon figured out the key to the matter. He replied, time and place.
10 o'clock, the office of the chairman of Chu Feng Group. Chu Tao replied quickly. After hearing the time and place, Long Feng hung up the phone.
Since the head of Chu Feng Group wants to save face, he should give him a chance. It's already 8:30, and Lang Feng has nothing to do, so he goes to Chu Feng Group in advance and waits.
Downstairs of Chu Feng Group, Lang Feng parked his car in the parking space and then walked directly into the building.
Just as he was about to take the elevator upstairs, two security guards suddenly stopped Lang Feng.
Stop, who are you? One of the security guards asked arrogantly. I have an appointment with your chairman to discuss something. Is there a problem? Lang Feng said. What's your name? We need to verify it.
Upon hearing that Lang Feng had an appointment with the chairman, the security guard who had been arrogant just now immediately lowered his posture. Seeing this, Lang Feng secretly thought it was troublesome. He took out his cell phone and called Chu Tao, saying coldly, I'm at your group building, come down and pick me up. After finishing the call, Lang Feng stopped talking. The two security guards didn't know what to do and could only stand aside with him.
Not long after, Chu Tao hurried out of the elevator.
He saw two security guards present and wanted to maintain his dignity as the president, but when he saw Lang Feng's cold eyes, he couldn't help the fear in his heart, and subconsciously bent his waist and lowered his head.
Grandpa is upstairs, please follow me.
Chu Tao tried his best not to let his voice tremble, but he really couldn't control his fear.
Lang Feng stepped into the elevator, and Chu Tao followed him in. Who is this? Why does the president look so scared of him? Yes. Look at the president's posture, he is just like a servant. Could this be the son of a super consortium? The two security guards were surprised and couldn't believe it when they saw Chu Tao's servant-like attitude. He was the prince of the Chu Feng Group and lived in such a glorious position on weekdays, but they didn't expect that he would behave like a servant? Chapter 52 Chou Tianji. In the chairman's office, Chu Feng was sitting opposite an old man and drinking tea, and behind them, there were several younger generations standing. Behind Chu Feng were his son and daughter-in-law, and his daughter and son-in-law. The old man opposite was the Uncle Chiu whom Chu Feng asked his daughter Chu Meiling to inform. Uncle Chiu's real name is Chou Tianji. He studied martial arts at Bagua School since he was a child. When he was 30 years old, he participated in a national martial arts competition and won the championship, becoming famous for a while. After that, he opened a fight club in the island city and occasionally served as a referee in some fighting competitions. Chou Tianji, who is over 60 years old, still has extraordinary momentum. He has a fearsome aura just sitting there. Rumor has it that just last month, he was invited to a special forces unit to train special forces in combat skills. However, there was a special forces soldier in the army who was unwilling to accept the defeat. As a result, he fought against 10 people alone and shocked the entire special forces brigade. Chu Feng and Chou Tianji have been friends for many years. He heard from Chu Tao that Lang Feng was very powerful, so he asked Chou Tianji to come and help him. As for the three people behind Chou Tianji, they are Chou Tianji's three apprentices. These three are also very famous in the fighting world, and have won provincial fighting championships of different weight classes. Even the eldest disciple once won the honor of national fighting runner-up. With these people in charge, Chu Feng is full of confidence. Even if Lang Feng is really capable, he will have to pay the price today. Brother Chiu, I'm really going to trouble you this time. My grandson was tortured terribly by this man, you must not let him off easily. Chu Feng picked up the teacup and said to Chou Tianji. Chou Tianji laughed and said, Don't worry, brother. Now that I'm here, this person has no right to be arrogant. If he dares to torture Xiao Tao, I will let him know the consequences of being tortured. Xunwei. Chu Feng glanced at his son. Xu Xunwei immediately understood. He reached out and took out a check and handed it to Chou Tianji respectfully. It's really a bother to have Uncle Chiu come here in person. This little money is a small gift from us, the younger generation, to buy Uncle Chiu some food. Chou Tianji glanced at the amount calmly, and seeing that it was at least 1 million, he took it with a smile on his face. Xunwei is thoughtful. Don't worry, we will take care of Xiao Tao's revenge. Just as Chou Tianji put away the check, the office door rang twice, and then Chu Tao led Lang Feng in. Seeing Lang Feng, the expressions of everyone present turned gloomy, especially the Chu family, who wished they could kill Lang Feng with their eyes.
Lung Feng looked around at everyone, then walked to the sofa on the side and sat down with a smile. What do you want to talk about?
Just start. You are the one who tortured Xiao Tao. As Chu Tao's father, Chu Jinwei hated Lung Feng the most.
He stepped forward and stared at Lung Feng, saying angrily,
Don't ask about something so obvious. It's a waste of time. Lang Feng's eyes moved away from Chu Jinwei and fell on Xiao Tianji. He smiled and asked, Is this the person you found to deal with me?
He looks like he has practiced some kung fu, but I'm afraid he's not good enough to deal with me. Although Xiao Tianji had practiced martial arts since childhood and had made great achievements, he only practiced ordinary martial arts, which could not be compared with ancient martial arts.
Lang Feng could see that Xiao Tianji's strength was among the strongest people below the ancient martial artists.
If he faced a martial artist who had just entered the ancient martial arts world, he could be on equal terms with him.
But compared with Lang Feng, he can only be regarded as an elementary school student who has just entered elementary school.
He is not on the same level at all.
Ha ha! You are so young and frivolous.
I, Xiao Tianji, have lived my whole life, and no one has ever said such arrogant words to me.
Do you think my old bones are useless?
Xiao Tianji was not only angry but also amused when he heard Lang Feng's words. Even when he first entered the fighting world, no one looked down on him like this.
Xiao Tianji. No wonder you look familiar, it's you. Lang Feng showed an expression of sudden enlightenment when he heard Xiao Tianji's name. What?
Are you scared after hearing about my master's reputation? Sneered one of Xiao Tianji's disciples.
How can a coward who loves life and is afraid of death have a reputation?
Lang Feng sneered. How dare you scold my master?
You are looking for death.
One of Xiao Tianji's disciples became furious when he heard Lang Feng's words. He suddenly rushed towards Lang Feng and kicked him in the face. This kick was powerful and this guy's fighting ability is indeed good.
If an ordinary person was hit by his kick, he would definitely faint on the spot. Big Brother has become stronger again.
He was able to block this kick, which shows that he still has some strength.
Xiao Tianji's other two disciples felt that the eldest brother's actions were enough.
But just as they were chatting leisurely, they found that the eldest brother's leg was grabbed by Lang Feng with one hand.
How could it be possible? Not only the two junior brothers, but even Xiao Tianji showed an incredible look of surprise.
Although Xiao Tianji is very powerful now, he cannot grab his eldest disciple's whip kick as easily as Jiang Lin.
I'll break one of your legs so that you'll remember this lesson.
Lang Feng exerted force with one hand. There was a clicking sound, and then the eldest senior brother withdrew his leg in pain, screamed and fell to the ground.
How is that possible?
Everyone looked at Lang Feng in shock. Even Xu Feng and others who didn't know how to fight knew that Lang Feng was not someone to be trifled with. A person's leg bones are so hard, but Lang Feng actually crushed them with one hand.
How much strength does it take? Who are you? How do you know me? Xiao Tianji thought Lang Feng had only heard of his name.
But when he heard Lang Feng say that he was afraid of death, he felt a bad feeling in his heart.
Do you remember the recruitment mission 5 years ago? The mission 5 years ago was extremely sensational.
In order to ensure the success of the mission, not only troops were dispatched from all over the world to participate, but also powerful domestic fighting masters were recruited to accompany them. At the beginning, Lang Feng's team acted together with a group of recruited masters, including Xiao Tianji. When the terrible disaster struck, a large number of masters who were recruited deserted, and Xiao Tianji was among them.
Unexpectedly, he actually escaped and survived.
Hearing Lang Feng talking about the conscription mission, Xiao Tianji's face immediately turned pale.
He stood up in fear and looked at Lang Feng in panic. You, who are you? Don't look for me. I won't go. I have never mentioned it to anyone, spare me.
Thinking of that mission, Xiao Tianji seemed to have gone crazy and spoke incoherently.
Now, do you still want to go against me? Lang Feng asked calmly. No. I dare not, please spare me. Xiao Tianji knew very well how terrifying the mission was. That was why they fled in a panic. During the escape, many people died on the road. Only a few people actually escaped.
5 years have passed, and there are only two kinds of people who know about the mission. One is the dead, and the other is the god of death who walked out of hell. Anyone who can come back alive from there is not someone that Xiao Tianji can mess with.
Chapter 53. Don't be too crazy, okay? Originally Lang Feng wanted to kill Xiao Tianji.
At the beginning, their rout caused Lang Feng to lose many of his comrades.
But Lang Feng finally gave up this idea, because who wouldn't he be scared in that situation?
These special forces who had received special training were so scared that they wanted to escape.
How could untrained people like Xiao Tianji suppress their inner panic?
Besides, Xiao Tianji is already old, so just give him a chance to live.
Keep that matter to yourself, be low-key and don't be too arrogant, okay?
Lung Feng's voice was soft, but Xiao Tianji felt endless coldness enveloping him.
Yes. Yes.
Xiao Tianji actually knelt down and kowtowed 3 times to Lung Feng. Thank you for not killing me.
Thank you for not killing me. Take your people and go. Lung Feng waved his hand and said, Yes. Xiao Tianji hurriedly called his 3 apprentices to leave.
When he walked to the stunned Chu Feng, Xiao Tianji said fearfully, Brother, listen to my advice, there are some people we cannot afford to offend. After saying that, Xiao Tianji left with his 3 apprentices.
The Chu family was confused.
They never expected this result. Xiao Tianji's eldest disciple's leg was broken by a move, and Xiao Tianji was so scared that he had a mental breakdown when he heard the other party say something. Chu Feng realized how terrifying Lung Feng was at this time. No wonder Chu Tao was so afraid of Lung Feng.
Do you think it's embarrassing that Chu Tao is so respectful to me?
Lung Feng looked at Chu Feng and said lightly. Chu Feng's heart was beating wildly, and the others were so shocked that they didn't know what to say. If Chu Tao hadn't been respectful to me, your Chu family would have followed in the footsteps of the Lu family. Lung Feng said as he poured himself a cup of tea.
What?
As Lung Feng finished speaking, everyone in the Chu family opened their eyes wide in disbelief. They could never have imagined that the downfall of the Lu family was due to the young man in front of them. If they knew that the downfall of the Lu family was related to Lung Feng, even if Chu Feng had 10 times the courage, they would not dare to seek revenge on Lung Feng. Now looking at Chu Tao's slavery, there is no cowardice there, it is such a correct choice. How great will the benefits that the Chu family can get in the future be if they can serve as a slave to such a big man? But now, they have turned a good thing into a bad one. I was confused, please forgive my mistakes. We in the Chu family are willing to follow your arrangements and will never have any complaints in the future. Chu Feng was originally sitting, but now he didn't dare to sit anymore. He stood up, bent his old waist, and lowered his originally proud head.
Watch your mouth.
I don't want others to know about my affairs.
Lung Feng took a sip of tea, stood up and said, Yes, sir.
Chu Feng said respectfully.
If Duan Jiayi has something to ask you, try to cooperate. I won't let you suffer any loss.
Lung Feng said, and walked out.
I'll see you off.
Seeing Lung Feng was about to leave, Chu Feng hurriedly followed him. Seeing this, Xu Zhenwei, Xu Meiling and others hurriedly followed. The elevator opened, Lung Feng walked in front, and a group of people from the Chu family followed respectfully behind him. The staff in the lobby were stunned when they saw this scene.
What's going on? Why are the Chu family members so respectful? Who is the young man walking in front? Go back. Remember, don't spread the news that I was here.
After Lung Feng finished speaking, he walked out of the hall and drove away. Xiao Tao, whatever arrangements he makes in the future, you must do your best to carry them out. I don't want to follow in the footsteps of the Lu family. The Lu family's affairs had shaken the entire island city's business community. Chu Feng had never expected that because of his actions, the Chu family would almost disappear.
Yes, Grandpa. Xu Tao's heart was still in turmoil.
He knew that Lung Feng was terrifying, but he didn't know that there was such great power behind Lung Feng. Overnight, the Lu family, one of the 4 great families, was destroyed.
How horrible is this?
Now thinking back to the torture that night, it seemed like a gift of mercy from Lung Feng. Just as he was planning to go to First Love Coffee to have something to eat for lunch, he received a call from Duan Jiayi. After the call was connected, Duan Jiayi's voice came from the phone, Xiao Xiao was injured, please help me go to the 4th People's Hospital to see her.
Good. Please write down any expenses and I'll reimburse you when you come back.
Duan Jiayi said this and hung up the phone. Lung Feng turned the steering wheel and sped towards the 4th People's Hospital. In the lobby of the 4th People's Hospital, Lung Feng saw Li Xiao Xiao. At this time, her arm was wrapped in gauze and her knee was scratched, looking very embarrassed.
Brother-in-law.
Seeing Lung Feng, Li Xiao Xiao's tears of grievance welled up in her eyes.
What's going on? Are you alone?
Lung Feng walked over and asked.
It was caused by a sports car. Li Xiao Xiao recounted the incident aggrievedly.
Li Xiao Xiao had made an appointment with a friend to go shopping, but just as she was leaving the community, a sports car suddenly rushed out. Li Xiaoxiao fell while dodging and hit her head on a telephone pole. As for the sports car, it didn't even stop. Did you see the license plate? Lung Feng asked. The car disappeared before we could see it. Li Xiaoxiao said angrily. Call the police? Well, I left after taking the statement. I'm afraid I won't be able to wait for the letter. Li Xiaoxiao said depressedly. Although Li Xiaoxiao's injuries were not serious, Leng Feng was very angry at the other party's attitude of not caring about the injury. He said, "Don't worry, your brother-in-law will help you vent your anger." But I can't find anyone, how can I vent my anger? Leng Feng took out his cell phone, found Wei Yingzi's number and dialed it, then told her about Li Xiaoxiao. Wei Yingzi is the captain of the city's criminal investigation team and has extremely high authority. For ordinary police officers, if they want to check the surveillance, they need to apply for it, but Wei Yingzi just needs to move her hands. Soon, Wei Yingzi found the license plate number of the sports car for Leng Feng. With your ability, it should be easy to find the car owner's information, right? Wei Yingzi remembered that Leng Feng had planted the Trojan horse in the other party's mobile phone with just a text message. It was obvious that Leng Feng himself was a master hacker. She even felt that as long as Leng Feng was willing, he could hack into the Transportation Bureau's system by himself. Well, thank you very much. Although it was a small matter, Wei Yingzi did help save some time, so she just said thank you casually. Remember to keep a low profile. This is a society with laws. Wei Yingzi warned Leng Feng again before hanging up the phone. Leng Feng just smiled at Wei Yingzi's warning. He sent the license plate number to his men. In just half a minute, a location appeared on his mobile phone. Come on, brother-in-law will take you to get revenge. Leng Feng said to Li Xiaoxiao. Found it? Li Xiaoxiao only saw Leng Feng making a phone call, but she didn't expect that he had already found the person. Chapter 54 Who gives you the confidence? The KF Modification Club is a holy place for supercar enthusiasts in the island city. Young people who like to modify sports cars will put their sports cars here and customize them. At this time, a Ferrari sports car was parked in the club's parking lot, but the owner was not there. John Lin drove a Lamborghini here and stopped the car. At this time, Li Xiaoxiao changed her clothes again. Although she was no longer in such a mess, her arms wrapped in gauze and her red and swollen forehead still damaged her image. Is it this car? Leng Feng asked, pointing at the red Ferrari. Yeah. Li Xiaoxiao nodded. Leng Feng walked into the KF club, and a staff member came up to him and asked, "Sir, is there anything I can help you with?" Whose Ferrari 812 outside the door belongs to? Leng Feng asked, pointing at the Ferrari sports car outside the door. It's Mr. Gu's. What's wrong? The clerk asked puzzledly. Where is he now? Leng Feng did not answer the clerk and continued to ask. We're selecting the modification parts upstairs. As soon as the clerk finished speaking, Leng Feng took Li Xiaoxiao upstairs. Hey, wait a minute, only members can go upstairs. Are you members? When the clerk saw Leng Feng was about to go upstairs, he quickly blocked the way of Leng Feng and the other person. I'm not a member. Since I can't go up, tell that Mr. Gu that someone is looking for him. Leng Feng came to find the car owner, but he couldn't cause a conflict with the club, so since he was not allowed to go up, he asked the clerk to call the car owner down. Okay, I'll go up and call for you. You guys sit down first. Although the clerk didn't know Leng Feng, he had seen Leng Feng driving a Lamborghini before. He is just an employee, and he doesn't want to offend any of those who drive luxury cars. It's just a message, it doesn't matter. The second floor of the club is full of modified parts for various luxury cars. Any one of these modified parts is enough for an average family to buy a car. Some modified parts can even be used to replace a BMW 3 Series or even 5 Series. Being able to come to the second floor is a manifestation of financial strength and status. Mr. Gu, the total cost of this set of yours is 500,000. A girl in a sexy racing suit sat on Mr. Gu's lap and said softly. Mr. Gu put his hand on the girl's waist and said with a smile, 500,000 is 500,000. I'll scan the code. The girl smiled happily when she heard that. She turned around and kissed Gu Xiao on the cheek. Gu Xiao is awesome. Mr. Gu was in a very good mood. He laughed and scanned the girl's payment code. Just after paying the bill, the clerk downstairs came up and said politely, Mr. Gu, there are 2 people looking for you downstairs. Looking for me? Gu Xiao was a little confused, but he still stood up and followed the clerk downstairs. When he came downstairs, Gu Xiao first saw the injured Li Xiaoxiao.
You actually found this place.
You are quite capable. Obviously, Mr. Gu knew that Li Xiaoxiao was injured because of him. At that time, he saw Li Xiaoxiao move away, so even though he knew Li Xiaoxiao fell, he ignored it. But unexpectedly, Li Xiaoxiao could find him.
You hurt me so badly and now you're still talking nonsense to me?
Li Xiaoxiao was furious with Gu Xiao's indifferent expression.
Okay, don't be angry.
Gu Xiao impatiently stopped Li Xiaoxiao from speaking.
He said, don't you just want compensation?
As he spoke, Gu Xiao took out his wallet, took out 1,000 yuan and threw it at Li Xiaoxiao. He said with a teasing look in his eyes, here's the money, get out.
You.
Li Xiaoxiao was so angry that she was speechless when she saw the money floating on the ground. She had never seen such an arrogant person.
Do your parents know that you are so arrogant?
Lung Feng looked at Gu Xiao with a smile.
What? Are you not convinced?
Gu Xiao took a step forward and said to Lung Feng with a cold look on his face.
Lung Feng smiled and said, why should I accept it? What qualifications do you have for me to accept it? I have money. If you are not convinced, I can use money to make you admit defeat. Do you believe it?
Gu Xiao said arrogantly.
I really want to know, who is your father? Who makes you so arrogant? Lung Feng asked.
That's a good question. Gu Xiao clapped his hands and smiled. He said to the club staff beside him, tell him who my father is?
Mr. Gu's father is the chairman of Boguan Industrial.
The clerk replied.
What do you think? Do I have the qualifications to be arrogant?
Gu Xiao said with an arrogant smile. Boguan Industrial is indeed a considerable conglomerate in the island city, but it is still one level lower than Kaiyun Group. Although Boguan Industrial is not as good as Kaiyun Group, in the eyes of most people, this Mr. Gu is already a remarkable rich second generation. You may be qualified in front of others, but you are still a little bit behind me. Leng Feng pointed at Li Xiaoxiao and said, this is Duan Jia's sister from Kaiyun Group.
Do you think your father's Boguan Industrial is stronger, or Kaiyun Group?
Kaiyun Group. Gu Xiao's arrogant expression paused, but then he said nonchalantly, although Kaiyun Group is stronger than our family's industry, the gap is not big.
If you want to scare me, you are not qualified enough. I advise you to apologize, otherwise you will regret it. Kaiyun Group alone would not scare Boguan Industrial, but what about Chenlong Group and Chufeng Group?
Once these three consortiums join forces, even the three major families will have to think twice, let alone Boguan Industrial.
I just won't apologize, what can you do to me? Gu Xiao said nonchalantly. What happened? At this moment, a woman's voice sounded.
Lang Feng turned his head and saw a tall, eye-catching beauty pushing the door and walking in. The beauty was wearing tight jeans and had charming wavy hair. She was holding a black helmet in her hand and was obviously a beauty who loved riding a motorcycle.
Sister.
Seeing this woman, fear emerged on Gu Xiao's face, and his previous arrogance disappeared.
What's going on?
The beautiful woman's name is Gu Siwen, and she is Mr. Gu's biological sister.
Let your brother talk to you in person. Lung Feng was a little curious. How could such a beautiful woman have such great majesty?
The arrogant Mr. Gu became timid after seeing Gu Siwen.
It's nothing serious.
I was just in a hurry when driving and scared this beautiful lady so much that she fell down.
They came to me to ask for compensation.
Gu Xiao said here, and quickly defended himself, I gave her 1,000 yuan, but they didn't think much of this money. They also said that they were Duan Jia's sister, and if I didn't give them 10,000 yuan, they would let Duan Jia deal with us, Boguan Industry.
Do you believe what your brother said? Lung Feng asked Gu Siwen.
Gu Siwen nodded and said, although my brother is a bit of a dandy, he doesn't have the courage to lie to me.
Who gave you the confidence to think he wouldn't dare to lie to you?
Lung Feng laughed when he heard this.
This beautiful woman really had confidence in her dignity? But was young Master Gu really as afraid of her as he appeared to be?
Chapter 55 Violent Sister. Gu Siwen smiled gently, if he dares to lie to me, I will beat him and make him regret being my brother. Upon hearing this, Gu Xiao wailed in his heart. He had long regretted being Gu Siwen's younger brother, but there was no way to change it now. Leng Feng looked at Gu Xiao with sympathetic eyes, I am looking forward to how you make him regret it. The surveillance cameras here have recording functions, you can watch the video to see if your brother is lying. I think when you hear what he said, you will be so angry that your little universe will explode.
What?
When Gu Xiao heard that there was a recording on the surveillance camera here, he immediately became terrified and even his face turned pale. Seeing such a change in Gu Xiao, how could Gu Siwen not know that her brother must be hiding something?
Go and check the surveillance video for me. If you dare to play any tricks, don't blame me for notifying your boss.
Gu Siwen said coldly to the clerk beside her.
The clerk looked at Gu Xiao helplessly, then walked to the front desk and took the Apple laptop.
Soon, the surveillance video from just now was called up, and all of Gu Xiao's arrogant and domineering attitude was reproduced. Gu Siwen's beautiful face was covered with a layer of frost, and her eyes seemed to be spewing out anger. She thought her brother was very afraid of her and didn't even dare to lie to her, but she didn't expect that this was just her self-satisfaction.
Brother, I haven't done anything for a long time. Do you think I'm kind? Gu Siwen turned and looked at her brother.
Gu Xiao was terrified at this moment. He took a step back, his body trembling slightly. Sister, I know I was wrong.
Please give me a chance. I will apologize to them. Let's talk about apologies later. Let's settle the lies first.
After Gu Siwen finished speaking, she suddenly took 2 steps forward, swung the helmet in her hand, and hit Gu Xiao's shoulder hard.
Ah!
Gu Xiao screamed in pain from being beaten, and his body tilted involuntarily, but this was not the end. Gu Siwen raised her long beautiful legs and kicked Gu Xiao in the stomach. With a bang, Gu Xiao was kicked to the ground, but it was not over yet.
Gu Siwen was like a mad Tyrannosaurus Rex, punching and kicking Gu Xiao. This scene shocked everyone, including Lung Feng.
This woman was so beautiful, but her behavior was too violent. Li Xiaoxiao was very angry with Gu Xiao just now, but now she suddenly felt a little pity for Gu Xiao. A few minutes later, Gu Xiao was lying on the ground screaming, unable to even get up. His face was bruised and swollen, his body was covered with footprints, and he looked extremely miserable.
Brother-in-law, this woman is too strong.
Li Xiaoxiao whispered to Lung Feng. Lung Feng smiled and said appreciatively, not bad, very good.
Sister, please stop hitting me. I was wrong. I won't dare to do it again. Gu Xiao cried.
Come here and apologize to this beautiful lady.
Gu Siwen said angrily.
Gu Xiao stood up despite the pain and apologized to Li Xiaoxiao repeatedly. I'm sorry, it's my fault, I was wrong.
Forget it, brother-in-law, let's go.
Seeing Gu Xiao being beaten like this, Li Xiaoxiao had calmed down.
Please wait. Gu Siwen came over and said apologetically, it's my fault just now. I almost misunderstood you. It's almost lunchtime. Can I treat you to lunch as an apology? No, no need for that. Li Xiaoxiao was frightened by Gu Siwen's violence just now.
She felt it was a bit scary to face such a woman.
Are you afraid of me? Gu Siwen also knew that she was very scary when she became violent. What's so scary about a beautiful woman who is sensible?
Lung Feng said with a smile.
Brother-in-law, is it really okay to flirt with girls in front of me? Can you please not treat me as if I don't exist? Li Xiaoxiao said jokingly when she heard Leng Feng praising Gu Siwen as a sensible beauty.
You are her brother-in-law, and she is Duan Jiayi's sister.
Are you Duan Jiayi's husband? Is Duan Jiayi married? When did it happen? Gu Siwen asked in surprise when she heard Li Xiaoxiao call Lung Feng brother-in-law. He's just a live-in son-in-law. We only registered but didn't hold a wedding. Lung Feng explained. A live-in son-in-law. Gu Siwen was stunned. She didn't expect Duan Jiayi to have a live-in son-in-law.
But thinking that Duan Jiayi had a child, it was only natural to have a live-in son-in-law. She was stunned for a moment and smiled, let's go.
I'll treat you to dinner. Sister, what about me? Gu Xiao said miserably. Go home and reflect on yourself. I'll have someone lock all your bank cards. The money on the ground is your living expenses for this month.
After Gu Siwen finished speaking, she walked out with Leng Feng and the other two. Looking at Gu Siwen's back as she left, Gu Xiao's originally fearful expression turned ferocious. You bitch, you forced me to do this.
You want to hit me, right?
I'll let you know the consequences of provoking me, just wait.
Gu Siwen put on a helmet and rode on an eye-catching motorcycle. Follow me.
Her hot body and the eye-catching motorcycle give people a sense of wild beauty. If Leng Feng didn't have Duan Jiayi in his heart, he would definitely have the desire to conquer Gu Siwen. Driving behind Gu Siwen, Li Xiaoxiao sat in the passenger seat and exclaimed, what a great figure, long legs, slim waist, and surging breasts.
Brother-in-law, are you attracted to her?
Although she is very beautiful, she is still a little bit inferior to my sister.
Don't talk nonsense. Do I look like a playboy?
Lung Feng said depressedly.
What kind of philandering man would carve the word philandering on his forehead? I'm telling you, you are not allowed to let my sister down. Li Xiaoxiao warned.
Ha ha. I didn't expect you to be so protective of your sister.
No wonder your sister sent me here immediately when you got into trouble.
Lung Feng said with a smile.
Not long after, Gu Siwen turned into a street on her motorcycle.
Lung Feng saw her pull over and found a parking space. The three of them got out of the car. Gu Siwen held up her helmet and said to Lang Feng and the others, "The Wang Shower Fried Chicken restaurant in front may not be very high-end, but the food is very delicious and most importantly, affordable."
Well, very good.
Lang Feng is not a vain person, so even if Gu Siwen invites him to eat at a roadside stall, he will not say anything.
However, these two siblings are really two different extremes. One is extravagant and arrogant, while the other one actually pursues practicality.
When she walked into the store, the clerk greeted Gu Siwen warmly. It was obvious that she was a regular here.
Gu Siwen did not act like a rich girl.
She smiled and was very approachable, making people feel that she was very generous and upright. After ordering the dishes, the three of them found a seat by the window and sat down.
Gu Siwen looked at Lung Feng, stretched out her hand and said, "Formally introduce myself. My name is Gu Siwen. Lung Feng."
Lung Feng stretched out his hand, shook hands lightly with Gu Siwen and said with a smile,
"My name is Li Xiaoxiao.
I'm really sorry about what happened to my brother."
Gu Siwen apologized very solemnly.
If there weren't surveillance cameras in the store, she would have really misunderstood Lang Feng and the others.
Chapter 56 I don't know him again. Gu Siwen is a very good person overall.
She is not spoiled like a young lady and is generous and upright. Her only shortcoming is that she sometimes has a bad temper. The meal was quite pleasant and the two sides exchanged contact information. In Gu Siwen's words, they were already friends.
It was already 1 o'clock in the afternoon when they finished their meal.
After both parties said goodbye, Lung Feng sent Li Xiaoxiao back home to rest. Originally, he was planning to have a cup of coffee, but after thinking about it, Lung Feng gave up the idea. Since Su Feishui came, he had no time to clean the villa. Since he had nothing to do today, he would clean it up. Time flies when I'm cleaning.
By the time I finished cleaning upstairs and downstairs, it's already 4 o'clock.
Lung Feng lay comfortably on the sofa, drinking tea and enjoying the quiet time.
Uncle Feng.
After school, Duan Qingxian saw Lang Feng and ran over happily.
Lung Feng hugged Duan Qingxian and asked lovingly, "Did you have fun today?" "It was very fun.
We learned new stories and drew pictures."
Duan Qingxian happily recounted the happy things that happened at school.
Putting Duan Qingxian in the child safety seat, Lung Feng said, "Mom has to work overtime tonight, and Aunt Shui has made an appointment with her friends, so it's just the two of us tonight.
What do you think we should eat?" "Ice cream." Duan Qingxian replied immediately. "Can ice cream be eaten as a meal?" Lang Feng flicked Duan Qingxuan's little head, then said with a smile, "Just go to the Disney-themed restaurant. After the meal, I'll give you an ice cream as a reward, and you can also play the role of a princess, okay?" "Great. Qingxian wants to be the most beautiful princess."
Duan Qingxian clapped excitedly when she heard about the Disney-themed restaurant, and her expression showed that she couldn't wait.
The main customers of Disney-themed restaurants are families with children. The decoration of the restaurant is full of the atmosphere of a fantasy kingdom, and vivid cartoon characters can be seen everywhere. "Uncle Feng, look, this is Snow White. I want to be Snow White soon." After Duan Qingxian walked into the restaurant, she was as excited as a lark and kept talking. Seeing Duan Qingxian so happy, Lung Feng was also very happy. "Beautiful princess, welcome to your castle, I am Mickey Mouse."
As we walked into the hall, a waiter dressed in a Mickey Mouse costume came over and spoke in the children's favorite tone.
"Hello Mickey Mouse, I want to eat ice cream."
Duan Qingxian said with a smile.
"Okay little princess, come with me."
Led by the Mickey Mouse doll, Lung Feng and his daughter came to the dining place.
After dinner, Duan Qingxian changed into Snow White's clothes.
Lang Feng took a photo of her and sent it to Duan Jai.
Duan Qingxian was having a lot of fun in the restaurant's amusement area wearing Snow White's dress. Lung Feng saw that Duan Qingxian was a little tired, so he said, "Snow White, shall we go home?"
Duan Qingxian shook her head upon hearing this. Snow White still wants to play for a while longer.
Uncle Feng is going to eat ice cream. Princess Snow White, would you like to join him? Lang Feng gave a conspiratorial smile. Snow White also wants to eat ice cream.
Hearing that there was ice cream to eat, Duan Qingxian hurried over, followed Lang Feng to change clothes, and returned to the dining area.
After eating the ice cream, it was already 8 o'clock in the evening.
Duan Qingxian should be getting ready for bed at this time, so Lang Feng drove Duan Qingxian back to the villa. Duan Jiayi and Su Feishue hadn't come back yet, so Lang Feng accompanied Duan Qingxian to brush her teeth, and then let her take a bath by herself. Maybe because she was too tired from playing, the little girl fell asleep before Lang Feng could tell her a story. Many people gathered in Lin Tianhao's villa at this time. Just 2 hours ago, Lin Tianhao fell ill again, and this time the situation was more serious.
Even Lin Tianhao's attending physician was helpless.
As a business partner, Li Yun immediately rushed over with Duan Jiayi after receiving the news.
Dr. Chen, is it too late to rush to Kyoto now?
Lin Hong, the eldest son of the Lin family, asked Lin Tianhao's attending physician.
I'm afraid it's too late. Mr. Lin's vital signs are disappearing quickly, and even the cardiotonic drugs will be useless now. Dr. Chen looked helpless.
Originally, Lin Tianhao's condition had improved, and no one expected it to suddenly worsen.
Dad, Dr. Tang is here.
The door of the villa opened, and Lin Heng's eldest son walked in with Tang Xuanxiong, and even Tang Feng and Su Feishue were behind them.
Dr. Tang, come and take a look at my father.
Lin Hong hurriedly came forward and took Tang Xuanxiong into Lin Tianhao's room.
Jiayi, you are here too. Su Feishue saw Duan Jiayi and greeted her. Yeah.
Duan Jiayi nodded and didn't say much, because the current scene was not suitable for chatting.
Su Feishue also understood this, so she said something to Duan Jiayi and followed Tang Xuanxiong into the room.
At this time, Lin Tianhao was lying on the bed, and many instruments were monitoring his physical condition.
Tang Xuanxiong immediately took Lin Tianhao's pulse and checked other signs. After the examination, Tang Xuanxiong walked out of the room with a frown on his face.
Lin Heng and other members of the Lin family gathered around him and asked nervously, Dr. Tang, how is my dad? Tang Xuanxiong shook his head and said, for the 5 diseases of decline, I can use acupuncture to prolong life for 3 days, but it doesn't make much sense to do so.
Is there no other way?
Lin Tianhao's daughter-in-law Wu Xiaoli asked hurriedly.
Tang Xuanxiong was silent for a moment.
He suddenly thought of Lang Feng and said, there is a young miracle doctor.
Maybe he has a solution. Then please come quickly.
Wu Xiaoli said. Yes, Dr. Tang, please invite him here immediately.
As for the reward, that's easy to negotiate.
Lin Hong also said hurriedly. Tang Xuanxiong felt a little embarrassed when he heard this, because Lang Feng didn't like being disturbed. They wanted to invite Lang Feng to dinner, but were rejected.
Feishue, can you ask the little doctor to come over? Tang Xuanxiong asked Su Feishue. Su Feishue was completely embarrassed when she heard this.
Lang Feng had said that Duan Jiayi was not allowed to know that he knew medical skills.
And now Duan Jiayi was here. Teacher, I'm afraid it's not very convenient. Su Feishue said. Why is it inconvenient?
This concerns my father's life, please help me.
Lin Hong became anxious.
Feishue, Mr. Lin is a good man, please help him.
Duan Jiayi pleaded when she heard Tang Xuanxiong say that Su Feishue could find that person. Su Feishue was in a dilemma. Finally, she said to Duan Jiayi, if you want to treat me, you should do it.
I'm afraid I don't have the nerve to do that.
Me? How can I treat you when I don't even know you? Duan Jiayi asked in confusion.
Su Feishue sighed and said, that person washed your hair and gave you a massage last night, but you don't recognize him today?
What? You're talking about Lang Feng? Are you kidding? How can he cure diseases? Duan Jiayi thought Su Feishue must be joking, but when she saw Su Feishue's serious look, she asked in disbelief, are you serious? Chapter 57 I can cure his disease.
Lying on the sofa, Lang Feng was watching a variety show comfortably.
At this moment, someone walked in.
Lang Feng looked and found that it was his mother-in-law, Li Yun.
Mr. Li, you're here. Although Lang Feng and Duan Jiayi are a legal couple, in reality they are in a relationship of employer and employee.
Before Lang Feng came, Duan Qingxian had already developed psychological problems due to lack of fatherly love.
She was taciturn and even didn't like to eat.
Because of this, Duan Jiayi found Lang Feng, with the aim of giving Duan Qingxian a complete family and curing her mental illness. So, when seeing Li Yun, Long Feng is not qualified to call her mom.
Qing Xian is asleep?
Li Yun was still very grateful to Long Feng. Since Long Feng came, Duan Jiayi and her daughter had been well taken care of, especially Duan Qingxian, who no longer had any psychological symptoms.
Yeah, I just fell asleep for a while.
Lang Feng treated Li Yun with respect because he knew that she was his future mother-in-law. I'll stay here to look after Qingxian.
You go to Villa number 6. Jiayi has something to talk to you about there.
Li Yun did not mention Lin Tianhao's matter because she was afraid that what she said would not be effective.
So she let Lang Feng go first and let Duan Jiayi talk to her. Lang Feng didn't think much and drove to Villa number 6.
When he walked into the lobby of the villa, he immediately saw Tang Xuanxiang and others, and he felt like he was being tricked.
Little miracle doctor, you're here.
Seeing Lang Feng, Tang Xuanxiang came up to him with a smile.
Seeing Tang Xuanxiang being so polite to Lang Feng, Duan Jiayi still found it incredible. Who is Tang Xuanxiang?
A famous Chinese medicine doctor in the island city. He is known as the island city's miracle doctor.
Even Tang Xuanxiang is so polite to Lang Feng?
He even calls him the little miracle doctor. She lived under the same roof with Lang Feng, but she didn't know that Lang Feng also knew medical skills and seemed to be very good at it.
Such a great doctor was used as a shampooer by him at night?
Now that I think about it, no wonder Lang Feng's massage was so comfortable. It turns out he is a professional. When Wu Xiaoli saw Lang Feng, she frowned slightly. She felt that this person looked familiar, but she couldn't remember where she had seen him for a moment.
You're here too. Lang Feng greeted Tang Xuanxiang, then walked over to Duan Jiayi and asked, "What's the matter? Do you know Chinese medicine?" Duan Jiayi asked.
Lang Feng heard this and looked at Su Feishuei. The latter tilted her head to the side guiltily, as if she knew nothing and it had nothing to do with her.
I understand a little.
Lang Feng knew that Su Feishuei had betrayed him, so he didn't hide it.
Mr. Lin is critically ill. Can you see if there is any way?
If there is a way, please help. The Lin family is the most important partner of Kaiyun Group. If something happens to Mr. Lin, Lin Hong may not continue to cooperate with Kaiyun Group, so Duan Jiayi really hopes that Mr. Lin can overcome the difficulties. While Lang Feng was talking to Duan Jiayi, Lin Hong came to Tang Xuanxiang and whispered, "Divine Dr. Tang, is this the young divine doctor you mentioned?
Isn't this too young? Can he do it?"
Not only Lin Hong thought so, but Wu Shirley and other members of the Lin family also felt that Lang Feng was unreliable.
I can only say that the little doctor's medical skills are better than mine. As for whether he can cure Elder Lin, I don't know. You must understand that Elder Lin is currently suffering from the 5 degenerates. Even if he is sent to Kyoto or even abroad, the chance of his survival is only 1 in 1,000. Tang Xuanxiang said very seriously when he heard Lin Heng's doubts.
Hearing Tang Xuanxiang say this, Lin Hong hurried to Lang Feng's side and said very politely, "Little doctor, please take a look at my father."
No need to go in, I can cure his disease.
Lang Feng had met Lin Tianhao before and had some understanding of his condition, so there was no need to go in again.
What? It can really be cured.
Lin Hong was overjoyed, but then he felt something was wrong.
He asked doubtfully, "Little miracle doctor, you have never seen my father, so are you so sure that you can cure it?"
There is no need to answer this question, because although I can cure it, I will not treat him.
Lang Feng said. Ah. Why?
Lin Hong was confused by Lang Feng's words.
Why didn't he treat it when it could be cured? And did Lang Feng know what his father's illness was? He was so sure that it could be cured. First, I'm not a formal doctor. Second, I'm not a medical authority. Third, Mr. Jean is highly respected. If he dies in my hands, I can't bear the responsibility. Lang Feng said, looking at Wu Xiaoli, "Am I right, ma'am?" "It's you."
Wu Xiaoli suddenly remembered when she heard Lang Feng's words. Last time the old man was ill, Lang Feng wanted to treat him, but she questioned him and drove him away.
"What's going on?"
Lin Hong asked Wu Xiaoli. Wu Xiaoli then told him what happened last time. After hearing this, Lin Hong was relieved. It turned out that Lang Feng had seen his father fall ill. No wonder he knew Lin Tianhao's symptoms without going in to see him again. Since Lang Feng knew the old man's illness and was so sure that he could cure it, there was definitely hope. Lin Hong quickly apologized to Lang Feng, "Little doctor, my wife was ignorant and offended you.
Please don't argue with him." Yes. I am arrogant, please save my dad?"
Wu Xiaoli dared not look down on Lang Feng now. After all, Tang Chuanxiong called Leng Feng a little genius doctor, which was enough to show that Leng Feng's medical skills were very powerful.
Leng Feng, can you really cure it?
If you can, please help me. Although Duan Jia didn't know how strong Leng Feng's medical skills were, she knew that he must be good if he could impress Tang Chuanxiong. Leng Feng would not listen to others, but since Duan Jia had spoken, Leng Feng would not refuse. He said to Lin Hong, I will state in advance that I will not be responsible. As long as the little doctor does his best, we have no complaints.
Lin Hong said quickly.
Leng Feng walked to the side, picked up a pen and paper, quickly wrote a prescription and handed it to Tang Chuanxiong. Have someone send these herbs over, and also bring the medicine furnace. Tang Chuanxiong took a look at the prescription and his face changed slightly.
He asked Leng Feng in a low voice with suspicion, Little doctor, are you sure it's these medicines? They are all toxic? Even if healthy people take them, they need to be extremely careful. Just do it. Since I've accepted this job, I won't do anything rash. Otherwise, I won't get any benefits and will get myself into trouble. Leng Feng said. Hearing this, Tang Chuanxiong felt that Leng Feng was right. Since Leng Feng did this, there must be a reason.
Tang Chuanxiong called and asked his people to prepare the medicinal materials and send them over. When he hung up the phone, Dr. Chen, who had been silent, came over and took the prescription written by Leng Feng. Just now, when Tang Chuanxiong called, Dr. Chen heard several names of medicinal herbs that should never appear.
He came over with the prescription to verify. When he was sure that he had not heard wrong, Dr. Chen said to Leng Feng angrily, Are you treating a disease? How is this different from murder?
Dr. Tang, you should know the effects of these Chinese medicines.
How dare you listen to his arrangements? Chapter 58 You said I was harming people? Dr. Chen is an authoritative expert in the field of Western medicine.
In his eyes, Lin Tianhao was on the verge of death. If he wanted to stay alive, he could only rely on cardiotonic drugs and some strong medicines to support him. But Leng Feng said it could be cured, which was equivalent to overturning his diagnosis. Before, Tang Chuanxiong praised Leng Feng, but he didn't say much out of face. But after hearing that Leng Feng actually added poisonous Chinese medicines such as Artemisia selingensis, Hong Shengdan, Beijiangdan, and toad venom into the prescription, he finally couldn't sit still anymore. I believe the little miracle doctor will be useful, said Tang Chuanxiong. I think using this kind of medication is too bold and tantamount to murder. Dr. Chen snorted. Doctor, if you have any other solution, I can leave immediately. Leng Feng said to Dr. Chen.
Dr. Chen hesitated. If he had a solution, would he still need to call Leng Feng? If you let me treat it, don't question me. If you have doubts, don't let me take action. I don't want to take the blame. Leng Feng looked at the Lin family and said seriously. Mr. Hua from Yanjing may not have left yet. I suggest asking him to come over and take another look. Dr. Chen did not want to admit that he was not as good as a young man.
He thought that if Mr. Hua saw Leng Feng's prescription, he would definitely think it was nonsense. The symposium ended yesterday, and Mr. Hua may have passed away.
Tang Chuanxiong said. Call and ask, maybe there isn't one.
Dr. Chen had actually met Mr. Hua this morning. After he said that, he called Mr. Hua.
Mr. Hua hasn't left yet. He will be here in 10 minutes.
Dr. Chen said with surprise.
Is Mr. Hua still here? That's great. Lin Hong was very happy to hear that. Mr. Hua was the top authority in Yanjing.
He was not only good at Chinese medicine, but also had great achievements in Western medicine. If he could come, his father's illness might be cured.
In that case, I don't need to take any action. Leng Feng shrugged. The combination of the medicines you used is already highly toxic.
Not to mention that Mr. Lin is already on his last legs. Even if he had a normal body, he wouldn't be able to withstand the torment of that prescription, said Dr. Chen.
After hearing what Dr. Chen said, the Lin family fell silent.
There was no other hope before, so we could only give it a try.
But now that Mr. Hua can arrive, they naturally don't want Leng Feng to take any risks. It's up to you. It's just right that I don't have to do anything. Leng Feng came to Duan Jia and said, It's not that I won't do anything, it's that they don't believe me.
Then let's wait for Elder Hua to come. If he has a better idea, that would be even better. After all, it's all for Elder Lin.
Duan Jia said. Yeah. Leng Feng walked aside and sat down.
Anyway, those medicinal herbs would not be delivered in a short time. 10 minutes passed quickly, and Mr. Hua and Hua Qingqing hurried in.
Mr. Hua. Dr. Chen came forward. Mr. Hua.
Tang Chuanxiang saw Mr. Hua and went to greet him. Tang Chuanxiang is known as a miracle doctor in the island city, but his medical attainments are indeed slightly inferior to those of Mr. Hua.
Mr. Hua, thank you for coming.
Lin Hong said gratefully.
Let's go see the patient first. Old Tang, how's Xiao Chen? Old Hua didn't say much to Lin Hang.
He asked Tang Chuanxiang on his way to the room.
The 5 diseases of decline means one has 1 foot in the gate of hell, said Tang Chuanxiang.
The patient's vital signs have been greatly depleted. He should only have less than an hour left, said Dr. Chen. The 3 of them walked into the room together and came out after a while.
Mr. Hua, how is it?
Lin Han, Wu Xiaoli and others gathered around nervously. There's no way to save the situation. Old Hua was silent for a long time, and finally shook his head. Mr. Hua, there is a young miracle doctor who said he can cure it.
What do you think of this prescription? Dr. Chen handed the prescription written by Long Feng to Mr. Hua.
When Mr. Hua took it and looked at it, he immediately said angrily, "Nonsense.
Is this a cure or a murder?" Dr. Tang, you see, that's what Mr. Hua said.
Upon hearing this, Dr. Chen smiled secretly in his heart. To him, Lin Tianhao was already doomed to die, so his life or death was no longer important. Dr. Chen just wanted to tell the Lin family that his medical skills were still very powerful. He said there was no hope and no one else could save the patient. If he said he couldn't save the patient, but Lung Feng saved her, would the people of the Lin family still seek medical treatment from him?
Mr. Hua, is this prescription really not working? Lin Hong asked. This is obviously a folk remedy used by quacks to deceive people.
Although Mr. Lin is already beyond help, we can't continue to do this, said Mr. Hua. After hearing what Mr. Hua said, the Lin family members looked at Long Feng with cold eyes. I knew he was a quack doctor and couldn't be trusted. Wu Xiaoli had just begged Lang Feng humbly, holding back a grudge in her heart. Now when she heard Mr. Hua say that Lang Feng's prescription was a folk remedy, she immediately became angry and said in a cold voice.
Tang Chuanxiang was very embarrassed at this time. After all, he was the one who introduced Lang Feng, but he didn't expect to be called a swindler. He was present when Lang Feng rescued Zhou Xianhong. Lang Feng's medical skills are definitely not weak, so he wouldn't rely on folk prescriptions, right? Could it be that Lang Feng saw that Elder Lin was doomed to die, so he pretended to be a ghost?
Anyway, if Elder Lin died, it could be said that he had failed. But Lang Feng once said people-oriented when he was in his pharmacy, so he shouldn't do such a thing.
You said my prescription was a folk remedy? You said I was harming people?
Lang Feng didn't want to get involved. If the Lin family didn't believe him, he would just not do anything. But Lang Feng didn't expect that Mr. Hua would actually say that his prescription was a folk remedy that was harmful to people.
This made him a little unacceptable. It's you.
Hua Qingqing first looked at Lang Feng who was speaking. When she saw Lang Feng's appearance, she exclaimed in surprise.
Little miracle doctor. This prescription was written by you.
When old Hua saw Lang Feng, he was also shocked. He had seen Lang Feng's medical skills, especially the legendary trembling needle, which shocked him deeply. If he knew that the prescription was given by Lang Feng, he would definitely not say so decisively that it was a folk remedy.
Little miracle doctor. Wu Xiaoli was stunned. Didn't she just say that this recipe was a folk remedy that would harm people? Why did she turn around and call Lang Feng a little miracle doctor? Do you know him? Could he be the little miracle doctor who can use vibrating needles that you mentioned?
Tang Chuanxiang and old Hua had just attended a symposium together.
When the two were chatting privately, old Hua mentioned that Lang Feng used vibrating needles to save people.
Old Hua was extremely embarrassed.
He glared at Dr. Chen fiercely. Was this guy trying to trick him?
He also wanted to ask Lang Feng for advice on the technique of needle tremor when he saw him again. Who knew that one sentence would offend Lang Feng? If this prescription is taken orally, it will indeed kill people, but did I ever say that this prescription is for people to drink? Facing Dr. Chen's doubts, Lang Feng was too lazy to explain. He said that if you ask him to treat you, you have to trust him.
It's not for drinking? Then what is it?
Only old Master Tang called Lang Feng a little miracle doctor. Dr. Chen would feel that Tang Chuanxiang was deceived. But now even old Hua calls Lang Feng the little miracle doctor, which is enough to show that Lang Feng is indeed capable. Chapter 59 Dead Tree Reviving Spring Needle Method.
Facing Dr. Chen's question, Lung Feng chuckled and said, "Do I need to explain to you?"
You. Dr. Chen was so angry that his face turned red and his neck became thick. He didn't expect Lung Feng to talk to him like this.
"Forget it, there's no point in talking about this. You guys continue. I'm going back to sleep."
Lung Feng stretched and walked out. "Little genius doctor, please stay." Lin Hong had heard that the prescription was poisonous, so he placed his hope on Master Hua again. Who would have thought that old Hua was also helpless, and even called Ling Feng a little miracle doctor?
This is enough to show that Lung Feng is really capable. Now, Lung Feng has become the last hope. How could he let Lung Feng leave?
"Since you don't trust me, there's no need for me to get into trouble,"
Lung Feng said.
"We are also worried about my father's health, please forgive us." Lin Hang is the person in charge of this generation of the Lin family. He is so noble in the island city, but now he has no dignity at all. "Little genius doctor, you are so great and don't care about the mistakes of the villains." Before Wu Xiaoli finished her words, Lung Feng glared at her and said, "Can you please stop talking? I feel sick when I hear you talking.
If I can't cure Elder Lin, are you going to call the police and accuse me of murder?"
As Lin Hang's wife, Wu Xiaoli has a very high status in the Lin family. In the island city, even officials in the system would politely call her Mrs. Lin when they saw her. But she didn't expect Lung Feng to directly say that she was disgusting.
Duan Jiayi and Su Feishue were also shocked. What was Lung Feng doing? If old Lin can be cured, then the Lin family will naturally not dare to deal with Ling Feng. But if he cannot be cured, wouldn't Ling Feng offend the Lin family so much by provoking them? How could the Lin family let this go? "Ling Feng, how can you talk like that?"
Apologized to Mrs. Lin quickly.
Duan Jiayi was shocked and said quickly to Lung Feng, No. I was wrong. I was fickle and a mean person."
Wu Xiaoli was so sad inside. Who would have thought that things would take such a big turn? "Little genius doctor, I had a preconceived notion just now. I thought this was a prescription for drinking, so I..." Old Hua looked regretful. After all, he was a famous Chinese medicine expert, so how could he be so arbitrary? "Little miracle doctor, Mr. Lin is keen on charity and has helped many people. Please save him for the sake of his kindness. Tang Chuanxiong has a good personal relationship with Lin Tianhao, so he really hopes that Lung Feng can help.
I'll say it one last time. If you want me to treat you, you have to trust me.
If you don't trust me, don't let me help." Lung Feng looked at Wu Xiaoli, Lin Hong and others and said, "I don't want to help and then be bitten back and accused of my poor medical skills and causing someone's death."
Although Lang Feng is confident that he can cure Lin Tianhao, accidents will always happen no matter what.
It is for this reason that hospitals ask patients to sign a consent form regardless of the size of the operation. Although this may seem like an attempt to pass the buck, it can indeed avoid some subsequent troubles.
Lang Feng does not have a medical license.
If something unexpected happens and he is harassed by others, he will inevitably have to use his own power to settle it, which will only cause more trouble. "Please help, little doctor.
Our Lin family trusts you and can accept any result," Lin Hong said.
Take off all of the old man's clothes, cover the parts that are inconvenient to expose, and then push him out,"
Lung Feng said. "Go quickly." Lin Hong quickly asked his family to take off Lin Tianhao's clothes.
"Mr. Tang, Mr. Hua, please disinfect all your needles.
You can observe me while I perform acupuncture later. What you can understand depends on your own understanding." Lang Feng had a good impression of these two old Chinese doctors.
Traditional Chinese medicine is declining now, and since these two are quite insightful, it might be a good idea to teach them some of my techniques.
"Yes, thank you, little genius doctor."
Elder Tang and Elder Hua were overjoyed when they heard this.
Lang Feng was able to perform the long-lost vibrating needle technique.
If they could comprehend the mystery behind it, it would be of infinite benefit to them.
His medical skills are so great? Two medical authorities actually want to seek advice from him? Just when everyone was busy, Duan Jai came to Su Feishue and asked in a low voice. "I only found out about this the day before yesterday."
"As for how strong his medical skills are, I don't know either," said Su Feishue.
"Feishue, Tang Feng, can we move forward to observe later?" Hua Qingqing walked over and said to Su Feishue and Tang Feng. "Yes."
The three men were the descendants of two old Chinese doctors, so naturally they all knew each other. Lang Feng is treating Mr. Lin, a rare and difficult disease. If they can observe it up close, it will be of great help to their medical careers.
Tang Chuanxiang and Mr. Hua put the acupuncture needles into medical alcohol for disinfection. Not long after, Lin Tianhao was pushed out. At this time, he only had a towel covering his private parts. Lang Feng walked out of the bathroom and put his hands in medical alcohol to disinfect them.
Seeing that Lang Feng was about to start treatment, Su Feishuet and the other two hurried forward to observe from close range. As for Dr. Chen, he also quietly moved closer.
What is your diagnosis? Lang Feng walked to Lin Tianhao's side and looked at Lin Tianhao's body carefully. All 5 internal organs are weak and their functions are declining, said old Hua. Look at his body. Have you found some white spots? Lang Feng asked.
Tang Chuanxiang and Lin Lao observed carefully and soon found the spots that Lang Feng mentioned. These spots are very tiny and difficult to spot unless you look closely.
This is parasite, Lang Feng replied. You mean, the decline of Mr. Lin's 5 internal organs is related to parasites? Tang Chuanxiang asked in surprise. That's right. This is a very rare parasite that survives and reproduces by sucking nutrients from the host's body. Apart from sucking nutrients, they don't cause other symptoms, so you ignore it. Lang Feng explained, all the nutrients in Elder Lin's body were sucked away by the parasites. The 5 internal organs could not be replenished with essence and energy, so they naturally declined, so we concluded that he had the 5 decay diseases. So that's how it is. Mr. Hua and others suddenly realized. The existence of parasites is known to all medical students, and some parasites can cause malnutrition, vomiting, and other adverse reactions.
As for parasites that simply suck nutrients, they are rarely discovered, so Tang Chuanxiang and his team never thought of this. The first thing we need to do is to use acupuncture to block the 5 internal organs and the brain, and force the parasites out of the vital parts. As he spoke, Lang Feng had already picked up the acupuncture needles and started inserting them into Lin Tianhao's head. When Lang Feng was inserting the needle, he deliberately slowed down the speed so that his twisting, lifting, and piercing steps could be clearly seen by Tang Chuanxiang and others. After inserting 72 needles, Lang Feng continued, the acupuncture method I will use next is called dead tree resurrection. The function of this acupuncture method is to awaken the body's last potential, so that the 5 internal organs and the brain and other organs are in an active state, so as to achieve the effect of prolonging life. Chapter 60 Treating Lin Tianhao. Hearing about the effect of bringing dead wood back to life, Tang Chuanxiang and old Hua both perked up and watched Lang Feng's movements without blinking. While Lang Feng was inserting the needle, he explained to the two the principles and techniques. After 9 needles were inserted, Elder Lin slowly opened his eyes and his face became rosy. Seeing Elder Lin wake up, the Lin family was overjoyed. Wake up, Dad is awake. Lin Tianhao's second son Linjiu said happily. He is indeed a little miracle doctor, so amazing. It's ridiculous that some people actually say that he is a charlatan. Lin Tianhao's third son Lin Yuan glanced at Wu Xiuli, and there was some ulterior motive in what he said. Before, the Lin family seemed to be very harmonious, and they were all focused on Lin Tianhao's illness, but in fact, the 3 brothers all had their own ulterior motives. Now that Lin Tianhao has woken up, of course they want to compete to show themselves and suppress others. He was really saved? His medical skills are so great, why doesn't he become a doctor, but instead comes here to do the work of a servant? Although I pay him a lot, as a famous doctor, 100,000 a month should not be a problem. Duan Jiai became puzzled. Lang Feng ignored the compliments from the Lin family and continued to say to Tang Chuanxiang and the others, the withered tree reviving spring acupuncture method can keep him alive for 10 days. If combined with the qi boosting soup, it can extend his life for another 2 days. We can eliminate the root cause of his illness tonight, so the qi boosting soup is not necessary. Thank you for your instruction. Tang Chuanxiang and old Hua were extremely respectful at this time. Although they did not take Lang Feng as their master, Lang Feng had already taught them medical skills, which could be considered a semi-teacher-disciple relationship. The withered tree reviving spring acupuncture method is extremely precious to them, and even has a huge research significance to the entire Chinese medicine community. Lang Feng is generous in teaching them, which makes them admire him. If our ancestors had been so generous and taught their skills generously, Chinese medicine would not be so desolate. At this time, Tang Chuanxiang's clerk rushed over and brought in what Lang Feng wanted. Lang Feng checked the herbs and said, grind all the herbs into powder and boil them into a paste. Go and do it. Upon hearing this, Lin Hang immediately arranged for his servants to do it. He was even afraid that someone might mess up, so he sent his son to supervise. After waiting for 5 minutes, Lung Feng removed all the needles.
Acupuncture points cannot be blocked for a long time, otherwise it will cause irreparable consequences.
Half an hour later, Lang Feng blocked Lin Tianhao's vital organs again, and at this time the medicine solution had been brought up, a full basin. The herbs in my prescription are more or less toxic, so they are not suitable for internal use. However, Chinese herbs can not only cure diseases with their own efficacy, but their smell can also be used in clinical treatment. The smell produced by this medicine paste has a good effect in repelling parasites. Lang Feng took out the needle again, and then told the servants of the Lin family, start applying from the soles of the feet, and apply it all the way down to below the neck. Under Lang Feng's arrangement, the servants of the Lin family smeared all the medicinal paste on Lin Tianhao's body, and at this time the room was filled with the strong smell of Chinese medicine. Go prepare the wash basin. Also, the next scene may be a bit disgusting.
If you can't bear it, you'd better get out, Lung Feng said.
Although Lung Feng reminded everyone, they did not leave for various reasons.
About half an hour later, Lin Tianhao suddenly vomited.
Seeing this, Lin Hong quickly moved the basin over. As Lin Tianhao stood up, he began to vomit violently, and saw countless tiny translucent worms wriggling in the basin. Lin Hong was the closest, and he was the first to vomit, especially when Lin Tianhao vomited, a strong fishy smell came out. As for Wu Shirley and other female family members, they couldn't help but run to the bathroom.
Duan Jiayi was far away, so even though she felt sick, she couldn't hold it in.
Hua Qingqing and Su Feishue were both studying medicine, so they were relatively resistant to some disgusting things and barely held it in.
Okay, do this once a day for the next 3 days. If you don't feel like vomiting anymore, you can stop.
Also, use glucose to provide him with nutrition first. After 3 days, you can use mild Chinese medicine to regulate yin and yang, and gradually use medicated food to nourish him. After a month, he will be able to recover some of his vitality. Your Lin family is also a wealthy family. Develop your own vegetable garden and feed him some pesticide-free vegetables, fruits, and melons. He will have no problem living another 6 or 7 years. Long Feng said calmly. Live another 6 or 7 years. Everyone was shocked when they heard Lang Feng's words. Lin Tianhao is almost 70 years old. If he lives another 6 or 7 years, he will be close to 80, and by then he will have died of old age.
Thank you, little miracle doctor.
Lin Jiu, Lin Yuan, and others hurriedly expressed their gratitude.
Lang Feng yawned and said to Duan Jiayi, honey, can we go home and sleep?
Duan Jiayi was stunned by Lang Feng's word dear, but she quickly reacted and realized that Lang Feng did it on purpose for the Lin family to see, so that the Lin family would remember the favor for Duan Jiayi.
Grandpa Lin, you should rest assured and recuperate. We will go back first,
Duan Jiayi said to Lin Tianhao. Lin Tianhao was conscious after waking up, but he was too weak to speak. Now that he had vomited out most of the parasites, he felt relaxed and had regained some strength. When he heard Lang Feng call Duan Jiayi dear, he knew that his life was saved by Duan Jiayi. He was very grateful and nodded with a smile.
Uncle Lin, we're leaving.
Duan Jiayi said goodbye to Lin Hong and others.
We are really sorry to trouble you too this time. If you need any help from our Lin family, just let us know.
As for the consultation fee of the little doctor, we will pay it to you later, Lin Yuan said.
Duan Jiayi smiled and nodded, then pretended to walk out taking Lung Feng's arm. Teacher, I'm living at Jiayi's house now. Let's go back together, Su Feishue said to Tang Chuanxiong.
You are so close to the little doctor, don't waste this opportunity, ask him for advice. Tang Chuanxiong said enviously, by the way, please ask the little doctor if he has time, we want to treat him to a meal.
Yes.
I will stay in the island city for a few days, waiting for the reply from the little doctor. Old Hua also said quickly.
Let me ask.
Su Feishue's heart was in turmoil, and she didn't know whether Lang Feng was angry with her. We agreed to keep it a secret for him, but it was revealed after just a few days. Back at the villa, Li Yun hurriedly came up to her. Jiayi, what's wrong?
It's cured,
Duan Jiayi said with a smile. Li Yun heaved a sigh of relief when he heard this. As long as Elder Lin is still alive, there will be no problem in our cooperation with the Lin family. Well, I plan to take advantage of the opportunity created by Lang Feng and ask the Lin family to support us in taking over Renda Hospital, Duan Jiayi said in front of Lang Feng.
This is indeed a good opportunity. Mr. Lin is very grateful. he will definitely not refuse Leng Feng's offer to save his life. Li Yun nodded.
She also felt that this was a rare opportunity.